Hello. All right, we're going to get into this. Figured after the success of the Carmine corpse autopsy, figured we get into some Cloud9. No flight quest today? What the fuck are you talking about, Papa Smithy? The fuck are you talking about? Did you forget? Was your victory over Cloud9 so fucking forgettable? What are you talking about? I guess it meant nothing to you. We are doing old games. Nice. Old games happened on Saturday. Yes. Old games. Like actually less than 48 hours ago. Whatever you say, though. Whatever you say. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We are going to start with IMT, though.
This is IMT. Damn, look at the timing on that. Yeah. Champ select.
Papa, what are your thoughts on this Immortal squad in your glorious scrimming with them? Yeah, just to give you guys a heads up, like the draft that they had was so wacky against Shopify when they lost. That was terrible. Sorry, shoving some lunch into myself real quick, guys. Delicious Chipotle chicken wraps again. Us YouTubers are finally worthy. Yes, I will try and answer your comments, YouTube viewers, as well. Crunchy Chipotle, as in Chipotle the pepper. I marinated these chicken breasts in. Here you go. I'll show you guys. I marinated these chicken breasts into with lime juice and chipotle peppers and adobo sauce. Oh, you can't really see it. Hold up. And then I made a gochujang, which is Korean chili pepper paste. Pico de gallo, so it's tomatoes, green onions, purple onions or red onions, and lime juice. So it's with Mexican shredded cheese and lettuce. And it also has a chipotle sauce made out of minced chipotle peppers and adobo with lime juice, Greek yogurt, and mayonnaise. It's fucking delicious. Breast man, thigh man. For this, I like the leaner cuts, but for a lot of food, I like chicken thighs better. But I gotta tell you guys, it's really good. Mayo? Yes, of course, mayo. That's how you make aioli, bitch. It's a chipotle aioli. It is delicious. When used in tandem with other things, well, who's just eating mayo? Who's just eating mayo? I guess shocks. What food did I have a hard time adjusting to, but became part of your diet? Nothing. I don't dislike any food. I'm really easy. I eat anything. Having just one cuisine you could eat for the rest of your life. Yeah, Mexican would be way up there for me. All food but tomatoes is good. I challenge you. Look, store-bought tomatoes kind of suck ass. Okay? But I challenge you to hate tomatoes that are homegrown. Have you ever actually had a homegrown tomato? Tomatoes are a food with an incredibly low floor and an incredibly high ceiling. And the way they have to get them to the grocery stores by picking them early and then ripening them with gas. Get a fucking homegrown tomato and eat it and tell me you hate tomatoes. It's one of the highest ceiling foods for real. Yep. Grew about 100, 120 heirloom tomatoes at home. They slap. Yeah, it's a transcendent experience, homegrown tomatoes. So good. Get some homegrown basil. Make yourself some homemade mozzarella. Make yourself some homemade caprese. Holy shit. Nothing better, man. I hate okra. Fuck off, man. Okra is great. Fried okra in the South, delicious. Cornbread meal fried okra, incredible. Also, low key, okra tagines from the Middle East. So, like slow braised okra from Egypt and Morocco. Ooh, that's good. So, there you go. There's our food conversation for today. Okra is disgusting. No, it's not. It's not. It's delicious. Good tomato sauce is also so delicious and also easy to make. Why anyone buys store-bought tomato sauce, like pasta sauce, is so weird to me because you can make better pasta sauce with better ingredients in like 15 minutes. Cilantro is the devil's plant. Fuck off. No, it's not. I have cilantro in my pico de gallo, in my chicken wrap. It is delicious. It's actually so easy. There's a New York Times recipe for a simple marinara sauce. All you do is put like a quarter cup of olive oil in, mince up some garlic, chuck it in there. Don't brown it, but let it permeate the oil. Take some. What you do, it really depends on the tomatoes you get. You get whole peeled tomatoes, the actual San Marzano certified ones, like the real ones from Italy. A little bit more expensive, totally worth it. Get those, put them in a bowl, crush them up with your hands. Then all you do is put the crushed tomatoes with a cup of water into the oil and garlic, add some oregano and like a sprig of fresh basil and like a teaspoon of salt. Done. Banging sauce right there. Let it simmer for 15 minutes. Done. Better than any jarred or canned sauce. No added sugar, only olive oil, super healthy. And that's just an easy one. That's just an easy one. You could do very complex, like slow cooked sauces that are amazing. Eclipse Lol, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Do you like sweet and sour sauce or barbecue sauce, fried chicken nuggies? Sweet and sour, 1000%. Yeah, if you have to buy store-bought sauce, buy Rouse. Yes, Lunacy over on YouTube. DOP San Marzano. Yes, simmer all afternoon, delicious. You guys know. Italians know. Italians fucking know. I've done cooking streams, guys. They slapped. You missed out. I actually did a cooking stream where I cooked 2 different kinds of pasta sauce at the same time. I cooked the one I just described from the New York Times recipe so I could show you how easy it is. And I simultaneously cooked a slow cooker one with veal and ground pork and ground beef all together. And it was amazing. So I showed you how to do 2 different kinds of pasta sauce, one that's a little bit more involved and one that's super easy at the same time. We'll get back to it someday. I also watched your stream when you cook Carmine Corpse. Yes. Yes, the cannibalism stream. The cannibalism stream. Quality. Yes, I read YouTube comments, Carlos. Just less frequently. Do I like MonteCristos? Fuck no, those are disgusting. Since when does AT&T sponsor LCS? I was curious about that as well. I couldn't find any kind of press release. It was a little weird.
You timed it perfectly as well. I'm excited to get super weak.
Good for them, though.
Here. We got C9 versus IMT. C9 and try to upset C9.
Super weak assignment. All right. Band left to go before we the global rules around the
Exactly. That is a global rule which says supersede. Our rules, as we all know, we are now on.
Was that sarcastic or actually don't? No, they're gross. They're ham and cheese sandwiches that are deep fried and served with raspberry jam and powdered sugar. Nasty. If I'm going to eat a deep fried thing for breakfast, it's going to be chicken fried steak, guys. It's going to be chicken fried steak. There is no situation where a MonteCristo sandwich is a better choice than something else on a restaurant menu. Don't see the food streams in your VODs. I didn't save them. Sadly, I never saved them. They were like December. I was doing them in like November, December after Worlds in 2022. Are we watching all 3 of their games? Yes, we are. Hold on. I'm going to tell editor about this real quick because I forgot to do that. I love living in a world where I get cooking tips from a main source of info, my favorite esport. I'm just too good at everything, man. It's my life. Being too fucking good at analyzing League of Legends, being too fucking good at cooking. It's hard being me.
On live patch. So we'll be having Smolder soon, but it's been a lot of fun seeing the live patch, seeing people mixing it up here. A lot of fans here for Cloud9. As expected, Karma up and available. You have to think it's going to get locked in.
All that modesty. Modesty's for suckers, man. What did modesty ever get anybody? Nothing.
You can play it top, you can play it mid, you can play it down in bot as well. So you have to expect that they're going to be grabbing it, but Immortals obviously is going to have some sort of a plan as well.
The thing about modesty is that if you're great at what you do, it doesn't matter if you're modest or not, because everybody will still want to do things with you. Because you're just good. So what's the fucking point of being modest? It's not even fun or interesting. You know what's fun? Being cocky.
It's pretty hard to be a mid laner in League of Legends if you don't know how to play the Orianna. Is that what we want to go for here?
Yeah, we'll see. You know, are they...
Okay, so we are on 14.2. Reason why we see Karma is because of Malignance, Karma, and Karma buffs. No Jace, no Callista, no Maokai, and no Akali for JoJo. No Lucian or Ashe. Berserker, obviously on the Ashe has been historically rather important. Ezreal got some buffs on this patch as well. So interesting to see him, like, you know, meaningful, small but meaningful buffs. Orianna's still going to be an absolute monster. Why doesn't anybody in NA play Corki? It has not been nerfed. How does Monty survive in Asian culture? Well, here's the thing about being a white guy in Asian culture. You're already the barbarian, so they just think it's funny when you, like, are cocky. I'm not held to Korean cultural standards, guys. They're just like, oh, look at that barbarian. He's so cute.
You can go a range support alongside. It does have a lot of poke. Karma is that most traditional pairing, and it's obviously already on the other side. Plus, isn't Varus. So there's a tremendous amount of lane power here from Cloud9. And now I'm just so curious, you know, if that Varus gets locked in, what will Immortals' answer be? Do they just say, you know what, we're sacking lane and we're going to play like Bard and Rome and good luck, you know, you're going to be farming 1v2 on the Ezreal? Or do you try to match fire with fire here and go something that can really scrap in lane, try to get aggressive in that too?
Okay, so Karma, Varus, and Rel.
We know she can support, we know she can jungle. Karma can go to either solo lane or the support role. There's still a lot of questions.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, they're already trying to hide this, right? Solo, it could be solo lane or support Karma. This could be support or jungle for Rel.
And I mean, I don't think Varus is going to be flexed, but Varus top is actually getting played some. People are playing kind of the tank Varus top and things like that. I've even seen a little bit of Varus mid, so I'm excited. This is in fact the Bard that I did mention.
Okay,
so
Bard.
It's going to be less about playing for lane. Bard is not a horrible laner by any means, but it
Trying to catch out the back line here.
Hey, you know, the Bard do something. I manage different shape, pretty bit, you know.
Yone in his ear, so trying to pinch the champion pool right now of JoJo.
Again, as far as the draft, it's going to give you engage up there, but then you're not really getting much of anything out of your 5th pick counter pick from top lane. So I'm really kind of curious.
Trundle and Nocturne.
So Cloud9 double marksman,
And it will be the Tristana lane instead. So Rel in the jungle and Udyr in the top side. We have been seeing more of the Aatrox into Udyr, especially in Korea, with some pretty good success, honestly. We've seen Aatrox like actually win lane versus Udyr, and it will be Ivern. So we do have pretty strong objective control with the Ivern, and pretty strong zone control with Daisy and Orianna Ball, as well as Bard ult. Good flanking here from the Aatrox. And on the other side, you know, there is a strong front line with the Udyr, and you have, you know, the Karma's going to provide some good AP damage, as will the Udyr, so it's not quite as unbalanced as you might think. And then you also have, of course, the double AD composition, so really strong siege coming in from C9. Good front line with Udyr and Rel, as well as good disengage by being able to add move speed with Karma for kiting, right? This composition will be vulnerable to flanks. Hard to flank, but will be vulnerable to potential Aatrox flanks, or if there's a good Bard ult and everybody gets on top of the back line. Thank you, Light, for your tier 1 subscription.
See how Immortals are going to be able to play this out. You know, you look over at the other side, Cloud9 have good forms of primary engage as well as follow-up. You know, things like that Rel flashing in for the engage, the Varus ult there to follow.
Aatrox winning lane versus Udyr is just the Udyr being bad. It has been a repeated phenomenon in LCK that the Aatroxes have been either beating or going even in lane with Udyr.
With that mantra E for the entire team, to be able to kind of kite out, disengage that initial fight, wait out things like the Aatrox ult, wait out things like that initial Bard engage, and then be able to re-engage and try to chase down after that. So,
oh, Light, as a reminder, need that because Light does some work for Esports Bet. Shout out Esports Bet. Also, shout out to the fact that Degon called the IMT win and got like 5.0 odds. No joke, guys. He got like 5.0 odds on IMT. It was crazy. Light, I need that updated window for Comp Edge. Just as a reminder. And if I could get a window for SI as well, that would be very helpful.
Just really snowball that, or just simply outplay in the 5v5s.
So we've already talked about how bot lane, the Ezreal and the Bard are not going to try to stand and go toe-to-toe with Varus and Karma. It's more about
thank you, sir. Also one for Power Spike if you feel like it. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Dom also hit his parlay of G2 BDS Vitality Fnatic, also with over 5 odds. So the only one who didn't hit his crazy bet was me trying to get Shopify Rebellion to 3-0 on Super Week. I did get the Shopify over NRG one, though. I did get that one, but I didn't get the parlay. However, the other two were like 5-1. The Shopify parlay was 13-1. So if I had hit that, it would have been crazy.
More heavily to scale. His job is going to be able to more try to cover where Blabber is going, right? Try to anticipate where the Rel is going to be, look for counter ganks. Because I do think if the Ivern absorbs that engage, shows up all of a sudden, you know, Blabber flashes in, and all of a sudden Ivern steps out of the bush and shields you.
Do you think we're going to see Smolder played in competitive when he's enabled? I don't know yet. I haven't had enough time to take a look at that Smolder yet, guys. So I don't have an opinion on that yet. Is playoffs top 6? Yes.
Things like the Ardent Sensor become that much more valuable because you can AoE apply them to your team. You know, get that additional attack speed for the whole squad. So it's going to be an interesting one.
Having a guy who just wants to run at people in Udyr, also loving those AoE mantras, keeping him hasted up, being even more of a threat on top of some of those targets.
Yes, YouTube chat. Croque Madame is a million times better than a MonteCristo. This is what I'm talking about. There's never a point to ordering the MonteCristo sandwich, ever. There's always something better.
It's not happening. So that traditional
Experience. Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate it. All right, come on. Let's get into this game. By the way, just as a shout out to the LCS viewing experience, the pre-recorded drafts have worked amazingly well. Doesn't disrupt anything, just makes getting into games faster. Very good idea.
Or at the very least, make sure that there's no defensive ward placed by Immortals to be able to clear that out. So Tactical sees that they are moving up. He is playing as far back as he possibly can.
It's Marxie's best idea since stopping going on Hotline League.
Bot lane obviously playing very heavily towards that. Jojo Pian does go fleet to try to deal with this mid lane poke that is going to be coming in from the Orianna. He's also on Resolve secondary, so you know, very kind of defensive rune setup for him. Yeah. It's also worth noting that our Mayo is going to be playing Glacial Augment. So
would you go to Cast Worlds if Riot magically ever invited you again? Anything's possible for the right amount of money and public apologies. But neither of those things will ever happen, so you don't have to worry about it.
People down, potentially chase them down or kite them out.
And I'm really looking forward to this jungle matchup, not just because we've already talked about how both of them can have very important roles to play in this game, but if you look at our Mayo's career timeline here, remember...
So this is a very playable composition for C9. You know, it doesn't smack of the Shopify Rebellion loss, where it really just felt like Giga draft gap. You know, the Karma's been banned a lot.
Yeah,
What about casting Saudi tournament for LOL? I mean, I have consulted with ESL after they were bought by the Saudis, so technically I have taken Saudi money, even though I signed a contract before that happened. And I haven't consulted with them since 2022. I'm not going to say no. Would I do it for $1 million? Yes. Would I do it for 50,000? No. You know what I mean? There are also a lot of people that I like working with at ESL. And face it. So.
It's not only about speed. The efficiency is equally as important. You've still got to have some presence, some pressure. You can see here.
What do you do as a job right now? Make content and sell ads against it and run Last Free Nation, the company? And consult? That's what I do. Holy moly. Somebody pushed the wrong button. All right, so let's take a look at how this lane is going, because I haven't seen a game on this patch with the Karma yet. So this is third wave coming in right now. This is a pretty typical third wave crash. There's a third wave crash in the bot side. You know, wave clear of Bard Ezreal going to be absolute garbage, so no surprise to see an early crash.
That is, I think, an area for improvement for him that he's really going to be looking for. I'm going to be so interested to track this bot lane because, you know, we've talked about it. We're not showing the lower third this week, but we have shown it a number of times. When Tactical is down on farm, Immortals doesn't win. Like, when he is down at 14, they have a 0% win rate. They only ever win when he's actually ahead in the bot.
Ole Bard. I think Ole is fucking great, guys. Ole is, like, low-key one of the best players that LCS has ever had. Thank you, Lifestir, for your tier 1 subscription. Means a lot. If only the rest of you were as generous. It's tragic. Hearts of stone, all of you in chat. Except for those of you who have subscribed. Oh, check Dono. Sorry. My Dono is scuffed. My Dono is scuffed. Sorry, guys. But thank you for the heads up. You guys don't have to Dono, by the way. You can just ask me questions in chat and I'll answer them. Or subscribe. That's fine.
How you're mentioning Tactical being behind. This is your expectation, locking in the champions you did in the draft. So they're saying, all right.
Hello from FM Korea. Can I get your blessing to translate your latest episode of the Monty and Wolf Show? Yeah, of course. Hey, FM Korea. Say hi to the Korean fans for me. And I want this to be very specific, okay, FM Korea? All right, FM Korea? I need you to translate this for me, okay? I want you to say that Monty says to T1 fans to stop being giant babies. If you could tell them that, I'd love it.
So they're saying, all right, we know the Tactical, when he's ahead, that's generally our best chance. But if we're setting him behind, again, I have to highlight this pressure on Ole to make something happen.
I will translate that, but I love this. But I know what you're going to say. The thing is, FM Korea, I just don't care. You think I care, but I don't. I don't. All right, brother. It's too fun, guys. But yeah, go ahead. Translate the latest Monty and Wolf show. Also, you can say I think T1 is really good. Top 2 team in the world. Tell them to get me a truck. Tell them to truck Monty.
Trying to make sure he's covering his mid laner as much as possible. Clearly, he's most worried about Blabber attacking Mask out of his lanes for now. Yeah. So, you know, that is where he's going to be spending his time hovering. You can see Jojo, though, already has an early null magic mantle. Whether he's actually going to go towards Hex Drinker, King Mask steps forward, pokes Jojo out, Jojo TP's back. was playing, he really is saying, okay, I don't have a camp.
But thank you for asking, FM Korea. I do appreciate asking, but just so you know, you guys can translate whatever shows you want. Anytime you want, you don't have to make donations. Go for it.
We know the tactical, when he's ahead, that's generally our best chance. But if we're setting him behind, again, I have to highlight this pressure on Ole to make something happen in the trade-off.
And look how Romeo is playing. He really is saying, okay, I don't have a camp up right now. I'm just going to be hovering Mask. He already went mid once, just throws his shield on Mask. Mask steps forward, pokes Jojo out. Jojo TP's back. And, you know, he's trying to make sure he's covering his mid laner as much as possible. Clearly, he's most worried about Blabber attacking Mask out of his lanes for now.
Yeah.
So, you know, that is where he's going to be spending his time hovering. You can see Jojo, though, already has an early null magic mantle. Whether he's actually going to go towards Hex Drinker and be that defensive or not, I'm not sure. But it is AP, you know, in the mid lane and AP in the jungle. So it's all going to be magic damage that is attacking him. Yeah. Even the Bard, if he roams up, also magic damage. So getting some early MR is going to allow him to kind of farm comfortably. I already touched on the rune setup.
All right, so good early pressure here from C9. They have a lot of jungle agency at the moment, which is kind of what they want. Like, you know, you'd think that this would be a good situation. All 3 lane pressure, freeing up Blabber to be aggressive on the map. You know, possibility of getting some good collapses. Rel way up in CS. You like Power Spike a lot? Thank you very much, Chicken Winger. Do you prefer on-hit or lethality to Varus? Depends on the composition. In this case, like, because we're going to have some squishier targets, and I assume Castle's going to build lethality onto Aatrox. Even if he didn't, let's be real. Lethality probably better on Varus here. What do you see as the main problem so far? Well, that's what we're discovering. Dropbot Mewtwo. We're on a voyage of discovery together. I haven't seen these games, so I don't know the answer to that question yet. We are in the process of forming our opinion. I know you guys love Reddit, and what happens on Reddit is that everyone forms their opinion without actually having seen or read the content, but I don't do that. I actually watch the content or read things and then form my opinion. It's crazy on the internet, I know. But maybe by doing this, I can actually be, you know, a good example to you guys. That's the hope.
Here in the bottom lane as C9 just keeps the pressure going. All of the grubs immediately locked in there, and Blabber is feeling good about it. C9 up.
Greetings from the Philippines. Hello. Hope you're enjoying a nice Philippine morning.
Gonna fall here already, 6.5 minutes in, as their bot lane has just been permanently pushed in. You can see Blabber. The reason he wasn't auto-attacking the grubs, he's holding for his abilities to come back up so he can kill them all at the same time, so they don't re-shield, you know, slowing down that overall clear time. So smart stuff from him. Also, we're checking in on Fudge, who has rushed the Oblivion Orb, so is going to be going at least some AP and wants to have...
No, he's not, Azale. He's not going some AP. He's just getting an Oblivion Orb because it's... Castle is post 6.
A lot of it just kind of built into the kit with the ultimate, with Conquer, with that passive auto as well. So we'll have to kind of track that and see how effective it is throughout the game.
Exactly. That's what I want to do, because every time Oblivion Orb gets built as a first item, you always see all the tweets about it, because how much is it actually doing? I will tell you right now, it has reduced 45 healing and 28 regeneration. Yeah. Grand total of 73. So it's not
so
lot, but it is, you know, very
one of the issues that we might see is just kind of a fall. Like, basically, the longer this game goes on, the more effective for Immortals armor items are going to be, because even though there's a base amount of AP with the Udyr and the Karma, like, because it's support and because Udyr's going to be optimizing for a tank build, the AP damage is going to be less relevant in the late game for Cloud9. And because Berserker's also not dealing, he's not on hit Varus, so he's more, you know, upfront lethality AD as opposed to putting out as much mixed damage as an on hit build would do. Right? Because you're going to get fewer stack procs from this version of Varus. So there is that angle to things as well. Is that the scaling, it's not necessarily because of the champions, but because of the builds and the overall emphasis on double AD carry. that in the long game, IMT has an easier way to monetize or to itemize.
Dragon is taking it. Looks sick.
But we do have the lethality Aatrox up there. We do have C9 just saying, okay, we can play it safe enough in solo lanes. Bottom lane, still up to that over 2-wave advantage. Still just working towards getting Berserker, the first big lethality item. And the pressure keeps mounting here on this bot lane tier 1 turret.
Yeah, and while it is annoying, you know, for JoJo that Armeo has walked through mid lane, what, 3-4 times at this point? You know, he does get a little bit of chip on him every single time. He just kind of shields up Mass steps forward, gets that trade down. Olay gonna have to portal out to safety. It is the Merc treads that he did.
Double pink ward. I mean, this is just such a strong lane position to be in.
He's more worried about that. Wants the move speed. Armeo just constantly.
So it's basically just carte blanche to do whatever you want.
Walks through mid, rinse and repeat, trying to be as annoying as possible.
You know, on the side of Cloud9.
It's a 1 CS advantage for Mask with Armeo having walked through mid, you know, 4+ times. So, you know, JoJo's actually still ahead on gold, and 3 plates have been taken down on bot side. It's a significant CS advantage down there. Top side going well for Fudge also. I mean, Udyr's just such a strong early laner that even some of these kind of tank matchups where you're like, oh, well, this is a pretty good matchup, like the Aatrox, often the Udyr just kind of ends up ahead in farm regardless because he just has so much early laning power.
Well, still about 1,000 gold lead here for C9. We've got 10 seconds
from farm
until the second set of grubs spawns. You can already see both junglers heading towards that area. The on my way ping there in blue shows the Cloud9 has this as the plan.
Why do we still not have a grub counter on LCS overlay? Shit's so annoying, actually.
Very favorable map state for them to just be able to force this objective and put themselves in a full 6 grub take.
I mean, I think there's just no real way that they're going to be able to contest this. I think they're a little bit too late, but we'll see if they can get there in time to do something. Armeo is trying to go in, but they're all gone.
Already secured. The power of the Rel and the Udyr just burning them away. Immortals recognized they wanted to try to get in there, but like I said, the map state, man, it was just too Cloud9 favored.
Absolutely. It was really Cloud9 favored. They have double pushing solo lane.
I mean, there's nothing to hate about what Cloud9's doing right now. They're getting incremental advantages.
Even though Armeo does go in, he's
You know, they can start playing for Dragon Soul.
JoJo, it'd be a difficult kill to get. JoJo already paying respect, has been backing off. And let's be honest, JoJo is used to getting camped, right? Like when he played last year,
Why do we not have a dragon timer? What the fuck is going on with this overlay? Guys?
The top laner would be coming mid and flashing on him. The jungler would be constantly there. The bot laners would be roaming up. But the difference is...
Welcome to America, where you can afford 12 casters and no grub counter and no dragon timer.
The rest of the map just kind of wins, right? And
Everything is... to be fair, LCS did lay off. I saw on Twitter somebody saying that they were the UI designer, and they were laid off. So it's possible that LCS just literally can't fix this problem because they fired the person who does it.
Not really going to matter. He's building more defensive. He's playing more defensive, knowing that the other players on his team are getting ahead, are securing those advantages.
Oh,
and it's a 1K goal.
they added the grub counter. I'm blind. Sorry, guys.
It's the first dragon as well. So Cloud9, you know, really dictates.
You're right.
Here.
And you can see in the inventories, the sheen being completed for Fudge tells me that we're looking at an Iceborne Gauntlet. First item here for the Udyr to answer the...
I'm just used to it not being there, and I didn't look. See, this is why before we form opinions, we look. Case in point, guys. I'm guilty.
They call it the XU damage or whatever. When you're into the XU range, you do get that bonus.
Dragon timer top left. No, that's the Herald timer.
So it's very easy to chunk someone to 50% and pretty much always get the bonus damage with the active. So it has become very, very popular. You know, it is a powerful item, not only for the wave clear, but also for that burst damage. And now with 6 grubs here, this just gets harder and harder to defend. The Void Mate's going to be spawning out from both players. We are down to only 1 plate remaining, and there is still a minute and a half for them to kill it. So unless there's some sort of a...
Bot lane is fine. How the fuck we lose? Yeah, I mean, look how many plates they've gotten. This has been an incremental game of incremental advantages. They have a lot of advantages right now, C9. You know, you couldn't ask for more. Having a very strong siege composition with good disengage, so double AD carry with a karma to get you out of trouble, and a strong front line with 6 Void Grubs should mean siege heaven. Guys, this is great. You can also split with Trist. You should be loving it.
Oh my God. There's just constantly pelting them with skill shots. Arrow after inner flame after arrow after inner flame, and kaboom, there it is. 2,000
Amazing. Amazing. Now you can transition to the mid lane. Put JoJo Pion in a side lane. Put JoJo Pion top. Udyr bot. Right? You know, set up for Drake, then reassign your lanes. No. We're just going to give up Drake?
Another serrated Dirk, and he's stacking.
Why are we giving up Drake?
This is going to be ridiculously hard for them to deal with. Immortals know they need to get some sort of way.
Why are we just giving up Drake?
This dragon, and it is going to be their
You have 40 seconds to get plates. That's not enough time.
At least a couple of plates going up the top side, because there's still 30 seconds, and this is a 6.
You're gonna get 2 plates. I don't know about this. I feel like you reassign lanes to Udyr bot like this, but you first contest Drake, then you put your duo here, Trist here, Udyr here. Like, I don't really know why you just give that up for free. Because if you look at the game state, okay, so you take the turret.
A game of dodgeball, but only one team gets the ball. There's just 100 of it is on Berserker.
You know, you recall. You have a 1,400 gold advantage on your AD carry. You have a 500, 400 here on your support. You're even in mid. Jungle has a slight advantage. Top has a slight advantage. So it feels like after your recall, there's a good opportunity to push out mid, send Udyr bot. Because remember, your wave is pushing. Like, this is a pretty advantageous situation. Headset I'm using is an Audio-Technica M50X. I haven't done JDG LNG yet. So when we look at this, like, Fudge is thinking about contesting, but they actually just go for more plates. Whereas I feel like the issue with this situation is, again, it's not necessarily because of the champions, but because of the composition. You are worried about AP having less value in the late game, so that armor is strong for IMT, right? Because the scaling AP may not be there because one of your APs is a support, so not a lot of items, and Udyr isn't going to be itemizing for significant amounts of AP damage. And this is lethality, not on hit Ferris. So what are we doing? That means that stacking Drakes and trying to accelerate the game is pretty important. It's far more important, in my opinion, for Cloud9 to get this Drake than it is for them to maybe take 2 plates. Because realistically, after you're done contesting here for the Drake, and you know, you have all your ults, you got everything up, there's no reason not to do this. You send Udyr here, you can add pressure with Karma Varus, and then you split with the Trist. But instead, there's no contest, despite the fact that this is a pretty advantageous map situation. And, you know, Trist was pushed in a little bit, but you can solve that by having the Varus and Karma quickly push out the mid lane. So I don't think this is worth it.
I think they could get at least 2 plates on top side before anyone can really get up there and respond. Jojo in trouble potentially.
What?
Jojo's stuck in a stasis, tries to jump away. Shockwave still hits him. Immortal's trying. They don't have the damage just quite.
What the fuck is Jojo doing?
There's still 30 seconds, and this is
like, you know they're a Drake guy.
So I think they could get at least
He's literally greeting for CS.
2 plates on top side before anyone can really get up.
Like, he has rocket jump. I can see it. I can see that it's not on cooldown. He tried to buffer it. That's the animation. He also had flash up, guys.
Jojo in trouble potentially.
Jojo's stuck in a stasis, tries to jump away. Shockwave still hits him. Immortal's trying.
He tried to use W.
Damage just quite, but over the top, the true shot barrage gets first blood for tactical.
Yeah, they get that first blood.
He tried to W, and he was too late. You can't buffer that? Ah, okay. Sneaky Meteos and DL had to go into custom. You can't buffer that. I mean, there should be enough time for him to jump that. And he should have flashed it, obviously. But he tried. You can see the animation start. But you just, like, regardless of whether you can buffer it or not, guys, you know they're there. Why? What are we fucking doing? What are we fucking doing? Greeting for CS in the mid lane. Why aren't we flashing when we're caught? Because now you are going to take a lot of damage to your mid lane turret. That's just cocky. So you actually now traded. Oh, there's another plate. How many plates they get? They did get 3. They did get 2 plates. 3 plates. 3 plates. They got 3 plates. So that's pretty good. But you lost a kill for it, and you lost the Drake. Yeah, these Ivern shields and brushes are very annoying. Vulcan has to flash for this too. Blabber comes in and he just misses everything.
Yeah, they get that first blood. It is 3 plates, in fact, that go down on top side though, so they do get the kill.
Forces Armeo's flash. Terrible engage though.
Trouble. C9 won't lose any bodies just yet. Meanwhile, down in the bot lane, we had a 1v1 Fudge versus Castle. It was the TP from Castle going down there to answer the split push of Fudge.
It was actually Castle trying to TP up to the top side, and Fudge...
The bot lane, we had a 1v1 Fudge versus Castle. It was the TP from Castle going... Shots are Mayo and Ole still looking to get tactical out of trouble. C9...
Castle attempted to TP this as well.
3 plates, in fact, that go down on top side though, so they do get the kill, but Blabber's going in. Blabber ready to lead the charge.
So this is almost very bad because Blabber whiffed his engage. It was Fudge that saved this by stunning him. Serpent's Varus miss. Yeah, Serpent's Fang on Varus. Fair enough. We have seen I have seen in Korea a bunch of Varus's build Serpent's Fang late game on against shield compositions, but yeah, versus Ori Ivern seems like it's pretty mandatory.
Make it a 4v3 fight. Fudge found him, stuns him up, stops the play there. Denying that meant that Cloud9 could turn around, try to trade some things back. At the very least, they do force them off the Rift Herald here, so it's not going to be an immediate Rift Herald on spawn. Immortals know, we need to get objectives, we need to be the ones first to the scene. So they are playing heavily towards that. They're showing up, they're going to be starting up this Herald, and we'll see if they can secure it. Blabber's in the area, JoJo's pushing out mid, and they have...
No more flash engage for Rel, they should just give this up.
But it looks like the call is just to let it go, because they know there's no TP from Castle to answer. So bot lane tower is going to go down a lot faster than you would think, because that is a Sheen on the Udyr, and he does have those 6 scrubs adding it. So even some of these slower champions at knocking down towers can do it pretty damn fast with the added true damage and those Void Mites.
I'm happy to see Immortals going after something, though. The way that the first 14 minutes of the game was paced...
They probably wanted to open topside for better Herald position. That's why JoJo is trying to push mid. I mean, that's fine, but you can have your cake and eat it too there. You can have your cake and eat it too. You can actually just get Drake and then transition into this exact setup. That's my point. They got 3 plates for it, but that was the trade. They traded 3 plates for Drake and a kill. That's what they got. And instead, they also lost Herald.
No one's going to hop inside, so you're not going to get the Void Might spawn on the crash, but they do get a tier 1 back. Not going to need it, as you say. Wouldn't have really made a difference there either way. They do have some items coming through really across the board now. The first major items are coming through. Luden's Companion is done. Moonstone Renewer, we already have that Profane Hydra as well as the Essence Reaver done as well. And it's looking like probably Trailblazer, I'm assuming, for Olay. That is very meta for the Bard, and it's really strong getting that additional move speed for the whole squad, moving around the map. Trying to find those picks because they have to continue.
So Serpent's Fang actually seconds here on Varus, so he does end up purchasing it. Seems like this is pretty good value.
When you're up against Berserker now having 2 completed lethality items, he has the Ghost Blade for the extra mobility. He has the Serpent's Fang for reducing the power of the shielding.
Ori and Ivern.
Yeah, that's just so much shield. So I like the fact that we're seeing what we're seeing from him. Disengage there from JoJo, just making sure that Immortals and Mask don't try anything else on him.
Exactly. He knew more were coming because he had that ward up by Try. The ward in the Try Brush is disabled by Pink, but he had another ward behind it, so he knew that people were going to be coming in, and he just wants to early disengage. And C9, again, just going to make that cross-map play. Everyone's attacking JoJo. He's died once this game, and he's just a little bit behind on farm, but they're getting a tier 2 on the bot side for it. They're going to take away these camps as well. So JoJo playing it safe. This is always kind of one of those criticisms of him was, he dies too much in side lane. He has these silly deaths, but he is playing a very disciplined game while really being the focus of all of Immortal's attention through this first 17 minutes.
I mean, if it's not always up to you who they're going to target, right?
Yeah.
Like, even if you're playing something super safe like Tristana, all 5 enemy guys can decide they are going to dogpile you for the entire game. And so being able to drop the ego, play safe, yield what you have to, when you've got a squad like the rest of C9, that's the winning game plan. Mask now trying to put the last little bit of damage here into the turret. Wanted to try to let it execute that cannon minion if he could, but with Fudge rapidly approaching, he just puts the last auto attacks in, gets the objective. Still a little bit over a 2,000 gold lead here for Cloud9 in this one. As you can see, the next objective that Drake is going to spawn in about 20 seconds. Baron's still about 2 minutes away as Daisy is summoned up in the mid lane. Immortal stuck underneath the tier 1 turret for now as C9 establishes vision in the bot side river.
So we can check in on the Oblivion Orb. We'll call laning phase done.
Yeah.
324 healing reduced and 11.
So now they're actually going to start to...
118 regen reduced.
Okay, so about 450.
Papa, where's the dragon timer?
So it's not
What is
horrible.
going on?
Obviously doing too much, maybe it'll get something done throughout the rest of the game. It's a pretty cheap component. He didn't fully commit into the rest of it, and he's clearly not going for
Okay, Cloud9 finally using their lane pushing.
the bombies, so working in towards
Overlay bug.
the MR
Quality.
Sunfire basically, or obviously just like a regular Sunfire cape. So we'll see which he does want to go for.
Hollow Radiance. I remember that name all the time because it sounds like something out of Dark Souls. I just call it Dark Souls.
I really liked you called it Moonfire cape, and now that's just that's all I can
That's a better name. Moonfire Cape is objectively a better name for Hollow Radiance.
Hold on,
What?
I just call it Dark Souls.
I really
Oh
liked you
my
calling it Moonfire
God.
Cape, and now that's just
Blabber, you're playing Rel with Smite. This is illegal.
think of.
That's illegal. That's fucking illegal.
Hold on, we were joking about a cape. I completely missed the true shot barrage.
What?
Nicely done from Tactical. Sometimes you just get a little bit too comfortable thinking, oh yeah, we have to have this secured. Immortals, hey, they're happy to take that.
Moonfire cape is really exciting. People are cheering.
He even smited?
Well, hey, Tactical, you're happy to take that.
What?
Pretty big.
He's got the 1 kill of the game so far. Let's take another look at how it went down. Blabber just farming this up. If the summoner spells in the replay,
They are correct
correct.
on the left, so he does
Okay.
have his smite. Did he just not use it?
oh, he just smote early.
Oh, his Q damage didn't connect, right? Because
His Q didn't connect, guys. The True Shot Barrage hit it before his Q did.
he was trying to go for the
Q
burst
smite?
with the Q smite, but his Q didn't go through.
That is so crazy.
A little bit of a mistime
That is-
there
that is-
from Blabber.
The timing on that is so insane, actually. That is actually just unlucky.
Panic a little bit there, and that smite went in a little bit early. The Q damage had not connected from what I saw. May have been enough to actually kill because you do have really good.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad? Not that bad, guys.
Because of that bonus damage that's actually
That's
coming
just
through from
giga
your
unlucky.
Q, plus your your passive and everything. So a lot of damage that does come down, but obviously nice steal there from Tactical.
That's why I always like to see players. If you
Yes, it's better to Q Smite. Yes, it is better to Q Smite, guys. It is better to Q Smite. But still, like, come on.
got a global
What are the odds of that happening are astronomically low.
like an Ezreal ulti, just shoot it off and try to steal the thing. Yeah, you've got a very low chance of it working if the jungler has smite, but sometimes he'll miss. Sometimes he won't combo the skills together correctly, and hey, it's worth it.
Be hilarious if he stole that Gromp too.
Tactical almost stealing away the Gromp from him as well.
Insult to injury.
That's actually okay.
Check tactical flash. Wait. Yeah, what's going on?
Early.
Oh, his Q damage didn't connect, right? Because he was doing.
Too
Where did he
comfortable.
flash?
Oh, yeah, we have to have this secured. Immortals, hey, they're happy to
I was
take
like, wow,
that, man.
Moonfire cape is really exciting. People are cheering for that.
Well, hey, Tactical, you're happy to take that one. This is the
That's
guy.
actually pretty big.
He's got the 1 kill of the game so far.
I guess we just don't know.
How it went down. Blabber just farming this up. If the summoner spells in the replay,
for the
Q
burst
smite.
with the Q smite, but his Q didn't go through, so a little bit of a mistiming there from Blabber. Maybe got a bit nervous when he saw that True Shot Barrage flying it over top.
Yeah, it must have been an engaged mid.
And that's
It looks like he probably, if I had to guess, guys, he probably flashed Chains of Corruption, right?
a little bit early. The Q damage has
Detective work says that might be true.
may have been enough to actually kill, because you do have really good secure on rail because of that bonus.
But see, now you really want that Drake back. You know what I mean, guys? Because here's the thing about this game. Now you really want that Drake back. Because if you had gotten the Drake earlier, then they wouldn't be stacking 3 fucking Mountain Drakes to get to Mountain Soul when you have double AD carry and armor has such great value.
Plus your passive and everything, so a lot of damage that does come down, but obviously nice steal there from Tactical.
That's why I always like to see players, if you've got a
Berserker flash to ult. Yeah, it must have been a trade flash for flash with Chains of Corruption. That's a good guess, guys. Good job, Sherlock Holmes chat.
He'll miss. Sometimes he won't combo the skills together correctly, and hey, it's worth it during that time.
Tactical almost stealing away the Gromp from him as well.
Oh, insult to injury.
That's actually okay. This guy's hacking.
Can't lose.
What's going on here?
Dragon. All right. Yeah. People fight over dragons. That's the real
Scuttle.
thing.
That's where we draw the line.
Right. Yeah. We can't be losing scuttles. Can't be losing gromps.
Yeah.
The gold
Yes,
lead has
you are
been
the most erudite
we haven't really
Twitch chat.
changed the state of the game too much since the last time we checked.
Welcome
in.
back, Dilf
21
Zaddy.
minutes into the game now, and only a single kill. We've been having a lot of farming.
We have been
Dilf
having a lot of
Zaddies
fun.
Unite
I will
on
say,
Monty's stream.
They gotta be pretty happy about this. The gold lead has not really been extending. The fact that they actually stole away that dragon, it's not like Cloud9 is anywhere even remote.
Ezreal should just cleanse Arcane Shift Verisalt. He may not have had Shift up, if I had to guess.
Or anything like that. So they gotta be feeling pretty good, but they're looking for Castle.
You can buffer Triss with Bard R. That's people are saying no, you can't, and that Double Lift Meteos and Sneaky tried it. So I will trust that, I guess.
Or anything like that. So they gotta be feeling pretty good, but they're looking for Castle.
Castle trying to get away from this one with the flash. Blabber's collapse is not going.
C9 can't progress games if enemy doesn't run into them, says Papa Smithy.
But hey, who needs the Aatrox? We can just hard force the tier.
It's just weird because it seems actually their win conditions are so clear this game, especially that they have the 6 Void Grubs. With this composition, like their siege is insane. Why can't they take down mid lane?
But the reality is C9 has been pretty good at actually bouncing.
Why is Udyr in mid? What are these lane assignments?
Not going to find him here, but hey, who needs the Aatrox? We can just hard force
like that. So they gotta be feeling pretty good, but they're looking for Castle.
Castle trying to get away from this one with the flash. Blabber's collapse is not going to find him here, but hey.
Why are there
who
4
needs the
people in
Aatrox?
top?
We can just hard force the tier 2. That'll boost C9 up to a 3,000 gold lead.
And we do have to touch on the fact that C9, they obviously did lose last weekend. They had that kind of surprising result to Shopify, but the reality is C9 has been pretty good at actually bouncing
Okay,
back.
TP.
Look at this since spring
Udyr
2022
TP to
after a loss
tier
17
2 instead of TPing to tier 1
is their record. Of course, our overall record is also just
here. Okay.
But it is
Uh-huh.
one of those things where
Yep.
when a top team loses, you often don't want to be the next
Questionable.
person to play them, right? Because they're really going to be like, all right, guys, no more trolling. Time to take it serious. Time to really buckle down.
I mean, I don't hate the TP,
Last weekend,
but objectively, everybody's recalling. JoJo just recalled. This turret's at full HP. This one's actually going to die. Just TP over to that side.
5 is their record. Of course, our overall record is also just good.
Really good,
So,
right.
but it is kind of one of those things where
JoJo was bought for defense. No, he wasn't. He was saying he's backing off turret. He literally is at bot and then backs off for reasons that I don't understand. I guess he's worried about Bard and a possible dive, which is not unreasonable. He actually rocket jumps out. He doesn't have vision. So he's concerned about Ivern Bard dive,
and we do have to touch on the fact
and he
that
recalls.
C9, they obviously did lose last weekend. They had that kind of surprising result.
But I don't think they take down that tier 2.
Reality is C9 has been pretty good at actually bouncing back. You look at this since spring 2022. After a loss, 17-5 is their record. Of course, our overall record is also just good.
Really good,
So,
right.
but it is kind of one of those things where when a top team loses, you often don't want to be the next person to actually play them, right? Because they're really going to be like, all right, guys, no more trolling. Time to take it serious. Time to really buckle down. But Immortal's hanging in there pretty damn well.
I mean, unless I'm sorely mistaken, there's still never been a perfect season in the regular season of LCS. And we've had some really strong teams in multiple different splits, but it's just so easy to get confident, to let that ego go a little bit.
It's almost like super weeks make it very difficult to have a perfect regular season. It's almost like the format is designed so that it creates disruptions in the play of good teams.
They're not willing to let that happen again. I think that they're doing their diligence on
Weird.
Still about that 2,000 gold lead that it has been for a while, and I fully agree with you. If you're Immortals,
It's almost like best of ones create variance. I don't know, guys.
Berserker took it when plates were still up. That shot him up to this 2,000 gold lead, and that's where it's been.
49ers, Chiefs, Niners.
15 minutes to 23 minutes.
I'm a Broncos fan, man. I can't have the Chiefs winning more Super Bowls. It's illegal.
He's going for that support itemization, but Liver's doing the exact same thing, right? He is doing tank support itemization, but he's got to lock it. There's lots of AoE damage that is going to be coming through from Ezreal, from Shockwave, etc. He also does have.
Don't blame the format for C9 bad play. I'm not. Obviously, this C9 I think would lose BO3s, but
so he's going to be looking pretty damn strong. Trailblazer finally coming through now for Olay, so continuing to move around the map, look for picks. We'll see if he can find anything, but it doesn't feel so clear cut anymore. You know, in the first
best side in the league.
game, it felt like, okay, well, this is going to be
Well, I think Kittle has been better than Kelsey this season, maybe, especially towards the end. Kelsey fell off. I had him in fantasy, I know. He is the only receiver on the Chiefs, though, that doesn't have butterfingers. Laporta, as a rookie, quietly, I shouldn't say quietly, very good, loudly very good on the Lions. Okay, so this is the battle for the mid lane wave in preparation of spawning of Drake. Okay. There is no Aatrox flank, though. Good chunk, though. I mean, this should mean that they just get Drake. Jojo? He was interrupted. Has to flash.
Berserker forced to use the heal to get himself away as Immortal still continues pushing forward. It's a magical journey looking for Jojo Pyun. He disengages in time, flashing away in time. Berserker forced to use the heal to get himself away as Immortal still continues pushing forward. It's a magical journey looking for Jojo Pyun. He disengages in time, flashing away from the root collar to guarantee his escape.
Kelsey's been the best tight end in the playoffs. Yeah, that's a good point.
Under pressure, but both surviving as Immortals launch their attack, but they still don't manage to find any kills from it just yet.
But the dragon is up, and they can go over towards it, and now it's pretty difficult for Cloud9 to actually contest. Some great plays there from Olay. He finds
very good chunks.
Pick. You know, with that, he pushes up the heal, then a good portal over the wall, gets that flash from Jojo. His binding couldn't quite connect.
Yep, you have the angle. They can't really do Baron right now.
Against that Baron pit. Couldn't get it, but then that swirl seed comes out from Armeo, forces the flash. Armeo now working over on this dragon. It's going to be a third dragon here for Immortals, and it's going to be them moving towards Mountain Soul, which would make things a lot more difficult for that Cloud9 team.
The steal from Tactical early might just end up having a much greater impact.
Dude, Olay's good. Olay's a really good player. You don't get to, like, repeatedly be, you know, top 3 on the Korean server, especially as support, without being very good. He's, like, criminally underrated, in my opinion. Like, you know, he's better than Core right now. Oh, he's more well-rounded than Ignar? Absolutely he is. The C9 outscaled here. Well, it's the combo of having the lethality Varus. It's just really the armor value. And the 2 Mountain Drakes. So, I mean, like I said earlier, I'm not sure if I think it's actual outscaling or just like double AD carry with lethality, Varus, Tristana, and a lack of AP damage, right? So it's not that these champions can't scale well, it's just that they're not going to this game, if that makes sense. Because armor has such a high value on IMT's side.
Just sitting around and waiting for that Sejuani. You need to chunk people out. You need to make things happen. So it puts a lot of pressure on him. But I think that is something that he can make happen. We've seen him be able to carry games for this team over the last year or so. So we'll see if he can do it today. It would be a massive win for Immortals if they can make it happen. And it would be a bit of a shock for Cloud9. This team that has come in unanimously power ranked #1 pretty much against Immortals, who are basically unanimously power ranked #8 in the league. If you lose that after dropping to Shopify, people are going to start having some questions. You know, the Shopify game, people are willing to say, it's just a blip on the radar. Maybe they shouldn't have picked Vayne mid, this or that. Oh, bot lane dive went bad. But the reality is, you drop that other game, they're not going to be overlooking it.
Ooh, Tactical immediately having a cleanse there as Blabber hit him with the shattering strike over the wall. But now Blabber's in danger, locked up by the root collar, finds a stunner to Ole, but now ready to disengage. Castle coming in over the wall. Jojo and Blabber both going to be stuck together. They disengage. They can escape the binding in time. Tactical so low. Immortals do not want to chase this any further, but Jojo and Blabber also getting bound up like that. Blabber with no flash available to use means C9 is also not feeling particularly strong.
Exactly. It's also the TP coming off of Fudge, plus that flash from Blabber. Obviously, he used to engage, so they do get the cleanse off Tactical, but at the end of the day, you've got that TP back, you got that flash back, so Immortal's going to be feeling okay about it as long as Tactical can stay safe until the cleanse comes back up, because that is going to be the question. Because if you get hit by a Verisalt or something like that, he's going to instantly die, and then Cloud9 can maybe take that Baron and really try to close this game out. But until then, it is just Immortals waiting towards this next dragon, trying to get that Mountain Soul, and it's Cloud9 trying to find windows, because they've been very passive. I think felt that they would maybe be able to
Just joined stream. Can you give me the TLDR on what's wrong, Cloud9? My guy, we haven't finished doing our homework yet. Okay?
And you look at the items.
You're asking to copy my homework, but I haven't finished the homework yet. This is the homework.
On the board in 28 minutes. But Castle's got 2.5 lethality items.
What the fuck, man?
Being the brutalizer completed. This Aatrox, if he can hit one of the,
If I knew the answer, I wouldn't be looking at these games.
on Tristana or Varus or Karma, and Aatrox is ready to follow it up with some iteration of Q afterwards.
Here's what you want, guy. Here you go. You can copy my assignment. My assignment will be on my YouTube channel tomorrow with the answer to that question.
This guy's gonna hurt.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of damage in the
Jesus
game
Christ,
for
you guys.
sure. It's also worth noting that it is going to be the blood song for Ole, so he wants that exposed weakness, the additional damage that can come through, you know, on the Spellblade hit. So he's prioritizing that. You're trying to find someone with the ult, hit them with the Q, get the auto out for that bonus damage with the Sheen proc, and also amplifying the damage of your teammates.
You know, the reason why I do these streams is because I can do them while I have to review these VODs anyway.
These guys are getting really, really strong, and it's going to be all down to execution at this point in the game. It's also worth noting that when you're playing Lethality Varus, that is much weaker against the Mountain Soul, against the flat armor that you're going to be getting from getting these individual dragons. That does kind of hurt his ability to really poke people down in this game.
With Shojin completed as the third full item for Tactical's Ezreal, the Q cooldown is now 2.43 seconds, and on hit it reduces all cooldowns by 1.5. So as long as he is hitting
bullet
these
hell
on anything, even if it's just these frontline guys that it doesn't do significant damage to, you're shooting off a Q every second.
Yep.
Lots of damage potential there if Tactical is on point with his aim.
Yeah, you just have to be constantly dodging out on those. It becomes very difficult and kind of even mentally taxing a little bit to have to deal with that mask. Knows Jojo is going to make that move over towards top lane.
Here, watch the Fly games too. We're going to watch one Fly game today, and we may watch the other two tomorrow. But I want to get through JDG LNG today. We'll see. Maybe I'll change my mind and it'll just be LCS day. I'll see what you guys want when we're done with Cloud9.
Knows Jojo is going to make that move over towards top lane. So Mask was kind of just zoning him out and trying to get damage down, but Jojo's going to go in.
Jojo wants Mask. Here with the 1v1. Mask drops the shockwave. Has a flashback over the wall, but Jojo's ready to follow. Here with the rocket jump. Mask continues getting away back to his team. Redemption's going to be called down, but it does not connect with the heal on top of the mid lane.
Castle really trying to make that work, but the rocket jump is back off cooldown. Little awkward on the re-engage there. I think you just take the win that Mask gets away. Now you're going to give away Soul. It's actually so dumb. Man, the Drake timer has just been ignored by both teams. Can we discuss this? Can we discuss this, guys?
I'm kind of even mentally taxing a little bit to have to deal with that math.
Okay, so there is a blocker right here, obviously, but Orianna does not have to go in on this wave, right? Orianna can leave with TP up during this circumstance. And instead, I think they didn't believe that JoJo was here, to be fair, because there's a pink ward here and they don't know. I think they think that everyone... This was the last time JoJo showed. I think they think that everybody on C9 is over here because they don't want IMT to get sold. So because vision control is kind of bad, deep right now for IMT, they think, and he checks the brush, he thinks that it's actually safe, and he looks, but he doesn't see JoJo because JoJo's behind the wall. So he thinks everybody, you know, the Tristana is over here somewhere in the darkness. And that's why Mask walks up on this turret. It's an understandable mistake, but it's still not worth it. Because what you should be doing here, in my opinion, for Immortals is like, if the wave is already pushed into the tower, then you can actually back off and threaten Baron and force them to come to you or take this dragon. What you're trying to do here is trade Drake for Baron, I think, if you're Immortals.
A little bit to have to deal with that mask.
No, nobody sees JoJo. Pretty sure.
You just have to be constantly dodging out on those. It becomes
no. Armeo doesn't see JoJo for sure. Nobody sees him. This is a pretty sneaky play by JoJo. You can see right now. It's pretty clever. But don't take this risk also. And at this point in time, like, you just gotta bail. You just gotta bail on this. You can use Bard ult. You know. Does JoJo actually get hit by Bard Q? Yeah, he did. So it's a nice Q. That's why they follow up on this, I think, because JoJo's stunned. But they just don't have the chain CC. And Castle should not have gone forward, obviously. He thought he could kill JoJo because Ole landed the Bard stun, but nope.
Yeah, JoJo finds that window onto Mask. Forcing out the shockwave was massive because it meant Cloud9 can all pile in for the team fight. They don't have to.
So that honestly is a pretty sneaky and pretty clever play by Cloud9, but IMT should not be taking that risk. They should be backing off after wave crashes into tier 2 and trying to threaten Baron. Yeah. They're just going to try and cross map instead. They lost control of Baron.
They know they can't actually stop the dragon, so they're going to see what else they can get. But Cloud9 deflects the attempt at the soul. The gold's still just about that 2K mark here. Cloud9 with 1 kill, 30 minutes into the game. This is not how anyone thought it was going to look up against Immortals. People would have thought this would be a stomp. You got to put some respect on Immortals' name. They are making Cloud9 work.
So Cloud9 really just struggling here because they now just constantly have to play on their back foot for Soul.
30 minutes is how long it took for Cloud9 to get a single kill. That is insane in this game, man. Still 2,000 gold, like you said. 3-2 in the Drake counter. So the next one, we either get the Soul for Immortals, the underdog in this matchup by a mile, or we go to a 3 versus 3, next dragon, total fiesta, multiply the total game kills by 500% type of a showdown. Yeah, I mean, that could even happen at this next one. Blabber looking for an angle here, doesn't have a flash, but I think the team is not close enough for him to look for that flash engage at this point. And with Fudge down on this bottom side, Cloud9 really just want to make sure that Immortals don't set up that Baron. But they need to not get caught themselves here. As you can see, Olay just using that Trailblazer speed. Mask gonna get caught now, though. The immediate engage from Blabber with a lockdown there for the Magnet Storm. And now with the explosive shot of the Buster Shot, Mask gonna be themselves here. As you can see, Olay just using that Trailblazer speed. Mask gonna get caught.
Blabber's rel engages have been really underwhelming. Like, he just blows his load to either, like, miss it or get one person.
Ole trying to keep him peeled off as Tactical provides covering fire. Fudge once again disengaging back towards C9, back towards...
Or he has no TP, though.
C9 wanted to regroup. once again disengaging back towards C9, back towards Berserker, back towards the Varus. C9 wanted to regroup. Castle steps forward.
Nice. He sees him on the ward, guys.
Once again disengaging back towards C9, back towards Berserker.
So they think that this is a safe place to recall because there's a pink ward here, but they actually, this is right outside of line of vision.
Castle steps forward. Jojo is caught in the middle of the rocket jump. Castle with a Q1. Castle with a Q2. No damage enough just yet, but it's tactical with a mystic shot right through Jojo's heart. C9 have lost their mid laner, and Immortals are heading up into the topside river. Fudge, Berserker involved.
I mean, Jojo can't do anything else besides W, guys, because he has no flash that time.
All still at full HP. All
So
still
that was
ready.
literally the only thing he could do that time. It wasn't like the one in mid lane.
But a piercing arrow finds his destination.
And yes, as we've discovered, guys, or as I have been told, it isn't bufferable. I did not know that. That is what you are saying. I believe you.
The poke on the tactical is going to dissuade them. Both top leaders use their TP in that exchange. How good has Olay been this game, though? I feel like he has really been so pivotal for the team. Great with the ultimates. Catches Jojo mid-rocket jump, which is the disaster scenario because it cancels your rocket jump, takes the cooldown. He had no flash and no way to stack up the E to get out after this one. This is just really good stuff here. Look at that ward down below, and he placed that ward, I believe, earlier himself as he was actually chasing after Jojo.
I mean, I think he...
And he placed that. This is just really good stuff here. Look at that ward down below, and he placed that ward, I believe, earlier himself. As
He
was actually
tried to
chasing
walk
after
at first, but
Jojo.
I don't think you can get out of that, honestly.
Self-alley-oop there. Then Castle comes in over the wall, tactical timing his ult out as well. Blabber even using the locket, trying to keep him alive, but not able to do it. Olay in trouble.
Oh no, I think you might have just cast her, Kirsty Mazel.
Tactical timing his ult out as well.
I guess Olay just gets caught. No clue how it happened.
Not able to do it. Olay in trouble.
Gets hit by Chain of Corruption.
I think you might have just cast her, Kirsty Mazel. It has been such a good performance from Olay throughout the game.
You have to flash, another option. Yeah, that's what it looks like to me too, Papa.
This is massive. We have already
I don't think you can actually W that.
seen this game ever since draft.
Especially looking at that one where he W'd a lot faster.
Mechanism. C9 feels so confident now to start this Baron up as the rest of Immortals make their approach. Fudge and Vulcan here in the front line. They're going to try to
Now I've seen it a couple times. I think I agree with that.
Man, as Blabber goes over the wall with the Magnet Storm, they find Armeo, they take him down. Blabber and Fudge here in the front line. Blabber's going to drop now too. It's here in the front line. They're going to try to soak the pressure. Daisy's coming in to play the fifth man as Blabber goes over the wall with the Magnet Storm. They find Armeo, they take him down. Blabber and Fudge here in the front line. Blabber's going to drop now too. It's a 4v3. Fudge, soak the pressure. Daisy's coming in to play the fifth man.
These engages by Blabber on Rel are just so underwhelming.
Blabber and Fudge here in the front line. Blabber's going to drop now too.
Like, he's not finding the right angles, and he's like just blowing his load up front every time. And he's literally hit 0 and 1 person on his Rel engages this game.
Call that a win. Both junglers drop dead, and C9 doesn't get the Baron after their pick.
Yeah, Armeo gets very close to the pit there. I don't know if he had any vision, so I think he was trying to get close.
The Olay story of quitting cigarettes right before playoffs and then losing is still one of the funniest esports stories. Yeah, he told that on Summoning Insight, guys. It was fucking hilarious. If you guys haven't seen that episode, just go to the part where he talks about, like, when he tried to quit smoking. It's so funny.
Blabber's already coming over the wall there. So Armeo in that bad spot does get taken down, but at the same time, look at that shockwave from Mass. Connects on both Blabber and Fudge. Mass quietly getting very, very strong. Has 4 items now. Would love to get that death cap as that final item here, but that shockwave is going to hurt. And Tactical is putting out a lot of punishment as well. He's got the last whisper completed now. And this dragon is going to be spawning up here relatively soon.
45 seconds until what would be soul for Immortals, soul point for C9. Baron up at the same time means that if a team overcommits to the Drake, they could be giving up something very valuable as a trade too. This map state is now incredibly interesting, and I'm so curious to see how Immortals specifically will pilot this. I say it all the time when we have one of these matchups between a team at the top of the standings and a team at the bottom. These are the situations where the bottom tier teams usually struggle more, as Max is going to be caught out by the Chains of Corruption, but immediately follows it up here with a stasis. Now, how is C9 going to follow it? These are the situations where the bottom tier
Positioning is pretty janky for this guy. It's like
teams usually
Mass gets caught by Chains of Corruption. There's no real attempt here for any kind of Aatrox flank. Like, he's actually just straight playing frontline.
but immediately
Olay pops the ult out.
follows it up here with a stasis.
Does Mass not get hit by that?
Max is going to be caught out.
Interesting. All right, so Mask pops Zonia's, which apparently, I guess I didn't know this, guys. If you stasis a stasis champion, it doesn't extend the stasis to the end of... It makes sense that it doesn't do this, but I had never thought about it. It doesn't extend the stasis to the end of the Bartle. The stasis just ends, and Mask can flash out while the other stasis is still going on. Yeah, it makes sense because you're basically taken out of the game, right? But it's not an interaction that I've seen a whole lot. Ole also has a pretty clutch stun on the flank here. Takes Vulcan out of it. Where's Blabber's engage again? I want to watch his rel. Yeah, his engage just gets Zonia, so he eventually just hits one person. Ole has a nice reaction to that. Tactical has to flash out, actually. Or he, ease out, rather.
Just yet. Tactical's in hot pursuit, and JoJo is shooting back. Tactical loses the trade, but the Mystic shots are still flying. Nobody on C9's dying. JoJo gets out, and one more shot hits him in the back. Just yet. Thrown up into the
Yeah, somebody mentioned earlier that you know, a lot of the armor issues that I mentioned earlier may not actually be happening. Like there's some armor on the Bard which is providing value, but nobody else is really purchasing any armor in this game, or not a lot of it at the very least. So it may not be that big of a concern when it comes to Fudge having to purchase more items. I think more of the issue, now that I look at this, is like once Chain of Corruption is down and once Rel ult is down, how do you engage? You know, the chase down's pretty big, potentially, from Immortals, because they can speed people up with Ori.
Berserker firing off arrows. Immortals, they've got the Drake low, trying to keep Blabber zoned out. They don't want to flip this. The Drake.
Yeah, the shields, even with the Serpent's Fang, the shields and the speed on Ezreal, and now that he has Mountain Soul, it's really annoying.
Even if he steals it. So now Cloud9 are going to try to do a counter Baron here, but Immortals is still on the map. Mask is TPing back. This is really risky stuff. They cannot complete it before Immortals arrive, so it's going to be a fight, and C9 are in a bad spot.
C9 have it down to about 6K. Daisy is summoned up in the pit. Baron Castle still being held at about 5K. Castle coming around from the side. Blabber and Fudge into the back line. Mudge is here in the front. He's not going to be taken down just yet as Castle kills Blabber. Fudge dropping low up in the pit. Baron Castle.
All right, this is just desperation from C9 now that there's 3 Mountain Drakes, basically double AD composition. It's gonna be so hard to deal any actual damage to them. Castle finally on the flank. Yes. Love to see it. What's JoJo doing in this fight? He actually just gets exhausted by Ole. Chains of Corruption misses. Nice shockwave on a JoJo. JoJo just holding flash way too long this game, honestly. He actually just straight walks into Baron damage and shockwave. Ugh, get me out. He literally just walked into Ori Bolt.
They've got 20 seconds until the Rel is back alive. They got 5 men marching down the mid lane, and they got minions at their back. Ole fires off the ulti, but he ain't gonna...
Immortal took a lot of advantages from JoJo's deaths. The first one was particularly bad because they just didn't, they traded down as a result of that, and lane assignments were really weird. No, they never really got to group up and do any kind of siege.
Immortals taking the win over Cloud9. How about that? They get their first win last weekend over Shopify. Shopify beats Cloud9, and now Immortals taking.
Do you do hot chicken wings? And if so, what flavor? What do you mean by what flavor? Like buffalo wings? I take buffalo wing flavor.
It was a slow, steady one, but they never really allowed Cloud9 to find that mistake, to really capitalize on anything to pull this game open. Cloud9 was really winning early from the laning phase. You know, they got that first tower very early. They got Berserker very ahead, but they couldn't really ever get anything more than that. Their first kill didn't come till 30 minutes into the game. It felt like Immortals were
Lemon pepper's good, man. I like variety to my wings, you know?
They were critical.
I like dry Cajun wings, dry, you know, dry rub. Lemon pepper is good. Nashville hot is good. There's so many good kinds of wings. Why limit yourself to one? Ooh, habanero mango. Yeah, all good. All right, on to Cloud9 versus FlyQuest.
And inspired not only the old content that we finally got, we actually brought the ball. It actually happened.
We did. We've been waiting to run that clip for so long.
Thank God. I mean, that was the day, I think, the time we
Hold on
wanted
a
to run
second.
it, they ended up losing in the playoffs, so we didn't get to actually show it at that time. Now they are facing against each other. Expectations for this one, Jet?
It's blown wide open after yesterday.
No sneaky, no worlds.
Still like to predict the first half of the split off of my power ranking, so I'm actually saying C9 has a slight edge off of this one. But if you were to just look at the games yesterday, it would be FlyQuest in a landslide because C9 had, as you said during the pre-show, Raz, a pretty illegal game.
Yeah.
They were low kill, they fell behind, they had no engage, and they just straight up lost.
Yeah.
Monty, why no closing analysis for C9? Because we're not done yet, guys. We got 2 more games. You know, I think in that game, we had JoJo getting caught out. Some bad, like pretty bad rel play from Blabber. We had weird lane assignments and like not prioritizing Drake, which obviously really hurt them in the long run.
Team that they're supposed to be much better than, and FlyQuest has looked pretty explosive in all their wins.
Yeah, I really have enjoyed, because outside of the NRG game where bot lane just went kind of disastrous from the get-go. Also, 3 jungle bans coming in against Blabber, which is really interesting. But FlyQuest's early game plan, especially around Inspired tapping and kind of Whippo and Inspired taking charge of the top side at times, has been really good.
There's a lot of mid lane C9 legacy on the stage right now as well. We just saw High in the headset. Jensen has had his long stints on C9, actually winning a title with them. It was the first professional team that he actually played an LCS game with was C9.
I don't think the draft was bad. It was bad against Shopify. I don't think the draft was bad. You just have to capitalize on your advantage. You couldn't ask for much more than having like Trist Varus with a strong front line with 6 Void Grubs. Like, you should be able to translate that into towers and map pressure. But honestly, like, super bad Drake setups from both teams that game. You know, nobody knows what timers are. I mean, I get it. Like, I can't see the dragon timer, but you know, you should be keeping track of the dragon timer. Any Super Bowl plans? I will wake up really early because it's Monday morning in Korea and watch it. Okay. So this game, again, Kalista and Ashe bans, Karma bans, so we're not going to go back into that one. Bwipo, no way. He doesn't first pick Kaisa. That'd be ridiculous. All right, Maokai, Nocturne, Ivern. There we go. First pick Varus. That feels better.
Just a bit. I wonder who made this one. Jet?
What are you looking at me for?
The world's appearances.
Actually,
In Jensen's favor.
just a bit.
Damage to
I wonder who made
champs.
this one. Jet?
That's funny.
What are you looking at me for?
That's a funny graphic. I like that.
Actually, Miss Chipchip, you were in the crowd just yesterday, you got to see Cloud9 kind of collapse just yesterday's game. How was it at that moment in which you were watching it? Any reactions on that?
I was mind blown. Like I like the
Okay, Lucian and Melio for C9.
On the game that we just
And we're going to take the Nautilus Varus. Okay.
They're going into 4-5. These are two of the best junglers that we've seen so far in the is being
And this draft is business as usual.
Real jungle.
Players that play the
Ooh, you hate to see that after the last game. Not feeling real great about Blabber's Rel jungle.
and both of these guys have been
He actually got nothing done considering he had 3 pushing lanes at the start of the last game.
first champion pool. So Bwipo has played 4 unique champions in 5 games with his guy.
Notice the infographics are all on white backgrounds after the layoffs. Yeah, they killed their graphics team.
Making judgments after 5 games.
Does look a little weird.
action.
Not that bad, though.
a lot of anticipation.
Tank was written.
It might be a little spicy.
Anything you have
Move to Kit being a champ. Jojo
spot that he has in the bag and split?
They.
Kristen.
It was in the
Nico to
game.
Jojo, Cassante blind, and Brand. Here we go.
1 point to Jet.
Look at the
Yep.
smirk. I mean, okay, the smirk wasn't even timed.
I've wanted to. Yes, but I think the big thing with brand is damage. Like,
Okay, Aatrox.
I swear.
Aatrox on top lane again.
Actually toned it down from what you usually say. So thank you. And it's clear. It's a thought for you.
Okay, let's talk about these team comps. They have 2 flankers on Cloud9. You have a direct engage from the front. You have very good peel for your back line. So, Lucian is relatively low range, although not as bad, obviously, with Emilio. But you should have tons of crowd control and flanking threats to open up some really good upfront damage with the Lucian, right? Worth noting that this is not the double support item Lucian, so probably not going to be as strong or as upfront bursty. Brand, super good, very fast clear time, but Brand can be disrupted in the jungle early. So you have to watch that. Watch out for that. Strong all-in potential with Nautilus and Varus in the bot lane, particularly pre-6 before Melio gets his ult. Pretty standard Ori Nico matchup. We've seen a lot of Cassante Aatrox too. Late game damage, almost certainly going to favor FlyQuest because of, Ori Brand, right? The Brand does insane damage. Insane damage if he gets to 2 or 3 items. And he also provides a surprising amount of crowd control with Rylai's. It's very annoying to play against him. He will also be very rich because he's going to farm real fast compared to Rel.
Who do you think do you favor in the draft from this one?
Brand.
And if you do get advantages in your lanes and you do start winning, the Brand is really good at invading and very, very dangerous.
Bounce around, so I like that Brand pick a lot.
I really wanna see
Lord
the
Parasite
brand
says
around
Cassante counters their whole comp. Ult Lucian GG.
I know I keep
Yep, that could be a problem, but you also have to get to the Lucian, right? Which is hard with the amount of CC that they have.
Hey, it's enough talking for us. We're excited for the pick. Interested to see what the thoughts are from the casters as we send it over to you guys.
Thank you, Raz. I think that Brand Jungle is one of those things, even when you win against it, you can feel like you're losing. He's so fast. He vomits damage in the team fight. He's a solo queue terror for a league.
Burn it down. Burn down the jungle. Yeah, it's definitely one of the cases where they upped his damage to jungle camps and became kind of a terror. Clear speed is insane. You can also even
I don't think there's any fundamental issue with Cloud9's composition.
versus tank jungles.
If you can't peel for Berserker, if you can't peel the Cassante off Berserker with these champs, or if he goes for Berserker, then like the Aatrox in the backline should be absolutely enormous, right? Like, Aatrox can 1000% mop up the squishies of FlyQuest. Shut up, I don't care about your stupid tweets. Fuck you, fans. Get out. Get out of my head.
Man, I love them sounds. It's a Saturday afternoon. It's packed house. We got the cool light show thing, and we got Brand Jungle locked in for the battle of their former teammates with Inspired versus JoJo. I hope these two are both just drawing that laser sight on the other guy and trying to really just beat him up.
Very excited to do so. If they do, and it's like 1v1 laser sights on each other, Inspired's going to have a wee bit of an advantage. We'll see about the team play. Of course, I always love junglers too, where you don't have to start with a health potion. Yeah. Because I just don't like spending money.
Yeah, don't want to spend that 50 gold on a little drink.
It feels so good not to have to drop the extra 50 there at the beginning of the game. Inspired. We'll keep a look on his...
FlyQuest should assign double lift. Nah, it's not worth it. It's too annoying.
Not even tricky thing, but is managing your passive at the first couple of levels here. Once you're level 2, moving over towards Gromp. Make sure you get the 3 hits so you get the explosion. Yep. And he'll do the start.
Too expensive, too annoying.
Not a zombie.
He's also not the zombie.
Yeah, I know you're gonna be critical of this.
I'm a little bit worried for FlyQuest now.
Okay, no zombie Brand. He at least still has the green projectile.
That's not gonna cut it.
Okay, not good enough, says Kobe. Not good enough. We'll see how Berserker and Vulcan do with this Lucian Melio bot lane. Lucian just getting his projectile. That's not
A little bit of whoopsie. 2 wards in that brush.
Says Kobe. Not good enough. We'll see how Berserker and Vulcan do with this Lucian Melio bot lane. Lucian just getting his first win in LCS in the previous game there. Sorry, spoilers if you missed game 1. But Berserker has always been like kind of the guy that all the other AD carries are trying to catch up to in the LCS.
But it's exciting to see Inspired on the brand, because this is like exactly the guy you want to brand jungle, right? Farming jungler,
Lead transfer all over the map.
pathing god,
Yeah, there's so many fun stories.
carry.
Matchup too. You know, Vulcan versus FlyQuest.
Now, Masu and Busio are not choosing not to run it down.
Inspired.
You know, like they have in the past at level 1, just ruining the game for Inspired right off the bat.
And we are
It's nice to see.
keep
That's right. You are weak side, Masu and Busio. Get it through your little zoomer heads. You are weak side. Inspired is your king.
game
Don't fuck up the game for Inspired.
specifically.
He's the real carry.
I actually think that the Nico is a very good pick here into Orianna. Nico does a lot of things super well. Has a lot of playmaking ability, a lot of setup for jungler. Nico plus a red
Learn your place, zoomers.
CC combination. Plus, if you allow Nico to get those moves, you know, gank for the Nico first, get the Nico rums coming out.
Do you have any really good keto recipes? I don't eat keto, so here's my good keto recipe: a fucking steak,
Excited to see
brisket.
Cloud9 can create some of those exciting plays here with this pick for themselves, because either side lane could be an option, even though you normally look at. Whoa. Never mind.
Berserker under pressure, having a flash.
Berserker's running it.
Lucio's ready to follow. Berserker's barely hanging on.
What the fuck?
An option, even though you normally look.
Why do we? Oh, we cut away right here. Okay, that's actually a good cutaway. Just kidding. I got trolled by the camera.
Could be an option, even.
They actually do switch. It just looks weird because the transition switches to mid, but they were trying to switch bots, so credit to them. So Hook lands here.
Look at
There's barrier that just gets deleted, right? Ghost instantly popped by Masu.
Berserker under pressure, having a flash away, but Lucio's ready to follow. Berserker's barely hanging
Nah.
on. Buried underneath the edge.
Okay.
Berserker and Vulcan dying in the 2v2.
Very nice.
Sure he gets some
themselves
Now,
because either
why
side lane
does Berserker get hooked?
even
He just doesn't
though you
respect.
normally look at
He just
Cloud9
doesn't
create
respect.
Some of those exciting plays here with this pick for themselves, because either side lane could
He's trying to trade, and he just doesn't respect the hook. And then you know what else he doesn't respect, guys? He doesn't flash the hook
Cloud9
either.
can create some of those exciting plays here with this pick for themselves, because either side lane could be an option, even though you normally look
It's actually a gigantically easy hook to hit.
Berserker under pressure, having a flash away, but Lucio's ready to follow. Berserker's
He should have flashed the hook.
Buried underneath the anchor. Berserker and Vulcan.
How come nobody on Cloud9 can, like, flash to dodge abilities? Why is that?
My player of the game yesterday on Varus, and the bottom lane again.
He did try and dodge it, but, like, he did obviously try and dodge it. He juked forward thinking the hook would be behind him, but it's not hook, dude. Why didn't he take cleanse? I guess he doesn't think he needs it because he has a lot of peel, and it's only cleanse should only be dangerous. Cleanse should only be dangerous post 6, right? Like, what are you trying to cleanse here? You're trying to cleanse Chain of Corruption. And you have Melio. So I don't think you need cleanse. Like, as soon as Chain of Corruption is available, you have Melio. Let me propose an alternative to you guys. What if we just didn't walk up like this? And then Barrier would allow us to all in on real fights. I mean, look at that. I paused it exactly right. You gotta love not hooks, man. Literally in 2 places at the same time. Is this going on YouTube? Yes. Exclamation point VODs.
Even though you normally look at... Whoa. Never mind.
Berserker under pressure, having a flash away, but Bucio's ready to follow. Berserker's barely hanging on.
I mean, he tried to play aggressively. He tried to show the Zoomers who was boss. He's also a Zoomer.
Masu was my player of the game yesterday on Varus, and the bottom lane again today. These 2 young players.
It's a classic Riot Games moment right there.
The award from challengers before entering the LCS of most valuable prospect. Bucio, of course, winning it 1 year before Masu, and Masu now being a rookie coming in this year. They have been explosive down there now that they've started to get their hands on some of these more fun carries for the bottom side instead of the Seraphines and Senna action. Getting the back-to-back Varus games here for Masu really paying off, and now with Serrated Dirk plus tier, feels quite nice. Let's take a look at how it started out with Berserker trying to dash in, but not getting the chunk damage, and then on his way out.
You know, they're just playing with a lack of respect, honestly. Jojo not really, like, not respecting the Bard ults last game. Like, they're not respecting the bot lane and what they can do.
Feels like Berserker just let his ego get a little bit too big on that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guys, whatever if it doesn't work, but no, the instant response.
That's actually super bad though, because they need him to be a threat.
All 4 summoner spells burned from Cloud9, and they still both ended up dying anyway. I expect some jungler attention, yes sir, to this lane for sure. Not only are the
I don't think they're going to give jungle attention. I think what this means is that Brand just gets to farm for free now. I think the biggest benefit of that, guys, is that now C9 can't play aggressively in bot lane, so Inspired just gets to free farm. And he's going to get so strong. Yeah, Inspired doesn't give a fuck, man. He's like, good job, guys. Now I can do all the farming. 5 minutes, he's going to be at the grubs immediately. Doesn't have to cover bots. He's feeling great.
Some kind of a fight here. Vulcan passing Biofrost.
He looks so shy about it. He's bashful Vulcan. Oh, he's 351.
All right, Whippo stuck underneath the turret up here in the top side, down compared to the Aatrox.
Yeah, Spy doesn't care. Look at him. Look at him go.
Easily cleaning up these grubs. He does so much damage to everything.
It's the Inspired show now.
Nicely done. All 3 picked up the flag quest, but Blabber is taking the Drake on the other side of the map. As Jojo still continuing to pretend to be the Lucian. Lucian has just such a nice, clean auto attack.
Inspired's never going to gank bot again. After the game where they ran it down level 1. He's like, I don't care. I'm never coming down there. Sit back and get carried, kids.
For the early grubs, not the worst scenario here for Cloud9. They'll be happy to pick up Mountain Drake. Always love those extra resistances. Yeah, for Mr. Blabber.
Feels good, man. All right, Drake secured for C9. Just a little bit after 6 minutes into the game, so nice and early on that timer. Means we're going to have lots of contests for Drake's this
I guess I didn't hear some of these subs. Salting Cracker 94 and Lifester. Thank you for your subs. I'm sorry if I didn't get to that. Apologies.
Is a nice little minion lead there for Jojo, who went ahead, recalled, picked up his high. Ionian Boots of Lucidity. You can
No
see
thanks to the rest of you
teleports
not
all the
subscribing.
different used by both
Shame on you.
winners, so JoJo's gonna take the advantage of
All right,
those
brand
things
6
right
now.
walk right on back.
Blame CDN, thank you. No shame for you, sir.
Some chickens, but Blabber's hungry too.
Sullivanium, no shame for you either.
Wanted to predict there on Berserker, not gonna find it. Now Berserker stepping forward again. The Ignite down on him. Vulcan gets locked up next. Masu providing a little bit more damage, but C9 is close enough to their turret. This one's not gonna result in deaths.
Okay. Been a little bit aggressive.
Yes, sir.
As they shield up.
Okay. Long trade between them. Berserker continuing to eat those auto attacks as Busio goes in yet again with the dredge line. Vulcan down to 300. Masu down to 250.
Oh, he had the barrier up too. He had the barrier this time. Oh, man. Shame and trash, I'm living good. But now I have raccoon emotes that you don't have.
In the bottom lane. Berserker dead twice.
Oh, why does it work like that? Fucking fix this hook. To be fair, Busio does actually wait for the shield to fall off, which is pretty clutch. What the fuck, man? It's magnetic. It also does quite a bit of damage, honestly. I didn't know it did 100 damage. All right, let's watch this trade.
Okay. Long trade between them. Berserker continuing to eat those auto attacks as Busio goes in yet again with the dredge line. Vulcan down to...
It's actually pretty clutch, by the way. So the ward goes in, and you instantly see the lens used by Busio to deny the vision. That was really good by Busio. That's such a good reaction.
Okay. Long trade between them. Berserker continuing to eat those auto attacks as Busio goes in.
Because Masu gets 1-2.
Vulcan down to 300. Masu down to 250.
He gets a bunch of autos in,
Between them.
as well as the Q and the E.
Attacks as Busio
One.
yet again with the dredge line.
We got 2 on there.
Vulcan down to
Falls back. Q.
300.
Auto.
Down to 250.
E. Misses. It's nice, though. Masu stopped autoing to drop vision. Yep. It's really well done, actually. Your zoomers are looking good, Papa Smithy, when they don't all in stupidly. Mechanically, they look good. So he gets a couple trades there that are nice. Then he gets 2 autos here. They know the ward is there. So he pops it, Qs, auto. And then he denies some vision. After the Q, yeah. Arrow has the belt to help with learning, so they'll scale. Nice. I love Arrow. What a great guy. Such a nice guy.
The new kids are rocking Cloud9. Masu and Busio, pure 2v2. Let's get these grandpas to bed.
That was really well played. Like, honestly, big credit to them.
Oh my goodness.
And they'll learn about when to go in and when not to go in, but they've played this lane extremely well this time. And look at this. It's just meaning that the junglers don't have to do anything, which is great for Inspired. So good.
All right, so Busio goes in with the hook. Masu's just poking a little bit. This is the point where Berserker wants to go in on his barrier. He thinks the barrier is going to be enough, and it almost is. It's like 1 auto. Yeah. Going to be able to get it.
I think he actually got killed by a minion.
It's going to be enough, and it almost is. This is the point where Berserker wants to go in on his barrier. He thinks the barrier is going to be enough, and it almost is. It's like 1 auto. Yeah. Going in on his barrier. He thinks the barrier is going to be enough.
Because he doesn't get killed by Masu, so I assume it's a minion.
And it almost is. It's like 1 auto. Yeah.
Cannon, yeah.
Be able to get it, but the calculations, pulling it out. This one was really slick.
That's dirty.
Good old lollipops, and Look at the minion wave as they walk out. The best.
Whippo loves this dude.
Whippo's reactions. He actually doesn't even know what's going on, but he's still just laughing.
About how he wants Masu to win this damn rookie award, and he's just loving the state of this game.
And you know there's no better feeling for a top laner than just seeing those pop-ups on your
That Nautilus is just fucking troll though.
You see that pop up in the screen, your bottom lane double kills, you're like, okay, this game's looking good. And then they do it again, and you're just like, well, I guess we win.
Yeah, thanks. Top lane's an island, and I'm on a vacation. You're just having a great old time waiting to scale up and meet up with these guys in the mid game.
So we already talked about the stat last time where, you know, Cloud9's been over a couple years since they've lost 2 in a row. Yeah, I think this might be a good time for me to check in on how many times it's been since they lost 3 in a row. And it was 592 days.
That's a long
595 days. All right.
That's a long time, buddy. C9's going to have to try to stop this avalanche in bottom lane if they want to prevent that here. Honestly, really good job from Blabber so far in this game, keeping pace with Inspired. We always talk about how Blabber manages to find ways to get involved in the lanes while also still maximizing his farm. Neither jungler has been involved in a whole lot of anything so far.
Yeah, but
really
so the reason why we haven't seen Inspired actually launching ahead is because there hasn't been any counter jungling, guys. Like there hasn't been any counter jungling.
Jojo's gonna have to back up, be respectful of this, because if nothing else, Kobe, we know that this Nautilus knows how to hit the hooks.
Now Monty gets to see the weird and wonderful moments in this game. Oh, great.
Honestly, too, yesterday I thought Masu and Bustio definitely standing out. Of course, that game was
I'm enjoying it so far. Because surely this will just be a clean FlyQuest win, right? A clean FlyQuest win. So clean. Sparkling clean. From a big bot lane advantage through free farming jungle brand. This game is so free. He already has Rylai's. C9 won't be able to fight. One Rylai's brand ult will just catch everybody out.
Make sure that they have control of this minion wave and rotating the bottom lanes both up here.
Yep, that's what I should be watching. So I'm looking forward to seeing exactly these things happen.
What are the Eds doing in the top lane?
Yeah, what the fuck is going on? I hate this bug, by the way, guys. So what happens is Whippo aggroes this. But the thing is, as long as one of the grubs stays inside the the leash range, then all of them don't lose patience. Like, just please fix this, right? For fuck's sake, it's so stupid. We've known about this for like a month now.
That ward by Raptors did.
What are the Eds doing in the top lane? Go home. You're drunk. Someone collect your egg. What? Attacking the turret? There's no way this is supposed to be. Attacking the turret. It's not a minion. And now they run home.
That is very funny.
What?
That would have persisted too if Rel had stayed there, by the way. If Rel doesn't smite the one that's there and actually take this grub, they literally just stay there. They actually just stay there.
There's no way this is supposed to be. Why is it attacking the turret? It's not a minion. And now they run home? What?
Summoner's Rift Kaijus. Attack of the Kevins.
I thought for sure that the patience ring is supposed to be smaller than that, but Whippo's going all out, and Fudge is running the hell away. Whippo jumps in. He's trying to keep the 1v1 going while 3v3 pops off back in the mid lane. Fudge going into the Q3, but he ain't going to find it just yet as C9 disengages back underneath the tier 1 turret. No dead bodies on the floor anywhere. I'm still pissed off about the grubs. What was that?
Yeah, well, the grubs are still pissed off too, Flowers. That's why they ran that far. Whippo's got that global taunt. He said something about the Ed and Eddie's.
Yeah, he was.
What on earth was that? He was making fun of their eyeballs or something. I don't know.
All right, that was definitely something. I cannot wait to read the thread about that later. All right, FlyQuest has decided they do not want to allow C9 to have this objective. They're going to take the Drake as JoJo's knocked up into the air. More damage bouncing around here with the brand ultis. JoJo, very fortunate for C9. They make space so he does not get the third bounce of the ulti back on him that would trigger the passive proc and blow him up. So he survives, but still, the objective, the Drake, goes over to FlyQuest.
Yep, FlyQuest even up the Dragons. Feeling pretty good about themselves as long as some Void Grubs don't pop out behind them. And surprise attack.
Maybe Inspired's
It
going to
could
get
be
the jump on
fine.
them first.
Uh-huh.
You got to kill the grubs first.
Now they're
Yeah.
docile though. Look
Leave
at that.
Whippo alone. Yeah,
They're calm.
No,
They're
they're
chill.
plotting. They're plotting.
Oh, yeah,
They are. They've got sinister ideas in their heads. And Inspired is ready to get rid of them. He doesn't want to allow them to execute.
Yeah. He's got to protect his top laner.
Yeah.
Keep these
Whippo's
things off the
in danger.
tower.
As long
Whippo's
as
coming
these
back.
two things are alive, it's Whippo's revenge. Die, grubs. Get out of the lane. Die.
By the way, guys, it's so annoying
Die, grubs.
that you can't, when the shield is up, you can't see how much shield they have. So Inspired here, like you can just get this stolen, right? The enemy jungler can walk up and smite it or hit it, or the mid laner can hit it.
All right.
So irritating.
Mist has been slain. The fire extinguished.
No more surprises this game, Flowers.
And hey, FlyQuest still did hit that breakpoint of getting 5, so they'll have the Void Mites as the game goes on.
You know what my favorite part of that whole interaction was?
What? The part where the grubs went into lane? I thought that was cool.
There's no pause for it.
Yes!
Thank goodness. Yesterday we had 2 FlyQuest pauses because they had a mouse issue and a keyboard issue. I really, as soon as the grubs leaped all the way over there, I was like, don't you dare.
Okay, I've just been informed that apparently Cagel's in chat typing EU greater than NA. Maybe he just didn't watch Worlds and what happened to G2. I'm not quite sure. But Cagel, I can link you the VOD if you need it later, bud. Anyway, let's go ahead and jump back into this game.
XDD.
Yeah, FlyQuest is kind of treating C9 like G2. They're really stopping them here in this early game. And it's a 2,500 gold lead with even Drakes.
All right. The kings of the bottom lane here, Masu and Buccio, under fire. Should be fine, though. Pops his ghost. Clean walks his way out of that one.
Nothing to it, nothing to it. All right, Masu just trying to absorb some of that pressure down here. Very even farm between our 2 bottom laners, despite the fact that Berserker has bit the dust twice. It hasn't really impacted his farm economy too greatly, but still 2,500 gold lead, man. Before the plates fall, we're just about at the point where those are going to drop. 10 more seconds. This is a really good early game for FlyQuest.
It certainly is, and it's definitely all thanks to this bottom lane here. They're the ones with the extra moolah, with the extra poke damage that they will be able to bring to the game. Now they're rotating a little bit as they have Jojo pushed out mid and coming down through river to clean up some of the vision here.
Jojen Aatrox, yes. This is the more bruiser build where you go for higher durability and more cooldown rotations in a fight.
Coming through too.
Okay, Whippo popping the ghost. He's ready to go in. Here it is, Pathmaker. Guaranteeing the setup there for Inspired's damage. Fudge is going to try to lifesteal tank this one with Jojo showing up now. Pop Blossom. It lands, but Whippo's ready to walk this one off. He is Cassante.
That ghost move speed here. Nice little side stepping from Whippo.
Well played by Whippo.
Okay, Whippo popping the ghost.
I mean, with Shojin Rocket Belt only,
Here it is, Pathmaker. Guaranteeing the setup there for Inspired.
no, you're not gonna.
Fudge is going to try to
Top side, and Inspired is coming through too.
Okay, Whippo popping the ghost. He's ready to go in. Here it is, Pathmaker. Guaranteeing the setup there for Inspired's damage. Fudge is going to try to lifesteal.
Ult actually does very little,
Showing up now, Pop
but
Blossom. It lands, but
Whippo tanky enough with the Iceborne.
is Cassante.
Yeah, that ghost move speed here. Nice little side stepping from Whippo. They get the teleports. They get the chunk down as well. It kind of opens up the map a little bit of freedom.
Nice job. They're gonna get both TBs off of this. Nope, they're not. Aatrox is gonna walk bot.
Man, the what is happening in this game? What is going on?
League of Legends.
Okay,
Welcome to season 14, Flowers.
we got the Nico Copter. I've got the grubs. I've got. I don't know. Okay,
I just watched Flowers' brain break live.
I don't know what's going on.
The Nico clone taunt. Trolling everybody.
All right, Berserker. Oh, Buccio just found him again. You gotta be kidding me. But now Masu, he's gonna be the one to drop instead. No, he barely gets away with under 100 HP. Jensen's ready to rejoin the fight, but with Fudge showing up and Blabber still at full, FlyQuest isn't gonna make this go any further.
Yeah, they definitely need a reset here for Masu before they try anything on these objectives. Nice little look there, though. Berserker with the barrier again. Let's Lucio hit him, maybe? Question mark. All intentional bait for sure.
Totally. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Do it for content.
I mean, they had Blabber right there, and Blabber did use his flash, so it's not like Masu burned his flash without Cloud9 having to expend cooldowns there. And Blabber is not running the Hex Flash here for Red
Yeah, it's
Bull,
very weird that
so
he doesn't run Hex Flash.
will be meaningful.
Yes, sir.
Expenditure.
I don't think I've seen a rel in a really long time not run Hex Flash or ever, maybe.
Right now ahead of time. If the Herald starts walking into lane and charging at stuff without somebody killing it first, no, then I don't know what game we're playing anymore.
Godzilla Herald. We need to get some skins for the grubs and for the Herald.
Oh, that would be pretty cool, yeah.
Going, I feel like.
Turn him into like a big scorpion.
All right, everything's got to be a scorpion.
The Berserker's trying to pop off of the calling, but Bucio hits him with a dredge line. Lots of damage pouring in from Inspired's brand, but Berserker can get away. Scorpion. All right, everything.
So Berserker is still building energized items. I was curious what the build would be for Lucian now that we're off double support items.
Lots of damage pouring in from Inspired's brand, but Berserker can get away in time.
Blabber still doesn't have his engage online from the last time he did it. So pretty easy to walk away from this one.
Pressure in the mid lane over the wave.
Yeah, looks like JoJo as well. They had Jensen.
Thanks,
falling in,
Lotus
Jensen
Euphoria. I
decided to
appreciate
go
it.
Back up, clean up this minion wave, and it is just going to be everybody returning to their correct positions here. So we continue the farm, even though the dragon is up and the vision fully controlled by FlyQuest.
I thought the Pagoda sponsor was a meme. Yeah, it's a pretty funny sponsor, actually. I looked it up. It's owned by Schwann's, the like frozen food manufacturer. So it's part of a big, it's like a sub brand of a very big company. So it's a good get for them.
Got flash. Might have to use that sucker.
Yep. Pop Blossom's gonna find him. Jensen not using the flash here, instead trying to out.
Besides, is there anything more LCS than Americanized Asian things? You know what I mean? You just import it. You import the Asian thing, and then you ruin it, right? Rev Pointo, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub.
3 people, including their jungle on top side, so they know they're giving up the dragon for that, and Inspired immediately goes to pick that one up, but I think it's a worthwhile play anyway. Okay, it's just dragon number 2. You've already split the first 2 dragons, so the stack dragon for that, and Inspired immediately. Cloud9 definitely know when they make that play, there's going to be a cost. Got flash. Might have to use that sucker.
Pop quiz, guys. Do you think Jensen should have flashed? Remember, Blabber does not have flash. Blabber does not have flash. There is no flash on Blabber. No flash on Blabber.
Pop Blossom's gonna find him. Jensen not using the flash here, instead trying to outplay it. Late flash. JoJo might be able to get him the shockwave. Will not do
Ah!
he would be able to maybe bake them in, but C9 running up firepower.
Cloud9 definitely know when they make that play, there's going to be a cost though. They're showing 3 people, including their jungle on top side, so they know they're giving up the dragon for that, and Inspired immediately goes to pick that one up, but I think it's a worthwhile play anyway. Okay, it's just dragon number 2. You've already split the first 2 dragons, so the stacking towards soul is not going to be very quick. It is a class.
If he flashed earlier, wouldn't JoJo still follow him? But he wouldn't have been CC'd and taken a bunch of damage, and he has Shockwave under turret. He literally is chain CC'd there. He's chain CC'd by everything. By Nico Root, by Blabber. If he doesn't get hit by that, then they take turret shots the entire time, even if they do land Nico Root, and he has Shockwave. So no, he almost certainly lives if he flashes there. And then he flashes anyway. Yeah, even if JoJo React follows with flash, it's way better because he's not going to get chain CC'd and they take turret shots. He probably takes somebody with him.
Cloud9 definitely know when they make that play, there's going to be a cost though. They're showing 3 people, including their jungle on top side, so they know they're giving up the dragon for that, and Inspired immediately goes to pick that one up, but I think it's a worthwhile play anyway. Okay, it's just dragon number 2. You've already split the first 2 dragons, so the stacking towards soul is not going to be very quick. It is a cloud soul as well, so they don't value it quite as highly. And in order to get a kill onto Jensen, the flash off of Jensen, and a turret on the top side of the map, I think that is well worth the price that they paid, considering the state that the game was in them anyway, or the game that they were in already. Even though Bwipo ends up getting a tower on the bottom side of the map, I think they still probably needed to do that. I think Master, though, here with 2 core item now, opportunity also picked up. Poke damage is going to be very, very painful for Cloud9, so they won't be able to wait around at any of these objectives and soak up any poke. JoJo is going to have to make some quick moves. Flabber and JoJo, of course, the ones to do the big engage for Cloud9.
Yeah.
They want a combo for that big AoE on their collapse.
That's what I'm thinking about. I mean, you called it out at the very start, right? The Nico and Rel working together. Even if you're losing the game for a very long time, you've got that one fight, one game type of situation where those two can really make something happen. And honestly, they need to. C9 having lost their last couple of games, the super team...
This brand is huge now. It's going to be kind of tricky to take this before Baron spawns if C9 contests. Herald.
30 seconds from now, so they want to try to pick it up before that happens.
Never mind, Brand is doing huge damage to it, JK.
Lucio over the wall here in the brushes. The Herald is low. Blabber goes in. Steals it away. T1 seconds from now, so they want to try to pick him. Curse kind of manifesting as FlyQuest is going after the Herald.
I guess Fudge just wants to walk up here faster than Cassante can respond.
Seconds from now, so they want to try to pick it up before that happens. Blabber's showing up to contest. Lucio over the wall here in the brushes. The Herald is low. Blabber goes in. Steals it away. TY for leash. C9 gets the objective.
Yeah, I mean, Rel is like #1 in terms of stealing objectives as we Cassante our way out.
Yep.
Because, yeah.
I like how it's a verb.
Rel Q plus the eyeball was facing him too.
The Void Grubs Cassante the top lane.
Oh.
That is what happened. I understand.
They Cassante the Cassante.
Yeah, Cassante got Cassante'd by Void Grubby.
Ah, I see, okay.
Yeah. That's how could we have missed it? Anyway, the Herald still
Pretty good situation that they actually get mid turret off of that. That's a big fumble for FlyQuest. You know, you have an opportunity here just to, like, this is an unforced error, as Papa Smithy, who's watching this, would say, because this is going to despawn, guys. This is going to despawn. So you might as well just push up to tier 2 and force them to respond to you and to maintain pressure in topside. Like, what are you going for Herald for? If you are not first on the movement, and the Aatrox gets here and you have to give it up, then what are we doing? Like, why are we doing this? Because, you know, Aatrox, you know the Aatrox is here. You're catching the wave at the start of this setup. So Aatrox has prio and is first moving. And you can actually just punish this and you can zone them out. You know, if you don't start this and you force them to start it, what does all the damage to this... What does all the damage quickly to this Herald is just brand damage, right? C9 takes this Herald much slower. It's also Varus stacks. So I think if you just hold steady here, because you know the Aatrox is no longer in bot side, or at least you can force him back into bot side, then you maintain, I mean, you're going to hold your mid turret. And you just waste a bunch of time here if you're FlyQuest. I just don't think C9 gets that Herald before despawn without the help of FlyQuest. Like, you trade it for top tier 1, but it's not worth it. Mid tier 1 worth so much more.
It's 2 turrets for both teams, as now the Herald will not get the second charge off onto the tier 2. Still a 2,000 gold.
So I think very weird decision from FlyQuest there. I think you get that top turret no matter what if you're FlyQuest, basically. And you don't have to lose mid, and you get bot pressure.
They haven't really continued to build that lead out, but it's still a situation where Cloud9's going to have to find some creative angles, I think, if they want to deal with it.
Yeah, they definitely are going to. I mean, JoJo, next time he has Flash here for the Nico, maybe they go for it. Okay. He's got the Proto Belt plus the Storm Surge combination. Storm Surge, of course, getting a little tap down, so it's not quite the frightening item that it previously was, but still very powerful. Still have to watch out for that one in the big combo. Now, also, we're looking at that Lucian spike where you've got everything you need. You've got your Melio going to add up your extra range and for your burst damage. He has his rapid fire Storm Razor proc Yep. To look for his chunks onto opponents, try and chunk somebody out, then set yourselves up for a better start to one of these team fights, one of these objectives.
He's got his gun, he's got his sword, he's got his cape,
and he's got his little kid that puts the warm hugs on.
Okay, he's got everything.
Wow, when you put it like that, Kobe, he's got his little kid for the that puts his warm hugs on him. Wow, it makes Berserker sound real weird.
And the cozy campfire.
Flip the switch to the on position and start having a larger impact once we get a fight. Honestly, it's still only 5 kills at 21 minutes. Remember that in the game against Immortals,
Lucian's just getting Greek with Milio, if you know what I mean.
Up until that point, there was only 1 kill for Immortals. Yesterday's game that they played was slow.
Certainly
Very
was.
slow.
A lot of criticism for the lack of action there and priority. So FlyQuest not wanting to venture too deep here, and Busio will be able to get confirmation. Cloud9 not trying to think.
Yeah, they're forming a strong warrior bond. It's a healthy student-pupil relationship like in ancient Greece, guys. Don't read into it.
Jojo really liking this Berserker cosplay that he's been wearing for what feels like over half the game so far. Just always wanting to make FlyQuest have to second-guess themselves.
Yeah. Always want to try and bait stuff, looking like the carry.
Here you go. SBQR Brutus is back for the classics jokes.
You can see it's Jensen on top, pushing for FlyQuest. But here goes. Here with the bottom, a huge engage from Jojo.
All right.
FlyQuest, 4-man mid-play. You can see it's Jensen up top, pushing for FlyQuest. But
Masu is so close to getting out of that. That is actually very good reaction time from Masu. His mechanics are on point. Not much more you could do about that. It's a good flank, but basically it was the perfect reaction time from Masu. Trading back is pretty huge, though. It's just the bouncing around of the Brandle and Butbo going all out. Yeah, they have to actually pop TP because I think Fly wins that 3v3. The Cassante and all out's too dangerous in combination with the damage from the brand.
Because Jensen got the fully split push on top side, they lose their teleport.
Master was the best prospect in Academy despite playing with 150 ping from Canada. Fudge TP is criminal. I mean, they should just back off. Like, they definitely live through this if Blabber just walks away. Right? So, there's a turret here. I would just back off. And they can't push forward and win the 3v3 without the TP. Right? But FlyQuest just intelligently disengages after that.
Because Jensen got the fully split push on top side. They lose their teleport off of Fudge. And it's a 1-for-1. This is just dragging.
That's the first time I think I've actually seen the clone trick people in pro play. What? Did you miss the fucking epic the fucking epic Chovy engage the other day? Chovy just did this, by the way. He actually did it better, but he's Chovy, so. Here, I'll show you. We'll take a quick intermission. So you guys can see Chovy doing it. I think it was this game.
Of course, are even at your best, it's checkmate. You know,
oh no, this was the
only move a certain way for this composition.
The first game.
So, CD Max is happy. It seems like
the Chovy one was even better, no joke, guys. That was a good one, though.
Down here that are dying for free as well. They just, I mean, this isn't 20 pays also. You can say, okay, well,
I think it's literally right here, actually.
An angle 8 if he wants to here.
Here it is. It's right here. Actually, oh, look at that, guys. I nailed it. So it's actually on the Herald charge, which makes this so much more fun. Because Chovy, real Chovy is here. fake Chovy is here. So it looks like he's actually behind the Rel, or he's behind the Herald, you know, waiting for it to engage. Right?
Just kind of hiding off in the side lane right now. Could threaten that turret and then join the fight if he wants to here.
So I also don't think they can see
Hiding
Canyon.
off in the side lane right.
Oh, they can see Canyon right there. Never mind.
We'll have teleport here shortly. Just kind of hiding off in the side lane right now.
See Canyon drop the Herald, and so he micros it back here, and then he it looks like this is the clone, and then he starts the Rel. I think this is what people said yesterday was the joke animation, which makes it last for 8 seconds.
To defend against this Herald, and this turret is so healthy.
Oh, they had no idea. Oh, they just both got demolished there in the mid lane.
It's so good. Anyway, it's cool to see that in LCS too, and he does a good job with it.
FlyQuest, 4-man mid play. You can see it's Jensen up top pushing for FlyQuest. But here the bottom. You can see it's Jensen up top.
Yeah, it's the same trick. You're using your clone key to micro this, and then you start it. Players are going to start to get wise to this, though. He did the JoJo. Chovy did the JoJo. Yeah, except he did it before? He did it before JoJo did it? JoJo's was better. He got 3, but he only killed 1. Whereas Chovy's killed 2 people and got a turret. Net gold advantage? Chovy, as usual.
It's actually going to be bad for Cloud9 because Jensen got the fully split push on
Chovy time traveler. He did the JoJo.
And it's a 1-for-1. This is just Dragon number 2. I guess it's nice to stop FlyQuest from getting...
Dude, the Poby Nico thing where he went as a minion to dodge ward vision? No, I didn't see that.
3 minutes into the game, and Jensen actually even goes back and finishes up the secondary turret here. Yeah. The secondary ones on the side lane were so much money. Jensen very happy with his split pushing this game on the Orianna.
Yeah, we think of Orianna as this team fighter, but maybe Orianna's just meant to split push down the side lane. Maybe she's got a little bit of grub deep down in her heart.
Highest CS in the game. Here's how it looked out. It was a good move from JoJo over that wall. We're looking at his flash plus his proto belt combination, but then he gets answered back. Berserker can't, you know, work his way through this Cassante or through Busio either. At his flat,
Got a little bit of grub deep down in her heart.
Highest CS in the game. Here's how it looked out. It was a good move from JoJo over that wall.
I mean, did the casters just not acknowledge the fact that he was using his clone like this is a trick and he's using his clone as distraction?
It was a good move from JoJo over that wall.
Okay. I'll just miss the play then, I guess.
Proto belt combination, but then he gets answered back. Berserker can't, you know, work his way through this Cassante or through Busio either, and so with the teleport coming through, that's where you get kind of the
Really wacky TP when C9 could have fallen back.
ends up going down. They invested the extra teleport. Now FlyQuest, look at this, 2 teleports. Oh boy. To their name, and Inspired wants to make use of it. Goes for the aggressive invade, steal away red buff, which is a bigger buff than it previously was, now that it goes to everybody on your team.
Yeah, and Blabber's gonna get hooked now. Dredgeline hits him. Berserker coming in from the side looking for the calling. Masu doesn't want to eat that whole thing, but Whippo's gone in. He wants Berserker. He's all out. Piercing arrow over the top to follow him up. And Berserker's already dead. Hot Blossom gets 2. Whippo's locked out, but he's still alive. He gets away with a shield. As Inspired burns Flood's defender. JoJo's gone. FlyQuest. Oh, absolutely. Berserker's already hooked now.
All right.
Inspired wants to make use of it. Goes for the aggressive invade, steal away red buff, which is a bigger buff than it previously was, now that it goes to everybody on
Man, Busio
your
just
team.
fucking up everybody this game with his hooks. Berserker. What's so weird about this is like Busio is already on the flank here, and Bwipo is behind them. You know, Bwipo's already on this flank. He gets knocked back, but remember, Busio still has flash, so flash hook is an option here. Berserker has to flash super early. Bwipo is already, though, in his dash animation. And, you know, that's just, it's not going to do anything. Also, a massive shockwave there from Jensen.
Piercing arrow over the top to follow.
Right, everybody comes in. Sorry, guys. Let me go back just a little bit. And the value of not ult, shockwave, and Q3 here is just huge. If you can hit it right. Because not ult immediately. Shockwave right there. Now, they don't really have to use anything except for all out to kill Berserker, which is obviously really terrible because they burn 2 flashes at the same time. And I think Cloud9, maybe the rest of the team, thought that there were fewer cooldowns available. But Jojo Pian goes in. Does he even hit Whippo? Yeah. So he hits Whippo and Inspired, but as you can see, there's the Brand ult right there. And I mean, the amount of damage that this Brand ult is going to do when they're all clustered, especially after we've already landed, you know, the Shockwave is just crazy.
For them now, Baron. Yeah, buddy. FlyQuest are dominating. This is your LCS number.
Papa Smithy says Jensen 72 25 lifetime on Oriana. It's pretty good. Casual 75% win rate.
Not losing a single man. Whippo gets taken low, but he can get out in time. The burst comes through. Everybody dies. Berserker really having such a tough game in this one.
What a cool story here for this FlyQuest setup too. I mean, you went over it as far as this pick goes, but Whippo gets behind Berserker. He flashes away from the rest.
Yeah, and here's the thing, guys. The proper play of this composition involves flanking threats from Jojo and Fudge, and Berserker having peel. And, you know, there's nothing... By the way, Vulcan's ult was up, but there's nothing to ult. Right? You can heal him, but it's not going to save him. Because, okay, you heal him a little bit, but then this Brand ult comes through, and the Shockwave comes through, and everybody's dead. It's just a matter of playing too aggressively and getting caught.
Dream combo we were talking about with the Rylai's plus Leandrews, and he even had his crit bloom too. Lucio getting his shield off. He doesn't die. Nobody dies. Fudge.
Berserker just caught multiple times this game, honestly. Caught in lane. Caught doing the culling. And it's also just a question of what is the value of this play, right? I guess you chunk them out a little bit, but you end up being so far forward that you're super vulnerable because, you know, Busio could have flashed this wall, by the way. He could have, like, flash ulted. You know, he could have flash hooked you. That would have forced the flash. So, like, best case scenario there, I think Berserker, even if there isn't a Cassante flank, like, he gets some chunk damage down, but you trade flash for flash on him.
With that dream combo we were talking about with the Rylai's plus Leandrews, and he even had his crit bloom too. Lucio getting his shield off. He doesn't die. Nobody dies. Fudge knows. Yeah, this game is looking at toast for them. Over 595 days since Cloud9 have lost 3 games in a row. FlyQuest want to turn that marker down to 0.
Yes, sir. Busio constantly looking for these engages. 2-0 and 7 on the Nautilus. It's 9 out of 10 kill participation for both of the bottom lane duo of FlyQuest as they're all grouped up now with the rest of the team ready to push on the tier 2 in bot lane. Fudge split pushing on the other side.
I don't know if this game is even 1% Fudge's fault. Yeah, it's not, guys. What was Fudge supposed to do? His bot lane ran it down. His job is to flank in team fights, right? And people are just getting caught out before they can actually do team fight setups. The TP was kind of his fault, so he couldn't provide split push pressure. But he can't split anyway. Like, how is he supposed to split against this Cassante, 3-item Cassante?
And they've just combined them all into a first place squad. Of course, Energy are the team that FlyQuest are currently tied in first place with, and we will see if Energy can keep pace later in the day. But right now, FlyQuest, with the remnants of this Baron buff, 54 seconds left of it, they can push out pretty easily.
Whippo heavily criticized this build. Yeah, the Shojin is weird as first. If you're gonna go Profane Hydra and Lethality, seems kind of strange to do Shojin first.
They can get mid and top right up to the inhibitor towers.
Blabber, really thankful for that Kanik Rooker right now, having to deal with brands.
Well, I could see Shojin as like a second item in a Bruiser build, but this feels weird.
Taking that turret aggro, making sure there's enough space created for the rest of FlyQuest to just beat down the tier 3 turret. The push continues now. Baroned up minions, including 2 enchanted cannon minions. As C9
Yeah, he feels like he's trying to do two different things with this build, which is weird.
for the rest of FlyQuest to just beat down the tier 3 turret. The push continues now. Baroned up minions, including 2 enchanted cannon minions. As C9
Jojo gets chain CC'd, Nautilus ulted, destroyed. Okay.
FlyQuest have a green light to end this game. Jensen's already broken into the base back in mid. That inhibitor turret's gone. That inhibitor's gone. It's Nexus turrets in their sights, and FlyQuest are ready to soar. Another dredge line hit. This time on Blabber. He's stuck on the front line.
You'll see it later? Why would I see it later? The game's over, right?
Whippo's not done. He keeps
What do you mean later?
finally overplays his hand. The first Nexus turret falls as the cost, and FlyQuest now
What do you mean later?
even compared to what it was before, but still not great for C9.
Guys?
They scramble to defend.
Guys?
FlyQuest is going to back away. The game
what do you mean later?
Unleash teleport. That's one thing I'm going to look at here. And yes, they're going to commit it. Blabber, very low. Still trying to get back away. Jojo's ready to join up here with the team, but Fudge just mounts first. 9 still coming in. Jojo's got an unleashed teleport. That's one thing I'm going to look at here. And yes, they're going to commit it. Blabber, very low. Still trying to get back away. Jojo's ready to join up here with the team, but Fudge just mounts first. Huge engage coming out from Jojo. FlyQuest teleport.
Come on, man.
FlyQuest are ace at the very end of the fight.
Ah!
Well, they collect all.
Yeah, what do you guys mean big flank? You mean big int. All right, so let's go through this. You know, they have Baron buff. Sorry, because I fucking hate these like things in the corner. So the Baron buff actually falls off right here, right? The push is going well. It was a really good pick from Busio onto Jojo Pian. He still has TP and Flash, though. Whippo kind of sends it. By the way, just going to put this out there. He absolutely does not have to use all out here. Although, what happened to the all out? Oh, I guess because Blabber was dismounting. No, didn't he all out Fudge? Did Emilio cleanse it? No. No, Emilio's ult is down. Cleanse the all out on Fudge? No. Nope. Journal 27, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. I actually do not know what happened. Any ideas, guys? I actually don't know what happened here. There's no Aatrox Q3. Yeah, it looks like he's dashing, but why would that? It's not unstoppable, I'm pretty sure. So why does Whippo end up here? I don't know what happened. Q3 from Aatrox? Maybe. Might be a spectator bug. Oh, I see what happened. He was here. He just flashed. He did get pulled back. We just don't see it because of the spectator client. We actually just straight don't see him move. He gets pulled back. And then you see his flash right there. Okay, I was so confused, guys. So confused. Wow, that looks so weird. Now, especially because you're all out, right? You don't need to go in if you're Blippo. This game was actually over here. The towers are low enough. You have the 5 void grub buff. The all-out play is good, but because you're so squishy now, you actually just can't walk back in there because he does just get cold here by Berserker. And if he just forces flash, walks back, Aatrox wastes flash, Aatrox wastes ult, you have 20 seconds, this game is over. This game is over.
Even compared to what it was before, but still not great for C9 as they scramble to defend.
So with him dead, though, you know, it is justifiable for them to back out of this situation. Jensen low on mana, but clearly has enough for W. The mistake here is turning, right? It's just disrespectful of nobody's counting the respawn timer, tracking the respawn timer with flash and TP. You do not have to turn back on this. You could have absolutely 1000% gotten away. You turn back twice, and then there's the freest angle of all time.
They're still down over 6,000 gold. Berserker and Vulcan trying to get one of these towers, get that objective bounty shut down. Dragon available for them as well. That would be Dragon Soul point number 3 for them. But 20 seconds left on Inspire.
Well, I do see 9 versus TL. Yes, that's next.
I guess they're going to just... Yeah, this should be enough. They're keeping Blabber up in the base, trying to deal with the minions. Hey, Vulcan looks... he's not as much... happier, much happier in this picture.
Stoked about this.
The assist record, definitely a bigger deal.
Okay, well, C9, that was huge.
So that could have been an end instead of it's a lot of bounty gold over to Cloud9, because of course it is. Literally had 2 attempts, 2 opportunities to disengage, and they re-engaged both times. Credit to Cloud9, though, for making the sacrifice to get this play down, because obviously that's huge. Very disrespectful from FlyQuest, though. Man, all the kill bounties, all of the objective bounties. It's like 1,000 gold of their lead just removed, and now Cloud9 is terrifyingly, you know, on the cusp of getting Soul as well, which, you know, I don't know about you guys, but I'm not a big fan of Nico and Aatrox having Cloud Soul. That feels real bad.
Holding on to whatever they can sink their fingernails into to stop FlyQuest from sending this game all the way home. We've got the 1v1 down there between the top laners as the remaining 4 players from each team square off here in the top lane. That Nexus is exposed.
Yep, the Aatrox is useless against the Cassante.
Down too low. If they have to retreat too far behind the Nexus, they'll just end up dying. But now we've got pressure back in the base as Jojo goes to the engage, finds the knockup onto Vasu and Busio. Health bars are low, but at the same time, Fudge is losing the 1v1 off the side. Berserker's gonna be killed. FlyQuest are running him over. That's gonna be it. That's gonna be the game. There's no way for C9 to defend it anymore now.
All right, well, it wasn't too much of a fiesta, guys. Like, yeah, they got flanked, but they just immediately respawned and won. So I feel less bad about this. If it's bangers only, why are we watching C9 games? Because I have to feed my raccoons somehow, man. Otherwise, they eat me.
Recipes that has worked so often, pairing some young rookies with some veterans to give them direction. A lot has been said too about the shot calling in game of the FlyQuest members. Really nice stuff for this squad so far. 2022.
Nobody's ever had a perfect LCS. They went 3-0, and then they went 0-3. Not a good look for this super team that all of us, we kind of have egg on our faces here too. All of us had Cloud9 power ranked first, and they are slipping away.
FlyQuest has the best jersey. I like the iridescent stuff, but these collars really tilt me.
For the super team, that
No,
is for
sir.
sure.
FlyQuest,
It
though,
looks
they're loving
super
it.
weird.
Their jerseys are like the holographic Pokemon card, and these guys are Charizarding the league right now. 5-1. Awesome showing.
You know, when you do design, you get to pick one kind of eye-catching element, and that is, in this case, like the iridescent hologram stuff. You can't have these weird-ass collars, too. No. No, that's not... It's not good. It's also that the collars are V-neck, so it's like a V-neck with like a mini polo collar on it. It's not good. But I'm into this.
And you hope that it's going to mesh, you hope that it's going to work, and damn, it's coming together.
So a lot's been said about Jensen's Orianna.
Lucian is 2-17 in LEC LCS combined in 2024.
It's by far his most played champion.
Okay. I'm going to guess 150.
96 is still 30 more than the next closest champion, and he's a 74% win rate. Now it's even higher than that after this game.
74% win rate. That's the bright gold numbers on OP.GG.
Yeah.
That's the one that's way too good. Jensen,
Some
count them up.
Inspire, okay? And
we act.
win today. I do.
Who's she?
I have a little something in my hands today. We have the LCS burn book, okay? And we have a bunch of pictures. Can you help me hold this just for a second? We have a bunch of pictures here of all of the LCS players, and some people have written some kind things. FlyQuest didn't understand the assignment. I told y'all to write insults, and y'all wrote compliments. So I'm a little bit upset. But yeah, we're gonna go through, and I want you to write something about C9. I don't know what this is doing here. I want you to write something about C9. I don't know what
M&S.
this
That's funny.
is doing here. But yeah, I want you to go through. Firstly, let's look at your page, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So
Okay.
somebody said that they don't like your tattoo. Can you guess who said that?
One of my friends probably, but if I would have to guess, it would be either JoJo or Impact.
Okay, let's see. And you are correct. You are correct. Somebody also said you don't run enough at soccer, so y'all play soccer together.
I mean, only Vulcan plays soccer with me, so.
Is Vulcan good?
I mean, he also doesn't run, so I don't know why he's complaining about me.
Okay, so who do you want to write something for?
For JoJo.
Well, perfect, because it.
Is this supposed to attract serious sports viewership? Well, they tried that, guys, and then they sucked at the game. So who is going to watch them? So this is the only option we have left to increase NA viewership, guys. This is it. This is what rock bottom looks like.
What am I gonna write? I mean, there's a lot of options.
We are now being mean in high school yearbooks,
I think
so that the Zoomers will watch us.
Stick to Fortnite, so.
No idea who she is. All right, maybe she's a big streamer. I have no idea because I have honestly no clue what happens on the streams, on the kids' streams. No clue. You know, I'm the guy. You know, I'm the equivalent of I watch the NFL, and I don't know what's happening on fucking Nickelodeon. You know what I mean? I have no idea what's happening on Nickelodeon. I just watch the NFL.
Like top team have been kind of on a downward slide, where I also highlighted that TL was kind of a team. They're exactly where we pretty much expected them to be.
Yeah.
Senabans coming out, the Nocturne.
Is that a Mean Girls reference? I don't remember that from Mean Girls. Yeah, that's Mean Girls from my generation. Oh, really? I just don't remember it then.
I'm sure Jat is sad about that one.
Has to be.
Team Liquid, because
It's actually low-key a very good movie, guys.
just saying where he
A very list of bands coming out from C9, as well as a Varus band coming out from TL.
Yeah, the
Mean Girls up next on Foreplay. I'd watch it. I think it's a funny movie. The problem is getting Thorin and Richard to watch stuff like that. They got mad when I suggested that when I was talking about Pierce Brosnan and mentioned Mrs. Doubtfire, which honestly would be fucking Mrs. Doubtfire would be hilarious for us to review, but they're very particular about these things.
Makes a lot of sense that he wants to get that out of the way. I'm sure he's not worried about any counter pick, though. You know, as the game goes on, sure you're gonna get it pushed out aside. So I like the pick.
Yeah, it also takes it away from Fudge, who I think was doing really well in the year. We kind of highlighted Fudge, Bwipo, and Impact as like our great.
White chicks. we'll just do we definitely won't get into any trouble by doing White Chicks into Tropic Thunder race reversal films.
Greatest Udyr.
No, dude, Tropic Thunder is legit fucking hilarious. By the way, Tropic Thunder has aged so well. I watched it a couple of weeks ago. Tropic Thunder has aged so well. It is so funny still. I cannot believe that movie was not canceled. Tropic Thunder is so funny, guys. And it's aged absolutely beautifully.
Enjoyers in terms of being able to.
Okay, on to Team Liquid versus Cloud9. Once again, Ash Karma and Callista bands. I believe those were the same bands they pulled out against FlyQuest. The Ash and Karma definitely were. Pretty sure it was the Callista as well. Udyr first pick. Emilio Lucian. Okay, we're doing it again.
disabled the ward, and I think Matsu was able to cancel Berserker's last auto attack. But honestly, even in this last-ditch effort, it still would have been a traded kill, and it was just a bad lane for them.
What we've been execution based.
Yeah, and you should have
So playing the very conservative Aphelios Lulu. Ori taken by JoJo. Playing a very standard composition so far. No Vi. Vi is useless for them because of Lulu. So there's no need for them to take Vi. They are going to take J4 away though because that can lock down the Aphelios. And no Tristana for APA. Jin Zhao gone. Gnar into Udyr. This is a matchup that we've seen players play in LCK.
It does combo with the Orianna very well. We kind of expected the Aatrox out of Fudge. Instead, it's going to be the Gnar going into that Udyr for him.
I guess it's just an additional.
Please watch the APA interview after this game. Okay, I will do.
Top lane matchup with the range that you have now. Problem is, you're still going to be dealing with a.
Back to Ziggs.
It's pretty much one of his favorite picks. You can see he's smiling, probably something else.
Yeah.
Draft is pre-recorded, but he's probably happy about the Lee Sin. Yeah, that's a.
Love this summer, but I don't believe it. I'm just putting that out there.
Orianna Lilia Emilio is very low engaged. But it's
Yeah, that's super rough, actually. Where does the Ori ball go? Like, it has to go onto Gnar, but only when he's in Mega? Like, it's so janky. What? What are we... Guys, am I missing something? Am I missing something? Am I missing something here? Wait, what? All right, let's start with a few things, guys. Let's start with a few things. You don't need an AP jungler. You have Ori. Okay, you don't need an AP jungler. You know, Gnar is a good engage, but he's not super reliable because you have to play around Mega. You don't have anything for the Ori ball to go on. Well, Nocturne's banned, so we don't have that option. But, like, Maokai? And also, they decided, like, Rel is obviously an option here, too, but Blabber's Rel is garbage. Garbage. Yeah, you know, you basically have to pray that you hit a good Lilia ult or that you have Mega at exactly the right time. When Blabber picks Maokai, he builds full damage. No, that was only because of the comp versus Shopify, guys. That was... Look, we're not. We will get into some of the Shopify stuff, but this is very perplexing. They don't need AP. There's no need to pick an AP jungler here, but also Maokai is super high price. Am I going crazy? Was Maokai nerfed on 14.2? Am I going crazy? I'm checking the Maokai changelog. I need to see this. Surely he's still really good, right? Surely. No, he hasn't been touched since 13-15. Where it was only his Bramble Smash to jungle monsters. He literally hasn't been nerfed yet. Very perplexing. I don't know, guys. Yeah. I have no idea.
Across the board.
Yeah.
It is something Blabber can kind of, you know, carry on, but this also feels like the strategy is everyone win your lane and make the gold lead insurmountable so the overall fit of the team comp doesn't matter.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, Blabber is 6-3 on Lilia, so it's a pick that he has been comfortable on in the past. I'm sure he has a high win rate on most of his champions, but just in general, interesting to see Lilia in this composition.
Should look at his win rate on Maokai. Okay. Well, it's 0-1 this season. I knew that one. Oh. What is he? 14-2? Mm-hmm. Okie dokie. So he's 14-2 on Maokai. I think that's the 87.5%. Pretty sure it's 14-2. He was 14-1 last year, and then he was 0-1 this year, guys. Guys, that is a head scratcher. That's a puzzler.
Thank you. Welcome back.
That is a puzzler.
Versus TL. Draft pretty fun. So it is the first Lee Sin from MT in the LCS, but it says most played all time, 75 games on it in pro play. And you were talking about Lilia and how strong you think this pick is right now, Kobe.
Yeah, I mean, Lilia right now with how strong Leandri's plus Riftmaker is and the champion individually, just power farms through the jungle.
This is all true, but it just doesn't matter. Like, I think the biggest problem with C9 is just arrogance. It's like arrogance in the draft, like that the Vayne was just going to slap super hard in the mid lane, even though it didn't make any sense against the composition that Shopify was running. This is another one where I think you just assume that Blabber is just going to giga farm and like get an advantage that Team Liquid simply won't be able to overcome. You know, it was Berserker just kind of being super cocky in the bot lane in the last game.
I feel like I'm just always more useful as a teammate. So I think if I just play my best, I think it should be an easy game. It just depends on how I play. He's just a Ziggs one trick, right? APA, so nothing else to say.
I mean, if you think I'm a Ziggs one trick, then that's a free ban in the draft. I think the C9 super team is really fake. I don't think they're even gonna end top 2.
Oh, well. I mean, then there's this tweet for APA, which is pretty spicy, but how embarrassing would it be when you start in 3 and 4 in 5th place on a super team at Jojo Pyun? And man, you could call him a Ziggs one trick, but
if you let him have it, if you let him have it, then isn't that on you?
That's the point.
Exactly. Obviously, we already saw Team Liquid, though, earlier in the season. When he did get the Ziggs, he was hard targeted. I believe it was River and Dignitas, or excuse me, 100 Thieves, able to completely demolish him, ganking over and over and over again. So we'll see if Cloud9 want to pay any sort of attention there. I will say Lilia, though, especially early on, is much more about vacuum cleaner the jungle camps rather than to gank so many champions.
Exactly, and the setup's a lot worse as well. Orianna does not have very good setup, so it could be hard. But you also have to touch on is there's Berserker going aggressive with the early ignite, trying to get that trade. The fact that TL, this is the kind of draft that they have been winning with. When they have drafted for full scaling 5v5 team compositions, this is where they have been winning. When they've strayed from that and tried to go aggressive early games and stuff like that, that's actually where they've been failing this split.
Yeah, so far, I mean, especially with the Udyr piece as well. Not only do they have
they just don't have reliable engage, so
super nice for later on.
I just don't understand how they think that TL is not going to just kite them. Like, any kind of engage they get to is going to be counter-engaged by Lulu ult. And they are going to lose a poke war pretty hard to a Ziggs.
In the skirmish up by Grubs, but Impact is just so much with this champion, invading enemy jungle.
Hope you're doing well too, Christian from the north.
But also they're mid.
So I don't know if you know this stat, but do you want to take a guess at how well Udyr is doing record-wise in the LCS this split?
I know that worldwide it wasn't good because people were flaming it. Yeah. But I feel like LCS we've been better than the world average.
9 and 2.
Yeah, way better.
So
we are Udyr gods.
Let's go. Udyr is just kind of crushing in the LCS. As much as there has been, like you say, a lot of talk around the world. But
surely you don't need to engage against Ziggs and Aphelios.
They need to watch LCS
it's kind of just winning.
Yeah. I also have Lee Sin kick for disengage, and Udyr can zone very effectively. And once Udyr gets Rookern, the Liandry's threat is going to be a lot less intimidating if Blabber gets it.
Yeah, especially with their loss to FlyQuest where they had those.
Do I still keep up with Doe? Of course I do. In fact, we do a show together here. It's called Nerd Legion. It's on the Culture channel. Go subscribe on YouTube. Watch our show. Check YouTube resolution. It's 1080.
Them even in their loss. On his Nico, he had multiple really huge plays.
There you go.
I think JoJo has been a shining star here.
Of course, Doe is one of my closest friends.
Him being one of the pieces that they added in the offseason as some teams.
Go watch our show where we talk about sci-fi and fantasy TV and film.
Blabber was able to sidestep the initial one. I think he got most of the little Raptors there, but still is going to be pushed out, and that's going to mean he loses his Krugs as well.
Yeah, we've been seeing Barrier Lucian, Ignite Lucian, different forms of Lucian.
You're trying to fight your way back versus the Lilia, and they're going to be like, come on, please, let me stay a little bit close, because the Lilia is just going to zoom ahead in the camps later on. Always is going to help when you have yourself an Udyr top laner for some extra safety, but yeah, he does a little bit of his part now. I would say that Blabber just goes right back out and steals his Raptors, though, because as well, you kind of pointed it out when Blabber got a lot of the small raptors, as he might even make a look towards APA. But these small raptors, if you get all the small ones, it's better than just getting the big one. Because the big one was reduced so much in gold value and experience, collecting all the small ones is actually a dub there. Though, uses that top priority.
That's to me, you know? Get a lot of little pieces, add them up, stick them all together. They make
Jojo hits 6 first, immediately burns Shockwave, knows APA doesn't actually have TP at this point in time.
True, yeah. You get enough, there'll probably be a lot of chicken nuggets. But is going to be able to stack up the nuggets. It steals his enemy nuggets away as well, so looking good to cruise on back to his side of the jungle.
Another little thing on the jungler, no, I'm done with nuggets.
Nuggets, okay, my bad.
This is a transition we're in right now.
Okay.
Just finished your latest episode of Power Spike and Summoning Insight, hoping the Four Horsemen is a banger. Spoiler, it is a big banger. We talk about all the recent layoffs in the video gaming field in esports.
And I looked it up for Blabber. This is his first Lilia game. If the stats are to be believed, I will say first pro Lilia game, on stage, because I have seen myself him play it in solo queue, so he definitely is well acquainted with the champion. And of course, we already talked about it's so popular right now, especially for
crazy how, again, no matter how bad things get, no matter how many women are discriminated against, no matter how bad esports winter is, no executive is ever fired from Riot. Very curious. No one, they just all survive no matter what. Very weird. Very weird. Okay, so let's talk about what's going on right now. Team Liquid actually just going to recall here. So this is a very early lane swap. We do know that, of course, at this point in time, it does trigger, it does trigger the resistances, the extra durability of the armor and top side to have 2 people up there. But Udyr actually just going to buy some Swifties and start pushing out the lane in the bot side. Interestingly.
And he's already got his mask, working his way towards that Leandries, so we will see how much.
This actually gets matched. Yeah, once they see Udyr bot, the Lucian immediately, Berserker immediately starts heading top lane because he knows what's going on. And the swap just leads to quite a bit of pressure because they're behind on the play. They actually bait it. Then they swap back.
Absolutely. We can see TL did that lane swap up towards top. Looks like they're going to be moving back towards bot now. But
they're doing the old switcherino, probably to get Drake pressure. Well, this is very creative.
Take a look at what the aggregate power rankings were. Both of these teams were considered to be
and I think this is smart because it's using the power of Udyr's push with Armax to basically take control of the map. Right? And they realize that there's an opportunity here because of recall timings and because they had already taken grubs. So they're going to be in position to strong side bot lane and get a free Drake and lose no CS. Wow. Honestly, very smart. I'm really impressed.
picking up a lot of wins, and some of the teams that were supposed to be up at the top really have not performed.
Yeah, definitely has been a competitive split this year so far for the LCS. For a lot of teams surprising, and I'm never gonna get over how loud in the stadium the Dragon kill audio is. Scares me a little bit. Bottom lane might be scared a little bit too. Berserker and Vulcan, a lot of eyeballs are on them you were talking about, and now
Q's gonna connect. Nice Q though in response there from Vulcan. Denies the resonating strike coming in there from Umti.
Come on, play-by-play. You mean ultra mega fire
I'm
kick?
not saying that one.
No, you're just gonna say Q?
Yeah.
All right, that's fair enough.
Yeah.
I'll accept
Also
that.
Breath of Life. That's the only. I like Cozy Campfire too. To be
Why is Azael doing play-by-play? I know this has been happening the last couple of weeks, but doesn't Riot have like 1 quintillion LCS casters?
Too much for a quick play there, but it was a nice little knockback from him.
It was a nice little ultra mega fire kick.
Like, where is Rafa?
It was. Yeah, you're coming around.
Okay.
Don't they have like
I'm not gonna say
challenger casters?
Yeah, you're testing it out.
Testing, yeah, exactly. We tested the Nugget conversation.
I'm not complaining. It's not bad. I just think it's weird.
Well, Jojo in trouble. Not going to hit the sweet spot of the LT there. The early one without that much AP behind it isn't that big of a deal. So APA just looking for that poke, though. No TP on JoJo. If you base, this is going to be a lot of damage done to that tower.
Where has Rafa been on this season? I haven't heard him.
Those early grubs. The Blabber now coming in here. there to support as well, and JoJo is dead.
That's a real question. I just don't know.
Could potentially backfire, but Blabber at the very least is going to be able to help JoJo reset the wave and be able to get a clean base off.
Yeah, I don't understand. I also don't understand why they can't do 4 games in one day. So let me get this straight. You can cast a best of 5, but you can't cast 4 games in one day, 4 BO1s.
Before the LCS season started this year, it even started in Champions Queue, and JoJo talking about, you got to drop the Azir, bro, like you're not good on it, and APA then the classic mid laner, well, you can't win without jungle, you're always calling jungle. And I looked at the jungle proximity stats for mid lane in the first couple of weeks.
I'm going to go back and watch this lane swap again because I actually want to pay attention to this really heavily. It's so interesting, actually.
Statistic. Okay. A mega raptor?
Yeah, there you go.
So 529. It's mostly about the Udyr push, though, because this the trigger for this play is just the full push that he gets for the proxying, right? And the proxying happens because if we go back to the beginning of the game, here we are at 3 minutes. You know, it's a very quick recall, actually. So it's a full clear into recall from Lee Sin. Lee Sin pushes up. Lee Sin chases Blabber off, goes and does Krugs, which opens up impact to proxy because Lilia hadn't recalled yet at that point in time, and Lee Sin's coming back with 2 long swords. Lilia recalls, gives up Gromp. That causes a proxy to happen. You know, there are no camps up here, so Lilia goes to the only available camp, which is cross map on Raptors. Proxy, proxy, proxy. Wave is pushed up. He's going to recall. This triggers the recall in the bot lane, who's also pushed up. They go and buy. Udyr is first out on the map. Nara is still pushing out. Right? He TP'd into top lane. Like, he recalls and TPs into top lane, so his TP is down. There isn't counterplay now where he could TP bot. TP for impact is still up, so he can respond to anything that happens. Udyr pushes up in this side using R. Udyr then goes and recalls in river. After this gets pushed up, they then recall again. And they know that Lilia only has camps on the top side right now. So she's not going to be down here on the bot side necessarily doing this because it'd be a waste of time if she can't take it. And then they have pressure to take Drake on this side. It's honestly fucking so good, guys. It's honestly so good.
They've been much more competitive than that. They've gotten some big wins. A lot of these teams down towards the bottom of the standings have been
like, because the things that it took to get here are jungle pathing in combination with Udyr proxying, Fudge using TP in the top side, having the push in and recalling at the right side on bot, getting Udyr with TP advantage, pushing out bot, and then pushing out top again. And he's got TP for this entire play. So there isn't counterplay because Gnar has no TP. Impact has TP this entire time, and they have 2 on the bot side. So they just get a free Drake. Who calls for this play? The jungler? I don't know. I would imagine it would have to be Impact in the bot lane communicating about wave states and TPs with Umti. Fucking brilliant, though.
The dragon kill audio scares me a little bit. Bottom lane might be scared a little bit too. Berserker and Vulcan, a lot of eyeballs are on them you were talking about, and now...
Umti is an early game pathing god, though. Like, that's what got Brion all those advantages that they then threw last year.
Nice Q though in response there from Vulcan. Denies the resonating strike coming in there from Umti.
Could C9 have done Drake instead of swapping themselves? Sure, but Udyr's going to farm better in the 2v1 than the Gnar. I think that's their concern, is that Udyr just does a bunch of AoE damage to the wave and you can't really push it into tower, whereas Gnar doesn't have that luxury.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. I'll accept that. Breath of Life. That's the only. I like Cozy Campfire too, to be fair. Ultra Mega Fire Kick, that's a bridge too far for me.
That's a little bit too much for a quick play there, but it was a nice little knockback from him.
It was a nice little Ultra Mega Fire Kick.
It was, you're coming around.
Okay, yeah, it's got, I'm not going to say a nice ring to it. It's got something.
Yeah, you're testing it out.
Testing, yeah, exactly. We tested the Nugget conversation. Had to move on. This one may have to be left in the...
Umdi's English is good, guys.
Not going to hit the sweet spot of the ulti there. The early one without that much AP behind it isn't that big of a deal. So APA just looking for that poke, though. No TP on JoJo. If you base, this is going to be a lot of damage done to that tower. Ziggs really works through it with that passive auto. Plus, he has those early grubs. But Blabber now coming in here. there to support as well. And JoJo is...
No man on APA or JoJo.
Could potentially backfire, but Blabber at the very least is going to be able to help JoJo reset the wave and be able to get a clean base off.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because the trash talk between JoJo and APA actually started even before the LCS season started this year. It even started in Champions Queue, and JoJo talking about, you got to drop the...
Please stop covering the scoreboard with this absolute dog shit.
Here, bro, like you're not good on it. And APA then the classic mid lane.
Please.
Well, you can't win without jungle. You're always calling jungle.
Imagine if the NFL covered the scoreboard with some fucking tweets.
In the first couple of weeks, and APA actually was the highest. That has since changed, of course, but both junglers here paying attention to their mid lanes. You're always trying to help them, especially with that wave push out when you're so low. And it looks like it might be a setup here for 6 grubs for Team Liquid. Blabber's in the area, and both of the teams had rotated their AD carry support.
Back to proxying, and this is free because Fudge TP'd, right? He TP'd earlier. Look at the way this plays out, guys. Look at the way this plays out. Like, the end of this play is holding TP for a super long time. Recalling, TPing bot side to get bot pressure.
You can't win without jungle. You're always calling jungle. And I looked at the jungle proximity stats.
Right as the grubs spawn. So you have to respond to this. So Fudge cannot walk into this top side. The play is already set up. Again, TL assigns lanes faster, pushes faster, is ahead of the play. APA still has TP. And now we're back to proxy farming, which is just so fucking annoying. Impact plays the map so well. Holy shit. It's just free, guys. Like, Cloud9 is just getting macro blasted right now. This is a we use that term sometimes on this stream, guys. This is a macro blast. Just lose every objective for free.
How strong TL is as a scrim team doesn't always translate. Even when they were 8th in spring last year, people were telling me this team is the truth. They are good. They will get there. But it didn't pan out in spring. In summer, they definitely improved. They scaled up a lot. I thought we saw real improvements from Yon in particular. Yeah. We have to remember, though, this is APA's first full split in the LCS. He played, I think it was 7 games in the regular season before going to playoffs and then into Worlds for TL. So he is definitely pretty green still in the LCS. And I think, as a result, a lot of the criticism feels a bit
Umdia said that they have set plays that they run because they worked on them so much playing against their challenger team.
Towards him, and it feels like people are kind of piling on a bit too much for where he is in his career.
Yeah, I think it's fun because he's also he's a real trash talker. Yeah. So it's fun when you kind of create those rivalries, and some people are heroes at one point, then they're villains the next weekend type of thing. And it seems like he's got a good head on his shoulders, and he is actually willing to play either side of that. And he also embraces. So some of the time, when it backfires.
You convinced me. Yeah. He does deserve that trash talk, because he is a trash talker. Get in there, flame him at all times.
I mean, yesterday is an example I'm talking about where it was brought up in the interview with APA after the game.
Yeah, I think what's so cool about this, too, is, okay, so let's talk about this. Then
they will get, well, APA doesn't have
you get the 6 grubs.
Definitely improved. They scaled up a lot. I thought we saw real improvements from Yon in particular. We have to remember, though, the team results against TL in there.
Right.
In the LCS.
Udyr recalls. You get back. You catch the wave in plenty of time. Then you recall again. And you get back to top side. And now you have 3 whole minutes. This is a long time to have 6 void grubs, guys. Long time. And now you're trying to take advantage of your void grubs again. You have time to get turret plates now.
With APA after the game about Palafox tweeting out.
You have time. So now
I always demolish you.
you can push this wave. Jungler's here playing to the duo side, which is good. Udyr's just going to wave clear. You are just going to take plates.
Just got a DNA test back. Turns out.
Palafox is the father.
That's what the P stands for in APA.
So you got two plates too. And you gave up 0 plates.
But yeah, he's definitely been really,
Wow.
crushing that matchup.
This is a great game. This is my kind of game, guys.
Some of those top ones. We'll see how we can perform here throughout the rest of the game as we are 12 minutes.
Watch when APA starts spamming the Worlds emote because he made it last year and JoJo didn't. That's funny.
Just about that even. And I will say this is 3 straight games now where it feels pretty quiet early on for C9. Their game on Friday, I want to say it was 30 minutes in, it was like 0-1, which I am kind of confused as to why it feels like all of a sudden C9 games have gotten so passive, because they have always seemed like a much more kind of push the tempo.
Where's the link for the channel with Doa? It's Last Free Nation Culture on YouTube.
A lot more than it feels like they have been this weekend. So I wonder, are they losing a little bit of that confidence, getting a little bit too careful?
In this Dragons here.
It's always interesting to me though, right? Because I totally agree with you, with the Lilia, with the Orianna. But then when I look down to Lucian in the bot lane, and you're playing against an Aphelios Lulu, and you're kind of playing it just even, and they've lost a bunch of plates, it's like, well, is that the way you want to play it? I'm not sure.
Okay, so after that push, where they get a couple more plates.
The other mid laners in the league, even. And I will say this is 3 straight games now where it feels pretty quiet early on for C9. They have always,
they fall back and recall.
Kind of push the tempo style team.
Then we have APA. He just TP'd into mid lane. He's just going to go ahead and swap to the side lane to match Orianna. He's going to push up, and they're just going to take the turret with Satchel Charge. Oh, it's so good, guys. They literally just got 1,000 gold lead from doing that. It went from dead even to plus 1k gold just because of those swaps after taking Void Grubs. This is so fucking good.
Because it doesn't fit the theme of the comp, which is play slow, scale, look for 5v5.
And to me, there's so much conversation about Lucian, right? It's a really fun one to examine. I'm actually on the...
Yes, I already watched Fly versus C9. Just if you guys, all of the games I do are archived in the... If you hit !VODs, go sign up to the subscribe to the Bangers Only channel. Every VOD goes in there.
And the Milio's got the little bubble, the Dream Maker thing.
Far off looking ride. This man's been cold too many times.
Yeah, when you get that burst damage, Lucian jumping in and chunking someone, and if you look at the matchup this time around, if Berserker's able to chunk anyone besides Impact, that will have like a lasting effect for whatever setup that they're trying to get, and that's like the ideal scenario when you're able to get the Lucian Milio mid. Once you get your double energize items and you get these Milio empowered chunks, these jump in moments from the Lucian, that's where it does really get to shine. A lot of times, though, in the LCS so far, of course, it has not shown through.
Yeah, the execution just hasn't been there, right? Because I can see both sides of the camp. It's not hard to see how it can work because you can just watch, Ruler or whoever play it, and you're like, okay, that's how you do it. Yeah, but it's hard to be Ruler. That's the other side of the camp, and so far it hasn't really worked out. In LCS has not been a winning pick. But you can also look at it from the point of view of, okay, well, Cloud9 is confident that it can make it work, so that's a positive. But we'll see if a fight's going to break out here, as there's the calling for Berserker, chunking down core, but Yon going to get a trade back, and on the other side, Umti's going for it. JoJo's going to have to flash out. Umti in some trouble, but he will go down.
TP in for Fudge, he's mega.
Berserker chunking down core, but Yon going to get a trade back, and on the other side, Umti's going for it. JoJo's going to have to flash.
Man, Impact just coming in, too. I mean, there's nothing. Fudge is not in range to actually do anything. Now their carries are dead. APA just satchel charges the Lilia into his team. All right, let's take a look at this again.
You can just watch, Ruler or whoever play it, and you're like, okay, that's how you do it. Yeah, but it's hard to be Ruler. That's the other side of the camp, and so far it hasn't really worked out. In LCS has not been a winning pick, but. You can also look at it from the point of view of, okay, well, Cloud9 is confident that it can make it work.
So green and white guns going to be really good for this fight.
Out here, as there's the calling for Berserker, chunking down core, but
Allows you to play outside of Lucian's range a little bit. Comes in. He actually gets knocked back by Emilio Q, so he never really gets in range. It's a good play. Because he wants to go in, right? But he gets shockwaved right off the bat. And then he gets bounced back. So they do neutralize the Lee Sin engage. But the price of that is, you know, you've already used your Orianna ult. I guess, when does Blabber use ult? What's going on with that? Does he just use it on Umti? LM Raccoon, thank you for tier 1 sub. He used it just on Umti. Okay, well that's a choice. All right. So they completely waste Lilia ults. They completely waste Lilia ults. So now they literally use Shockwave, Flash, and Lilia ult just to get rid of one Lee Sin. Terrified, thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Enjoy, you know, LM Raccoon, enjoy your raccoon emotes. I think you will like that. Yeah, Lucian ult was already used, but it was mostly absorbed by shield from Lulu. So now you don't have any peel left over. You know what I mean? Milio ult also used here. Milio ult also used here. Not Zumba Gaming. Thank you for your tier 1 subscription. Yeah, they blew their load so early, guys. And Impact just coming in with the ghost. Milio already used, so Jojo gets hit by the stun immediately into AoE from R. What a weird play, honestly. And they wasted TB for it. Blabber does fucking nothing in this entire team fight. Great satchel.
Impact is a monster, okay? We're always so focused on APA is a one-trick. Impact's got almost all Udyr games. He had one game where he didn't have to play Udyr. This man comes in and demolishes. Look at him steamroll the team fight. After, it kind of looks like it's going to be a nice start.
Yeah, I saw the drowsy there that time. Weird. Yeah, he gets hit by the Ziggs ult, does an insane amount of damage. Yun flashes out of the way. Poly onto Gnar. So he just never has a good Mega Gnar angle, honestly.
Yes, you know, Umti did go down, and Cloud9 were able to get that pick up early on into the team fight, but then they got run over, and now you're in a scenario where there's no flash for Jojo, no flash for Berserker either, so it could get fairly dangerous.
And I feel like you're in a spot where you're going to get outscaled and you're down 2k, right? They've lost, you know, every objective except that one dragon, you know, 6 scrubs, they lost the dragon, so it is definitely concerning there for C9. We'll see what they can get done with this Herald, if they can close the gap a little bit. But congratulations, Core JJ, moving into 10th all-time, passing Santorin with over 3,000 assists, I believe it was there.
Am I going to do Echo on Nerd Legion? No, I know it's too terrible, guys. We're doing a K-drama next. Gyeongsung Creature.
That big component that the Team Liquid dynasty was really, you know, relying on for so many years there and there.
We claim that, right? You know, with rosters, now they're here with a little bit of a mix. Obviously, some imports, some veterans. You know, Core and Impact, both world champion. Quest obviously having great success with it. I think EG was the one who, at least in LCS, first kind of drew that blueprint with Danny and JoJo. And people saw, you know what? That actually works really well. It makes sense. You get a stable base with these veterans who can help to really build up these rookies who have that big potential.
Yeah, and I feel like Impact is literally the best veteran to get for something like that. We'll see if the Colossal Titan Impact, the Udyr, is still able to run through and break up these battle lines of Cloud9 as we move forward. Because right now, it's a very manageable gold lead here for Team Liquid. Not super panicked for Cloud9. They have hit my dream scenario for the Lucian. So if they're not able to make something happen now when you've got your Storm Razor Rapid Fire going and take advantage of some of these Melio buffed up windows, then it looks like Team Liquid moving mid-pressure in towards Dragon. Let's try and set up for that one quickly. Riptail just popped down though, so they kind of want to deal with that first.
Yeah, Blabber's going to load up into the Herald here, looking for the charge. We'll be able to get it off. Spawns the extra Void Might, so a little bit of chip damage does come in. And of course, you get the shield when you do pop out of that. Berserker, largely the only person that's kind of been in range, though, so far has been Impact, and he's getting shielded up by Core JJ, protected by him. Umpty on the side, though, getting chased out by Fudge, who does proc the Hyper and chunks him down a little bit, but Umpty will heal back up off camp.
Yeah, nice use here on the Trinity Force Snark. It's a decent amount of damage to allow them the first entry.
As well, so he's trying to go fast.
He will go quite fast. Hey!
The shockwave onto Yawn. Yawn in some trouble, but does have the ulti with the red gun to heal it back up. Plus, the wild growth there comes through from Core. Fudge is in the Meganar, sitting on the side. Blabber looking for MT, who has been able to heal it back up. The fight will dissipate. Is this just trade back and forth? Both teams heavily trying to play for mid lane prio as they want to be able to move over to the Dragon, but it's Fudge now.
Meganar's on cooldown now, though.
And some key ultimates have been
very good patience by TL.
I think this one's got to be TL Dragon stamping their name.
This is very good patience by TL.
Here on the Trinity Force Snark, it's a decent amount of damage.
Right? Fudge is trying to hold off becoming Mega for as long as he absolutely can. And they try and get the shockwave in the mid lane, do succeed, but Wild Growth makes it very difficult. You know, very difficult. The heal Wild Growth combo makes it very difficult to actually kill the Aphelios.
The wild growth there comes through from Core. Fudge is in the Meganar, sitting on the side. Blabber looking for MT, who has been able to heal it back up. The fight will dissipate. Is this just trade back and forth? Both teams heavily trying to play for mid lane.
They also managed to get the, you know, they get Impact back to base and TPing in. Ziggs also recalls during this, so they're trying to make sure that they can get back with max health and mana as the fight goes on, which is very smart. They stagger those recalls and use both TPs very effectively. Liquid does.
And some key ultimates have been expended from Cloud9.
Yeah, I think this one's got to be TL Dragon stamping their name all over it. Number 2 will get picked up as Impact gets...
All right, guys, we finally did it. First time since my Worlds VOD reviews that I've had over 1,000 on Twitch. Thank you very much. We had over 2,000 at Worlds though. But I'm also streaming on YouTube now, so shout out to people watching on YouTube as well. Bangers Only is growing. Every week it gets bigger, guys. Thank you. Follow the stream if you haven't, doing it 6 days a week.
Yeah, they do. And again, you know, we have this kind of strongest point of the game almost for that Lucian that you were talking about. And it's resulting in Cloud9 having to give up the objective.
Monty realizing it, streaming every day helps grow community. Well, then why was my viewership double during Worlds? Huh? Riddle me that.
That's what you're looking towards. So Yawn now has the IE component.
The rest are just Jerky's Minions bot accounts. It's just Chat GPT. I'm actually just talking to robots.
Starts to go crazy and generally run over the Lucian.
I gotta wonder, unless Blabber gets a really good sleep, I feel like Cloud9, their battle lines might just fall apart.
Plus, got like 350 on YouTube right now. Very nice. Thank you, guys. How come you guys don't have members on YouTube? Because I'm so lazy that I haven't set it up yet. If you want the real reason, there you go. Not gonna watch the T1 Bro VOD? No. I've seen the game. There's no reason to VOD review that.
JJ, but again, it's not going to amount to much. Core does go for the McHale's rush. This time, clearly in answer to the sleep that Blabber would be looking for to be able to cleanse that away from one of his teammates. But it's tough to approach against this kind of a composition because there's Satchel disengage. There's Umti going to be able to kick you away. There's Impact who's just going to be running and playing bodyguard.
Thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. I cannot read Chinese, so I can't read your name. I'm sorry. Am I still going to watch JDG versus LNG? Probably tomorrow at this point. I might watch one of the EU best of threes because that's going to be a long best of 3, and I just don't know if I have time at this point. So it may be LEC time after this. It may be like Heretics BDS time. Which LEC you got? I'll let you guys vote on which LEC match I do.
Especially Impact, who has had a really good presence in side lanes, is also going to be built for team fights here. Once he finishes his Frozen Heart and what could be, well,
The Lost Apprentice. There you go. There's your name. Thank you.
And then it's going to, be whatever little bit of extra magic resistance he wants. Either the Kanik Rooker, or even in this case, you actually do have other forms of shielding. Almost
Fnatic mad. All right.
But Spirit Visage
I'm into it. I don't care, guys.
for Udyr with a Lulu on the team if you want to go there, but they haven't nerfed Kanik Rooker yet, so.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of strong MR items, right? There's Kanik Rooker, there's Hollow Domain or whatever.
The Rooker is going to be.
Magic resist.
It's going to be it. Once TL gets that. Halscar, thank you for a Prime sub.
There's also Force of Nature, which is still really good if you want the move speed. So there's lots of options here. Berserker again trying to look for a bit of a chunk here onto APA, but not going to find.
When he can tank a lot of the Lilia damage coming out and Ori poke coming out of the front line, and just get the shield back, it's going to be very difficult for C9 to win.
Where he was constantly aggressive, constantly finding good chunks, constantly finding pressure, but it was never, the kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. It was never able to push it over that edge to where instead of a chunk, it's a kill and an objective, and that's really the problem. So I think Cloud9 have got to be sweating a little bit at this point. They've gotten very little done. It's CL, with the objective.
Akio, thank you.
And it's going to be Cloud9 who has to find ways.
Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub.
Really great engage or great setup.
So I just got a little ping from production that they've decided they're going to start a poll for who do you want to get interviewed if Team Liquid win. So
a trash talk after if he wins.
100%.
Super passive game, but this has been such a macro masterclass from Team Liquid. This has been so good. They're really just using the Udyr push power super well.
Hey, let's hear from Impact. But Impact's so nice. I feel like it'll be more fun.
Next guy's finished last. Is that what you're telling me, Kobe?
Yep.
That's rough. All right, Blabber, maybe in a little bit of trouble there, but Umti not going to be able to have quite enough damage to finish him off. Does use the ulti, and of course that Thunder Sky has kind of taken the place of that core item for at least in this season. Fudge about to mega out, but TL again just going to be looking to wait this out, then start up the dragon. The Mega Gnar timing not great from Fudge because I don't think TL's going to give you a window. Blabber's chunked low. This is already looking like it's going to be another TL Dragon because now the Mega Gnar expires. You just go down, have Umti started up. The rest of your squad can play 4-man wave clear mid. Blabber's into his jungle just to wave clear. So without really much of anything happening, C9 lose another Dragon.
Yeah, Fudge is a mini Gnar with no resistances, and it's easy for this poke damage here. APA throwing out the bombs. Jan with his green gun sniping him. Fudge is down to 60% HP. They won the Dragon. Yeah.
Shockwave amounts to almost nothing there as it only hits Impact. I think he was trying to clip Jan and maybe look for something, but
Just every Drake for free now. Yeah, you can see, look at this.
Shockwave amounts to almost nothing there.
Shield's huge on this Udyr. Comes in, just casually absorbs a bunch of the damage. It's going to be even better when he has Rooker and guys.
Already is kind of running free in their faces, and it doesn't look like it's going to change too soon.
Dominating the objectives.
Just wait till the
Just very, very calculated on the pressure. Nobody there to actually clear the wave. Orianna has no mana.
I don't think it is whatsoever.
C9 just doesn't have engage. So everything is free.
But again, the rest of his team has had to go back to base, so it's just not really going to amount to much.
I was hoping Umti would just take that for fun. Honestly,
Blabber in trouble. Nice kickback from Umti. We'll see if Blabber can find his way out of this one. He has to flash over the wall. Is going to be able to escape, but they're just going to start the Baron. You just force the flash. There's no blast cone. There's no real way for him to get in easily. Jan has the white gun, so he's going to be able to crush through this very quick. Fudge has no Gnar bar, and the shockwave isn't quite up, if I can see that. Honestly, Fudge charging up the Mega Gnar, but again, the rest of his team has had to go back to base, so it's just not really going to amount to
Yep.
much.
I was hoping Umpty would just take
So they actually see the Mega Gnar here, know that it's ticking down. What is Blabber doing?
Mega Gnar, but again, the rest of his team has had to go back to base, so it's just not really going to amount to much.
I was hoping Umpty would
He's
just
trying to
take
take
that
Void
punch.
Scuttler. He gets it.
Blabber in trouble. Nice kickback from Umti. We'll see if Blabber can find his way out of this one. He has
So his entire team is back, and he is taking Scuttle Crab. The Crabber is real, man. Now he's 50% HP. Fudge has no Gnar bar. They can't engage. Bowling Ball misses, so he can't ult.
It's getting low though. Berserker on the side, trying to chunk them down. Fudge has been taken down about 15% HP though. This is getting really risky. They don't want to quite finish it.
This is so sad to watch, guys.
They're just getting chipped down now on the side. APA in some trouble, but Jojo mistimes the shockwave out of the stasis.
Blabber already used it. When did he use it?
Crush through this very quick. Fudge has no Gnar bar, and the shockwave isn't quite.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So he's gonna be able to crush through this very quick. Fudge has no
That's it right there.
Gnar bar,
He uses it on impact.
and the shockwave isn't quite.
While he's doing Baron.
Will be up very soon though. Cloud9 cannot afford to give this up, or I think this game is pretty much toast. Jojo walking all the way in. It's getting low though. Berserker on the side, trying to chunk them down. Fudge has been taken down about 15% HP though. This is getting really risky. They don't want to quite finish it in Blabber's face, but they're just getting chipped down now on the side. APA in some trouble, but Jojo mistimes the shockwave out of the stasis, and APA is going to be able to survive as a result of it. Fudge flashes forward, and Fudge gets killed by APA. Side, APA in some trouble, but Jojo mistimes the shockwave out of getting chipped down now on the side. APA in some trouble.
Where is the stasis? Hold on.
But they're just getting chipped down now on the side. APA in some trouble, but in Blabber's face. But they're just getting chipped down now on the side. APA.
Oh.
Trouble, but Jojo mistimes the shockwave out of the stasis.
Oh. Fudge flashes. Oh, God. Oh, God. It's so depressing. This comp is so bad.
The mistiming on the shockwave from Jojo cost them big time. It's EL running away with this one.
Can I say, chatters, please go now.
I mean, the Gnar is useless because Team Liquid is playing really well around Mega Gnar, and that's their only form of engage. Right? So it is easy to play around C9's composition because their entire engage is gated on Mega Gnar. Right? They don't have another reliable form of engage. They have to go fishing for a million like Lilia bowling balls to try and hit a sleep, or they have to have Mega Gnar. Team Liquid knows this. Team Liquid is just playing around Mega Gnar, and so this is why it looks so sad, because they actually just can't engage.
768 days ago, that's 7.5 years since Cloud9 lost 4 straight in the LCS, and they are now very close to doing that right here with the super team.
They chose a good picture for that.
They look sad.
They did.
Yeah.
It sounds like they told them, hey, we're going to take this picture.
Like, why didn't they pick Maokai? It's so confusing.
Because their faces did not look happy. And Cloud9 definitely did not expect this. We did not expect this. We were talking at the very beginning of the game, and you showed the graphic of all the predictions preseason.
I mean, this was everyone saying that, though. Casters, analysts, coaches, players, everyone.
Was Maokai up? Oh, yes, he was.
Looks like
Oh, yes, he was. Yes, yes, he was.
They basically just stalled out Cloud9 at the Baron.
Maokai's literally OP at the moment. Jerky's minion.
Continually increasing their
Shut up, baby. I know it. To quote Bender. I'm struggling, guys.
Also really easy for Team Liquid to siege. With Aphelios, with the Ziggs here, tower damage is not a problem. They're going to play on mid lane and top lane right now. Splitting between the jungle. Jan will annihilate this turret. APA blows it up. And they're going to keep on moving forward here. A full minute left on this.
Did I see Mithy's tweet?
An impact pushing forward here on a Jojo. Will just be to harass him away and allow Empty to finish that off. You know, they have a great comp for knocking down towers. They also have 6 scrubs, which is just going to make it that
Very
much
Brad
easier.
prep on my part going to these last 2 weeks. The responsibility is 100% mine.
Core JJ will get pushed back again by the culling, but it's just really not
Yeah, I mean, the drafts in this game and Shopify Rebellion were kind of unplayable. Both of those drafts did suck donkey balls. They finally got it, the one-man Megadar. Let's go. Let's go. Blabber's ult didn't do anything again. Where is it? There it is. Guys, he got another one-man ult onto APA.
It's a double for the Aphelios as Liquid are marching on the Nexus, looking to put the...
Oh my god, what a train wreck. Dude, this was a macro blast if I've ever seen one. Really good play by Liquid though. Like, nothing against Team Liquid. Those lane swaps were beautiful. They got objectives for free. They played around the weaknesses of Cloud9's composition. Like, very good shot calling. Very good. Very good.
Of course, Twitch chat voted for another interview for you after that performance.
I think it's just really funny. People call C9 a super team when they downgraded both mid and support in the offseason. So, I don't get it.
And I guess, like, before coming into this game, I mean, they called you a Ziggs one trick. I mean, you have been playing a lot
in the offseason. So, I don't get it.
And
How many pockets do you think Raz needs?
I guess, like, before coming into this
How many pockets?
game, I mean, they called you a Ziggs.
Let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 minimum.
One trick. I mean, you have been playing a lot of champions to begin with, but then you got your Ziggs anyways. Just talk through that game, because especially for me, the most interesting thing was that one Baron.
2 in the back. Yeah, he's got 10 min.
Ended up killing Fudge. Yeah. You had a huge, massive performance. So, like, talk about it a little bit.
How many, like, tags does he need to grab onto? Like, you grab these, you can grab these. You can grab that. He's got a lot of bits hanging out.
From the draft standpoint, like, I think we don't think JoJo's good at mages. We think he's really good at, like, the melees, you know, the Silas Akali. But we were really happy when they picked Orianna. I'm like, okay, this is a good Ziggs game, and they didn't ban Ziggs when they call me a Ziggs one trick. So, like, I just told Spawn, like, this is a good Ziggs game. We picked it, and then, you know, I think we played really well around it.
That makes sense. And kind of going back to, love your, like, just your personality overall when you do embrace the shit talk. But it feels like there's a little bit more spice when it comes to JoJo. Is there something there, or is it just you making it more entertaining?
I mean, I just like to make it entertaining, is all.
Okay. Past couple of games, you guys would go either for, like, a more, like, what?
We're 4-3 the 3 games we lost. So I think just I'm working on a lot of just awareness, because
that sounds by hearing. We send it right to the break. Thank you.
Did that say Death Cloud9? Oh, it says Team Liquida? What is this supposed to say? Data Cloud. Oh, Team Liquid Honda. Okay, I was like, why is there an the A at the end? Honda Liquid. Okay. All right. So here's what I think, guys. Here's what I think. So there are a couple draft diff games. One of them was the Shopify Rebellion one. That was really quite rough. That one with, like, they could have drafted Trist in this game. Yeah, let's talk about this. Let's go find some examples, okay? Let's find some examples.
It is.
It is a 3-0.
You know, can they kind of throw? We're like, oh,
So I'll sum up my thoughts, which coincidentally will be very useful for the YouTube video that will be made out of this. Shout out. Thank you to new editors. Appreciated. Okay, so let's talk about, to sum up kind of the draft issues that have happened. This draft was very weird because they knew, Cloud9 knew that this Sion and Udyr were going to be in the solo lanes in the first round of this draft, right? And so you are saving intentionally let's actually go back to the order this was drafted in, and I'll start over. Okay, because the order is actually very important here. Okay. So let's talk about this draft and why mistakes were made. So you see this in the first 3 picks. You see Udyr, Sion, Lilia. Now, you may not know who is going mid or who is going top, and there is a possibility, we saw this from T1, that this could be Kalista Sion, but the Kalista was already taken here, so you're not even worried about that. You see Udyr first pick, you respond with Aatrox Kalista, they respond with Sion Lilia, you respond with Renata Glask. Okay? So they have an AP jungler, and you know exactly what's going to happen. Okay? So you see their entire composition. They pick their bot lane. And the issue here is you take Maokai because you want an AP jungler, right? Because you want to pick an AD carry last, right? You know you're going double AD composition. You can really abuse this in the mid lane. Now, if we're being honest, like, this should have been a Maokai ban here because Brand was banned and Lilia was already picked. And then you wouldn't have an AP jungler, or not one of the powerful ones in this meta. And that would have really put Cloud9 in a corner, right? And so in this instance, though, taking Vayne last makes no sense because even though this can dominate in the laning phase, you actually can't do anything later in the game for a few reasons. Number one, you don't have TP, so you can't split push. And number two, look at the range of this composition. You're playing Kalista, Vayne, a Renata, and 2 melee champs. You have no range. You have no wave clear if they siege. You have no range, okay? And even if you engage on them, Sion, solo lane Sion and Udyr are going to be so tanky with absolutely massive value from Frozen Heart that they can actually just tank the Maokai ult engage. The rest of their team stands behind them, and you can't do anything. You're not going to kill these guys, even with a Vayne, right? The Kalista won't kill them. The counter engage of Sion ult, Lilia ult, Chains of Corruption, and then you can also just cleanse the Maokai ult off with Milio. So what you actually need to pick here is Trist. It's a meta pick, or alternatively, if they ban Maokai, right, and you don't get an AP jungler, pick mid Kai'Sa, right? I think either of these picks is a million times better because then you have the range and the pressure, right? Trist, Kraken Slayer Trist, I think is the easiest answer here with Maokai. The Kai'Sa would have been a good idea for kind of more mixed damage, right? These are all good. Trist is better. I think Trist is the appropriate selection in this composition. And also allows you to push very effectively in the lane. Because as you're going to see, guys, once Insanity gets Frozen Heart, the Vayne lane is just over anyway. And then Vayne doesn't do anything for the rest of the game. Vayne cannot auto because Vayne is constantly worried about getting crowd controlled at low range. So this composition, I think, is quite poor from Cloud9. And it was avoidable because, honestly, Shopify messed up their draft and they should not have taken Sion in the first rotation. And they probably shouldn't have taken Lilia either. You probably take Udyr, Varus, Milio. and then you save your surprise for later on. You ban Maokai, and then you pick Lilia, right? And you pick Scion. You pick Scion Lilia. But even then, when Cloud9 had a chance to react, I think they didn't do it. So as you can see how this plays out, it looks like the Vayne can do stuff early. However, quick Frozen Heart for Insanity. And then you can watch the team fights where they can't actually accomplish anything. I think this draft is almost unwinnable for Cloud9 unless they get a huge lead in the laning phase through mistakes that Shopify would make. And they don't. Shopify wins. Now, the other part of this is this game, okay? And this game is less about draft order, but very crucially, now you have to remember that historically, Blabber is 14-2 on Maokai. Now, he lost the game versus Shopify Rebellion because the draft was so horrendous, and he was very squishy because he built damage. But as we look at this game, right, the Lilia gets locked in. And if you're looking at this composition, you have no reliable primary engage. Oops, I can spell. Oh, I saved it. Saved. You have no primary engage. You are gated around Gnar ult. Okay? So you either fish long enough to get a Lilia ult off, and then hopefully you're lucky and Mega Gnar is there to follow up on, or you have to rely on Mega Gnar to engage, which is dicey. You know, it's dicey. There's a lot of disengaged tools here. You have Satchel Charge, you have Wild Growth, you have Lee Sin Kick. Udyr's going to be zoning in the front line. There is no obvious target for Orianna ball delivery either outside of Mega Gnar. So what we see in this game is Team Liquid, first off, doing an absolutely beautiful dodge, because we ask ourselves, what are the win conditions for Cloud9 in this game? A lot of it, I think, depends on them getting a huge early game lead with this bot lane and shutting down Lulu Aphelios, which scales really well. And so what does Team Liquid do? They are constantly lane swapping. They get free objectives. They're actually using Udyr push power versus Gnar by R-maxing Udyr and then proxy farming with him, then swapping, then recalling Udyr, recalling their bot lane, swapping lanes, and playing around that pressure to take objectives for free to avoid fights and to avoid any kind of bot lane getting ahead. I don't understand the Lilia. The Lilia is a strong pick in solo queue right now. It is. It is a strong pick. Like, if I'm looking at OPGG right now, and in Korea Diamond Plus, Lilia is currently the fourth, one of the top champions with a 51% win rate, but a huge, 10% pick rate, 14% ban rate. So it's up there with Brandon Graves. So right now we see a lot of these, at least in solo queue, the farming junglers being highly successful. But it doesn't justify the Lilia pick here because you don't have any, you absolutely must have engage. And the Maokai ult would solve so many of their problems, right? Because you need to dictate precisely when the fight happens because you have to play around Mega Gnar. And if you can't force the engage when you have Mega Gnar, then you can't do anything. You can't do anything with this composition. Unless you're on the objective first, you're in Mega Gnar and they have to walk into you. But because TL is rotating better on the map and constantly has map pressure, Cloud9 is never first on the objective, right? They're never first on the objective. And so Team Liquid does a great job at playing around Mega Gnar, and they never, ever give Cloud9 a fight when Mega Gnar is up. And so these kind of compositions that we've seen are just really hard to execute, or they require massive, massive leads to translate into victories. And so why are we picking with Cloud9 compositions that don't really give them a lot of opportunity to make plays to win the game? You know, that are either low range into massive frontline tanks, right? With no possibility of a split push. And no real early pressure, that are shut down by Frozen Heart. Or we're drafting compositions that have no primary engage and no real agency on the map. And then, you know, another factor that we've seen is just cockiness. It's just, you know, the thing about Cloud9 is that they've just been playing in a super arrogant fashion. And I don't, the drafts might be part of this arrogant fashion, but it's even just their gameplay in game. It's like they're trying to min-max, but they're failing on min-maxing. Okay, guys? So when I talk about min-maxing, like we can go back and look at the game that they lost to Immortals. And in the Immortals game, maybe they weren't taking Immortals seriously. However, the actual in-game play is JoJo getting caught out when he could do things like flash Bard ult. You know, there's some really crucial plays that lead to Immortals getting objectives extremely easily or not respecting abilities that are coming their way. And we also see, you know, frankly, like bad mechanical play. When we watch Blabber play Rel, his engages are like on 1 target or on 0 targets a lot of the time. And this is just very, very bad Rel play. Like there's not really another way to put it. They also had some very weird lane assignments in the Cloud9 game versus Immortals, where I felt like they gave up kind of a drag without contesting it for free, and we're trading it for turret plates, which, you know, ultimately leads to Immortals stacking up a variety of mountain drakes and then getting Mountain Soul, which is basically GG. I mean, it's basically GG because they're running a double AD composition and don't really have any scaling AP damage into the late game because the Karma is support and the Udyr is building tank items. And on top of that, when we kind of go back to the C9 game, Berserker and Vulcan just straight up lose the game. Again, for being greedy, for being arrogant. Berserker and Vulcan die to a 2v2 between Masu and Busio in the very, very early parts of this game. And then they get caught and die again. They're blowing all of their summoners. And this allows Inspired on the brand just to free farm. And a free farming brand is really, really dangerous in this meta. And it would have been a pretty clean closure, too, if Bwipo hadn't, dove a little too deep for the Nexus, and that didn't allow them to finish immediately, which then set up a Jojo Pion teleport flank. But, I mean, they ended almost immediately thereafter. But it's things like Berserker using the culling in the mid lane and then getting flanked by Bwipo and caught out and killed. Right? And it's, again, Blabber just not being a good rel player. If you compare and contrast some of the rel play that we've seen from, players like Owner on T1, these level of rel engages, that's just not happening. And so I think Cloud9 is really caught in a position where they want to put Blabber on carry champs, but they're putting him on carry champs or farming champs like Lilia when it doesn't make sense for the composition. And when he's playing the tank/engage champs, he's not actually doing his job properly. And they're losing, they're either all-inning in situations, which causes them to lose lanes, or you know, they're being too aggressive in terms of these plays that gets them caught out and killed. Or they're trying to like save their summoners in times where it is appropriate to use those summoners to not die so they don't give objectives. So this is kind of these are my thoughts on Cloud9 right now. I think it's a combination of cocky play, but really weird / arrogant drafts, and then some discomfort on the meta picks that they've been picking, and a discomfort in this meta. And honestly, like Mithy has tried to take some responsibility for this on Twitter. But I think the question also is like, who's the coaching team? Who's the coaches on this roster right now? Like, they have Mithy and then Vagar V2, who is remote. They literally have one coach on site and one remote coach and a sports psychologist. High on stage. High is so far removed from the professional scene of League of Legends. Like, I don't think that High is coaching them, if I had to guess. Right? They don't have an academy team. It looks like they spent all their money on Jojo Pian because they don't have coaches. Like, compare this, by the way, to guys to FlyQuest, who has Nuke Duck as head coach, Arrow as a positional coach. They have Richard as a strategic coach. They have analysts. They have a scouting director, Empire, right? There are a bunch more coaches on these other teams. So I'm wondering if they actually just lack the coaching resources to get anything done on this team. I'm really wondering. Team Liquid has Spawn, Rainover, Rapid Star. They have remote analysts. So yeah, I think these are all Cloud9's issues, guys. Hopefully that was helpful. Your messages have been well received by the Korean T1 fans. All right. I don't believe you, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. I hope they enjoy the actual content, which is the real analysis that you translated on the show and not calling the T1 fans babies on FM Korea. Thanks, Monty. Very cool. What do you think, Papa? Do you agree? I wish them many more losses and a lovely day. I don't think those things go together, Papa Smithy. I don't think those things go together. All right. We're going to hold off. I'm thinking, guys. I probably realistically have time for one more game. So I think we're going to have to do LEC and JDG versus LNG tomorrow, which is totally fine. So maybe we do one last. We'll just make it LCS day. Let's make it LCS day, guys. Because we do have to get through some of these games. Maybe FlyQuest versus 100 Thieves. What LCS game do you guys want? Fly versus 100 Thieves? Let me look at the scoreboard. Which game between which fly game was more interesting, Dig or 100 Thieves? Why are we watching LCS? Because I need. This is one of those rare times where I want to watch a best of one because of time. I'm gonna put up a poll. Fly versus 100 or Fly versus Dig? One of the replies to your messages was, "Why is he trying to instigate?" Oh God, they've forgotten. They've forgotten who I am. F bombs everywhere. You mean sheepballs everywhere? Sheepballs galore. Too funny. Tell them I'll take all comers in Muay Thai sparring. Fly versus Dignitas. Let's go. Let's do it. Imagine using curse words because somebody called you a baby. Not some ridiculous overreaction. Not at all.
Spring, and it feels like we are just ripping through it. It's been going by so fast. It's crazy to think we're almost halfway done this split.
It certainly is.
Has League been my favorite game to cast? No, Warcraft 3. Monty old boy style. Yeah, I mean it's too easy. It'd be too easy.
Should be an interesting one. You know, I agree. Obviously, FlyQuest coming into this heavy favorite.
I choose to let Monty go to bed. Why would I go to bed? It's 4:45 p.m. I mean, I'm tired. I could probably take a nap, but I'm not going to bed yet.
What will our top laners cook? We're gonna have a poll in chat. So vote now in chat. Will it be something delicious, something bland, or Renekton Ornn? Absolute garbage.
Puke. I would say for this matchup.
What's your vote?
The Renekton Ornn should be very, very low.
I feel like Renekton, we're safe.
Exactly. Rich and Whippo, there's no way we get that matchup.
Good reminder. Thank you, fan. Appreciate that.
Yep. So I think it's going to be something delicious. That's my vote.
All right. Well, we'll have to find out. We've been seeing some cool flexes. People
Okay. So let's get into this, and we will see Senna first. Blippo bouncing is giving me anxiety.
So people have been kind of waiting to see, you know, when is
All right, taking Tristana mighty early here, actually. Senna Tom Kench. You know, this when you see Senna Tom Kench though, it opens up a lot of possibilities of like taking pretty hyper carry bot lanes. I think I can play Jinx into this, but maybe they're not worried because you already see Tristan in the mid lane. So Maokai Trist. I mean, I like the combo. Just start things off. Gragas in top lane, presumably.
Energy. Okay.
I don't want to watch this right now. What am I watching? Stop. That's so distracting from the draft. Azir.
We'll see if Jensen can prove that he is better than Dove here today against Dignitas. Yeah.
So they're banning Vi because they can't take Vi, obviously. Tom Kench. And they already have shown their jungler, so just going to get rid of that. Viego. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. I'm dumb. Sorry. What the fuck? Whoa, I never noticed this before, guys. So we do bans going... Wait, what? We do bans going this way, but we do draft going this way? My brain! Please fix. This is not acceptable. I also hate the LCK draft, how it goes away from the middle.
And we'll work through the rest of these picks and bans. Jensen and XU raised the stakes for today's match on pros last week.
Dude, my fucking brain.
Ready for the solo.
Supporting Faker, right? Much easily better than their NA, counterparts who are us.
I think he's OP.
Must be worth the slot.
Okay, so we're going back to Aphelios. Syndra into Trist. Classic matchup. PTPXX, thank you for your sub.
That's rice and then some more rice.
We got rice and then like bread.
With a side of bread.
This is pretty strong, right? The idea behind Dig's comp is that you just reset Viego and you have consistent sustain. So Viego just can rampage through a team fight if you get a pick, like say with a Syndra ult, or you can get an Aatrox flank in there. Like it's very, very powerful if you get the initial kill.
Not the most exciting.
A lot of carbs in this top lane.
Nice to hear Quick Shots laugh. Now Monty stream exclusive. I hope we get him back, man. All right, so we are going to play Bard here. Fine. Bard is actually great. I actually love the Bard pick here. Because remember what I just said about getting picks, guys? Like this can prevent a lot. First off, it can lock down the Syndra because she's low mobility so that she can't actually ult towards the start of a team fight and start the burst damage that kills somebody. Or you can try and save low members. You know what I mean? And you have huge disengage with Gragas and Maokai ults and disengage with Tristana ults. I'm into it. Now skip to 20 minutes. Clean win. Do Matsu and Busio make a boo-boo again?
In the interview here for the final day of Super Week, Dignitas and FlyQuest looking to end their first round robin.
Is this another Masu and Busio boo-boo game? They played so well against Cloud9. That was very fun to watch.
There's a lot of teams in the middle there at 3 wins. If they could get a win here, knock down FlyQuest a peg, they'd be right in the running.
And we've got some spicy matchups.
Well, I'm really glad at the start of this game, guys, that I actually can't see who's used trinkets or look at the scoreboard for starting items, but instead I get a Twitch chat that says let Dig cook.
Necessarily for the top
This is much more valuable to my viewing experience.
Whenever you go with this Syndra pick into the Tristana, it puts a lot of emphasis on the Syndra positioning, especially early on when you have to deal with possibilities of flash W from Maokai. The guaranteed route, basically. to allow Jensen to rocket jump on you, but also that level 6 kill potential with a Syndra as well as a Viego. So much damage there, so the 2v2 gets really spicy.
And it's going to be really fun, you know, even just kind of as a throwback to that clip we saw from pros, you know, XU is
really spicy.
And it's going to be really fun, you know, even just kind of as a throwback.
Triple fleet footwork.
Pros, you know, XU is saying, well, we're going to ban out the Corki, the Syndra, the Corki,
they banned out the Orianna
stuff, right? Like banning out some of these more standard picks. Well, Jensen is not playing what he is known for. He is playing a different style here on the Tristana, and this is his 550th game here in the LCS.
It's actually crazy. Faker is only at 600 all time in LCK. And he's been playing best of threes for years, guys. So that just goes to show how long Jensen's been around and how many playoffs he's made, honestly. That's insane.
Of the Korean imports that we have had. So that little clip that we had where he thinks that this year's imports are not as good as previous ones. He definitely has the games to prove it, and we'll see if he can actually have the play to prove it.
I mean, not only was Jensen talking trash on pros, he also had a quote in a Travis Gafford interview. I'm just happy to have a competitive roster again, and I feel like there's hope.
Meat Vegan, what a name. Thank you for your sub.
So now he feels like he has the roster. He's in first place. Can he take down his old team here, who's going to be hungry to disprove him?
Certainly are, especially XU. We highlighted him being there live when Jensen was talking about it on the Pros podcast. And XU himself currently is just doing the normal full clear from top to bottom, ending towards the bottom side as Jensen trying to get control of the mid wave and pushing it right back.
And XU is one of these newer players coming up into the LCS, you know, trying to prove himself in a very difficult jungle cast. There are so many strong junglers in the league right now. You know, so even though XU is performing really well, you know, when you look at power rankings, it's tough to place him up near the top.
It certainly is, and Inspired is one of those tough junglers. It's said almost every single time he's brought up, but winning MVP in both LEC and LCS, definitely a impressive feat that he's been able to do. And him coming down to meet XU, he is behind a camp here, did not do his Gromp. The most experience of any of the small camps is the Gromp. And he's going to head over there while XU, with the pushing bottom lane, should be able to secure that Scuttle Crab and quite possibly get the coveted double Scuttle Crab.
Looks like he should be able to. Just going to be trying to cross over through mid. Do a little bit of a drive-by gank here towards Jensen, who does have a nice buffer on the rocket jump and will be able to jump to safety as the Scatter of the Week came through from Dub. So XU moving up towards top, has pushing lane bot, has pushing lane top. Going to be able to get an easy double Scuttle.
Did you interact much with Coach Jensen on SK? No.
Here, that's the advantage they have from those pushing lanes. But there is good scaling on the FlyQuest side. There's great engage. There's lots of playmaking. So, you know, them being a little bit behind as far as the push early is not a big deal at all.
All right, they counted the votes in chat. They think it's going to be an Ole Bard from Bucio.
Oh, okay.
And honestly, after Bucio yesterday, his Nautilus hitting every single hook.
He was dialed in.
He was for sure dialed in. We'll see if the focus
Was every single hook hitting, or is Hook's hitbox super janky? You decide.
It is, but, you know, you have to know exactly where to aim it to abuse that, right? The lollipopping, where you're throwing it just the right amount to the side of a tower, and it can lollipop to the back instead of actually just connecting on the turret itself. As Bubo getting pretty low here, looking for a trade with that W, but he's very low on mana. And Rich trying to hold that wave as much as he can. Masu going to get knocked up, though, and he is in trouble. He's going to get locked down. And that's getting pretty low here, looking for a trade with that W, but he's very low on mana. Rich trying to hold that wave.
Should we use flash, guys?
As much as he can. Masu going to get
Nah.
locked up, though, and he is in trouble. He's going to get locked down.
What if we just died instead?
Surprising first blood there out of nowhere. Masu does not elect to flash the W from the Tom Kench, and he pays.
What do you mean by visual, Papa? He doesn't have the visual. Is he in the brush?
Pretty low here, looking for a trade with that W, but he's very low on mana. And Rich trying
No, he's on a ward.
to hold that wave. He's gonna get knocked up, though, and he is in trouble. He's going to get locked down. And that is a surprising first blood there out of nowhere. Masu does not elect to flash the W from the Tom Kench, and he pays for it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Once you get that slow on you, it's going to be really scary and very
Okie
difficult.
dokie.
You're going to basically have to flash to be able to dodge the Tom Kench W. He does not do it.
Masu is a flash greeter for sure. I mean, he literally watches this guy walk into brush where there's ward.
Low on mana. And Rich
Right? Like, you know?
trying to
I like also because Busio is just like running around. He's not even there to help him. But you gotta watch him break XU's hands with the spacing later. Yeah, he'll learn too. You know, these are fixable. All the mistakes I've seen from your bot lane are super fixable, so I'm not very concerned. I think you did a good job of scouting this guy. The upside is clearly there. I mean, I watched Pays last year just run it down in his first few games on Gen G. He was bad. Bull also this year on Kwangdong has had some moments. Just goes with the rookie-ness. Yeah, Masu also had just used Ghost too. He was right on the edge of the hitbox. But the problem is that once you get knocked up, then you get center rooted, and it's just a guaranteed kill. So you gotta flash it. That's it. That's just it. Jensen tried to bait that in, has to use flash. Nice patience by XU there. They baited out the jump.
Anti-timing, jumps in aggressive. You want to find those windows to rocket jump in these matchups on Tristana to go in aggressive, but XU was there. Ends up being that trade of flashes. Mid lane though, going very even. And Masu back on the map here quicker with the white-red. They're going to be able to chop down this dragon here pretty quick. So it is first blood.
Yeah, it's like Papa, I was talking about Bull on my podcast with Wolf this morning on LCK, and it's what I said about Bull, which is that it's always better to see the player who's limit testing as a young player, as a rookie, rather than the one who's not playing aggressively enough, because you can always dial it back. It's very hard to teach somebody to be aggressive if they're not, right? And to like play to the limit. Thought it was bangers only. Why is there LCS in your stream? Well, we were looking at Cloud9, and FlyQuest is #1 team. So it is worth watching them. And also, if you think it's only going to be LCK and LPL, boy, you got another thing coming, by the way, because it's Lunar New Year time, and all of the Asian regions are going to be off. So there's going to be a lot of LCS and LEC on this stream.
And Whippo is starting a decent amount of AP here with a Blasting One already. They're going to have some diversification in their damage types. It's not just the double AD carries. Yeah, I'm going to be interested.
Mike Tomlin says, easier to woe them than it is to sick them. Yeah, that's good. I like that.
And this Tomo Isles bottom lane was one at the beginning of the season where everyone was...
I tend to think there's no passive ADCs, just bad ADCs, Papa says. You either identify the punished windows and punish, or you miss them and you don't. I think that's a good philosophy.
In the beginning of preseason, where that was... Blasting One already. They're going to have some diversification in their damage types. It's not just the double AD carries. Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see where he actually goes with this.
I do not know why you would magical journey there. What was he trying to do, Papa? Oh, was he worried about getting... I think he was worried about getting ulted by Tom Kench.
I've been seeing more and more people really liking the Leandry's build it. Busio, though, in some trouble now. He's going to get gobbled up by Isles, and that's another easy kill.
But he didn't have any stacks on him, so I don't know. It's weird. He was trying to make the game interesting. Yeah, it's a strange one. That's a strange one. It's like he found the only way he could die, and then he used Ignite for funsies. But Busio also had flash, so there's not really a chance. Like, he could flash, he can get out and flash under turret before he's able to be devoured. He portaled away from Tom W and died. Oh, okay. That's funny. What's with all the Tom W's? Like, why is everybody just getting knocked up by Tom Abyssal Voyage?
This seems like it really has been kind of true what the
So they saved Flash twice, but died twice to Abyssal Voyage. So those flashes surely will come in useful soon.
Any of the other teams, and the scrims have been all over the place.
Exactly. You cannot look past any of these players, and it feels like I almost want
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Senatom. I mean, Senatom is always good, but it doesn't seem like it would be as popular without double support items.
They're not going to kill me here. You know, not committing the flashes in either case. Both Masu and Busio die without flashing. You know, maybe playing this game a little bit too cool, a little bit too.
I would say for sure.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can hold on to that flash way too long. And giving up those kills to Senna and to Tom Kent definitely can come to regret those. This gold lead continues to increase for Dignitas.
Yep, we do have level 6 now for Busio, so playmaking tools unlocked for him, as he could look for those ultis to try to set up plays. But of course, Senna TK is quite a safe lane, and Inspired's just been kind of relegated.
Even money, I'm carrying you through work right now. Thank you very much.
Moving around on the map is over towards mid lane there, and potentially going to head up towards top. We'll see if he can find an angle to get something done here. As Whippo just constantly trading, and he's going to be going for the.
Happy to do what I can. Trying to read at least YouTube comments occasionally.
Before Roa got removed, some Gragas's would go for those styles of builds. Dove, though, going to be forced to flash as Busio gets close with the
LCS has low-key been a banger this season. Yeah, it's been more fun than it was last year, that's for sure.
And it gets really dangerous for him now. Dove here on the Cinder with no flash has no escapes, and Maokai ultimate is very difficult for him to get away from. XU is going to be in a bit of a 2v1.
XU obviously starting to scrap there. Busio will just be able to walk it out, but it does mean Inspire going to have to drop the ulti. Jensen, though, potentially in some trouble, will have to retreat. The rocket jump is available, and it's going to be able to hop out to safety. Keep himself in not too much danger.
I love this stuff from XU, though. He's being so aggressive, and he plays off of that winning bottom lane that's consistently getting these kills to go invade the jungle and take away one of the points I was just trying to make of Maokai, ultimate being threatening for the Cinder with no flash. Guess what? Because XU goes in there, he starts the duel, and his bottom lane that's been winning is able to come up and back him up in that invade. They get a very meaningful cooldown for it.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just smart positioning, right? You know the Bard is going to be walking back towards bot lane. He doesn't walk a safer route, so you lay in wait there. There's very little risk to what XU is doing, and he does end up forcing out some cooldowns. Now Masu going to pop the Ghost here, looking for Isles. See if he can chase him down. The binding doesn't quite connect there from Busio, so they're going to try to turn it on to Tomo, who's taking a lot of damage here, but a great ulti comes out from the Ghost here.
Whoa, you can actually buffer Senna ult like that? I didn't know you could do that. Just fires out of Tom Ketch's mouth. I'm a firing my laser. There you go. There's a meme for you guys. That's a boomer meme.
Yeah, I wonder. With no Senna ult and no Tom Kent ult, a little bit of a reward here for Masu using his ghost, going super aggressive. After they get the reset too, heading on down.
Very Evan current meme. Dude, that's like one of the oldest memes on the internet. Oh, somebody actually there's actually the shoop de whoop. There's actually a global emote for that. Holy moly. That's so boomer. I don't even understand. All right, hold on. I'll show you. It actually is very topical to this, though. As YouTube just slowly dies. There you go. There is a boomer meme for you guys. 1000%. Oops, wrong game.
Looking around. Yeah, they're trying to get in range, see if there's any opportunity for a steal here, but it might be a one-way trip.
Balls of steel. Balls of steel. Should we just bring all the boomer memes back? We'll get the Duke Nukem soundboard. I'm going to cut off your head and shit down your neck.
The binding not going to connect on him, and it will just dissipate.
Yeah, that was really close. All the time here with Maokai and with
The kids crave old content. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. We'll just bring it all back, guys. Boom, headshot. I could dance all day. Dude, pure ownage will never be appreciated by Zoomers, and that's okay. We still have pure ownage, guys.
Jensen gonna be able to go in. We'll see if the binding can land. Can he get it through the minion? No, he cannot. He was too far away. Whippo's still in trouble. Is the body slam back as Dove has come? The Grubs are angry. They are aggroed, and Dignitas is gonna take the leash.
The story of Whippo and the Grubs this weekend.
They're hunting him.
It's been a long one. That one, they let him out the back. Yeah, they let him off this time.
Dude, I love pure ownage. Pure ownage is so great. Maybe in the off season at some point, we'll just do a pure ownage marathon on my stream. Boomers only. Boomers only pure ownage marathon. I can probably get Jeremy from pure ownage. I know him, so I might be able to convince him to do it with me.
It's basically just the Aatrox that's going to be a lot more side laning. Syndra is one of the mid lane mages that's a lot more dangerous for them to go out in side lanes later on. So we'll see how much reward Rich can get with it.
Can definitely help you even in those kind of siege situations, though, where you're both playing 2-3 members mid. You just keep spawning some Void Mites, chip away.
Pure ownage was actually great. So I was actually in the pure ownage movie because they filmed it at IEM Katowice one year. And what they did was they used the IEM set. So like at night when everybody had gone home and like there weren't games being played, like all night they filmed using the stage for the pure ownage movie. And I was in it. I was like one of the players on stage. And then I drank all night with the actor who plays Jeremy. And I told him how much I love pure ownage. It was very fun. He's a very nice guy.
Gold lead before Dignitas. The Grubs is their main advantage. XU, though, coming up towards top lane. Whippo may have to use the ulti for disengage, but Inspired is coming as well. There's the ulti out from Whippo. XU's going to ult back in. Inspired here to peel. Not going to be able to commit to this fight. Too healthy over on the Dignitas side. But Inspired is there to cover, and that feels like that's been his role so far this game. He's not really able to look for the aggressive plays. He's just trying to bodyguard for the squad, keep them safe.
Yeah, trying to do a little bit of denial. A lot of these moves have been started by XU, and that's why it's always kind of a cover here for the Maokai. Of course, the champion is kind of good at those trailing plays where he's coming from jungle, has the long-range ulti, but XU remains proactive here. And this is something that Dignitas themselves, when you talk to the coaching staff at the beginning of the year, they were very excited because last year, XU spent so much time watching Dig games with the coaching staff in their room and discussing, the early game, especially strategy for the game. And really has a very similar view to those coaches, and they felt like he was going to be one of the ones that would implement that in-game, on-stage for them, and definitely has paid off thus far in the early stages. FlyQuest, of course, battling a bit back and retaking some of that gold.
Yep, absolutely, and I think they're going to be feeling pretty good about the fact that they're not too far behind because they do have a really strong 5v5 comp. They scale quite well here as well. And we're seeing kind of this new age tank build of just Bomby into Frozen Heart and likely just Kainic coming up next for Inspired. That's kind of the big three as Dignitas potentially looking for a fight here. Busio may be in some trouble.
Busio with the shortest magical journey of all time.
Could get gobbled up, but at the other end, the TP's going to come in. Masu trying to work down this front line, but it's Busio who's going to go down, and now it's Whippo on the run. Can he get the
Whippo?
cone? Let's find out. He's going to be able to blast over the wall, but in comes Rich, and Rich has the world ender down.
What a janky fight, guys.
In the early stages, FlyQuest, of course, battling a bit back and retaking some of that gold.
Yep, absolutely. And I think
So we're going on a mission. Now, instead of just getting wards, Inspired's like, I need these raptors, guys. Watch for me. We're invading. Do I know where Viego is? I do not, but it doesn't matter. Because I'm going to invade into bot side anyway, even though Syndra is definitely coming right now. And we're cut off here.
potentially looking for a fight here. Busio may be in some trouble. He is kind of caught out of position here. Could get gobbled up. But at the other end, the TP is going to come in. Masu trying to work down this front line. But it's Busio who's going to go down. And now
I like how Jensen just can't do anything because his team is just sprinting it in the enemy jungle. What the heck, man?
And Isles is just stomping on them with this Tom Kench. You mentioned it. He gobbles up Busio. Bard can't even get away from him. He follows that magical journey.
What a weird time to invade. They literally inted for Raptors. There's just no point to doing that.
So they can push all 3 lanes afterwards. Yeah, FlyQuest not very organized on that play, you have to say. You know, coming in from different angles.
And wasted TP.
Like they were all on the same page, but Busio maybe going to be spotting out X2 here.
And kind of mentioned as well earlier that after winning one of those team fights, sometimes the grubs will allow you to take even more. Them splitting out into the 3 lanes, getting those grub and might damage windows.
Did I already watch LNG JDG? No, I had to push that to tomorrow, guys. The Cloud9 thing took way too long.
They can kind of finish up with this one. There's no way Masu wants to stick around. You've got no wave clear there. Bottom side though, Rich.
Now Jensen going to be jumping in. Inspired is here. The Ignite is down, and Rich is going to be going down in a hurry. They give it over to Jensen.
Stick and might damage windows onto all 3 of the outer towers.
So they see 4 people in this side of the map, and they're like, wow, I guess Aatrox is just alone. Very interesting overextension from Rich. You just leave Jensen down there alone to take a turret now. That's pretty good, actually. You get 2 turrets because you have 6 Void Grubs and you transition into Drake. No TP, though, for Rich, so I guess you have to probably give up the Drake. We'll see. This is very dangerous for Dig, I think. This is very dangerous. You don't have Rich, you don't have TP, right? He's full health now because he was healing off the wave. You're... What TP is that? Oh, it's Isles. Isles. Okay.
Yeah, it could be a fight here. Busio connects on X2, but will he have the damage to follow it up? The binding is there. Inspired is here, and in comes Masu.
What a dumb Drake to take from Dignitas. They're throwing so hard.
But he goes down anyway. Another kill going to one of the AD carries on FlyQuest as Busio now on the run. The tongue lash connects for Miles. Masu trying to escort him out as it's Inspired hitting the dragon, but his team is fighting at the same time, and no one is helping him. They got to turn on this fight. You can't be staying split like this, but it's Tomo in trouble now. Great gobble up there for Miles. Is going to keep him safe in the world. Ender is popped by Rich, but it's Jensen in the back line. Busio portaling out, and Jensen
The fight takes so long that they actually just can't get Drake.
Jensen, a great buster shot, pushes Rich back, and the world ender expires. The kill comes in onto Tomo, and now Rich trying to get out of there.
Oh, man. Man alive. What a bad Drake. Why would you go for that? Why would you go for this? Like, just hold the W, Dignitas, for God's sake. You can let them have 1 Drake. It doesn't fucking matter. You used... You basically killed your... Rich was too far forward when you were pushing mid, so you lose it. So you just have to sack the Drake now. They still have Maokai ult. They still have Bard ult.
Could be a fight here. Busio connects on X2, but will he have the damage to follow it up? The binding is there. Inspired is here, and in comes Masu. X2 in trouble now, trying to get to the wall.
And remember, the theory of Dignitas' composition is getting Viego reset. So if Viego is dead, you really have a hard time fighting.
Masu trying to escort him out as it's Inspired hitting the dragon, but his team is fighting at the same time, and no one is helping him. They got to turn on this fight. You can't be staying split like this, but it's Tomo in trouble now. Great gobble up there for Masu.
Isles through the entire thing with his TP. No, he didn't. If he hadn't TP'd, they wouldn't have fought the Drake. They just needed to give it up. It doesn't matter if they take 1 Cloud Drake at this point in the game.
And now Rich trying to get out of there will be able to limp out of this fight, but Inspired on the other side gets the dragon. What a scrappy performance there from FlyQuest. Many little outplays leading to a great result.
All right, that was chaos. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the...
Oh, cool. There are JDG voice comms. Thank you, Len XYZ. JDG voice comms against LNG. I'll check those out tomorrow. Thank you. I wouldn't have known that otherwise.
VOD review, slow this down, and maybe
But top lane was cooking, didn't really like it.
I mean, this was very close to just not even the teleport registering, right?
some expired milk.
Oh, that's terrible.
Because look at this, it forces the rest of them to completely lose numbers up by the dragon. Then
Now, Isles could have TP'd here because he's obviously not going to stop the Tristana push. So he could have TP'd here. But if he does that, the result is actually, I think, just the same. You can say, okay, maybe he would have devoured him, but the zoning Maokai ult would have likely still... it would have likely still have zoned him out far enough that they kill XU anyway. The problem is just the dragon is bad to take.
disadvantage with no jungler, and so when Masu moves up and he's putting all this damage into Tomo, it forces this dig line to fold in on itself, allowing Jensen, who was chasing the Aatrox, to come over, and they had just enough damage with Whippo's ultimate getting him low enough for the explosion over line to fold in on itself, allowing Jensen, who was chasing the Aatrox, to come over, and they had just enough damage with Whippo's ultimate getting him low enough for the explosive shot of Jensen to actually finish off the kill. Yeah, that one is...
Now, he shouldn't have TP bot, but I don't think it would have made a big difference, guys.
On the call there, you could see XU not very happy with it.
Wait, he TP'd from Senna to turret? Am I... Really?
Terrible. Because look at this.
And maybe but top lane was cooking, didn't really like it.
Wait, he TP's from the pit?
How does this TP taste, Scobie?
What the fuck? Oh, I didn't know that. Holy shit. Why would you do that? I thought he was TPing from base. I'm blind, guys. I'm sorry. Holy shit. He literally just gave FlyQuest a power play. Oh my god. The throws. The throws.
We're set up with a much better lift. Now they're at a numbers disadvantage with no jungler. And so when Masu moves up and
Whoa.
putting all this damage into Tomo, it forces this dig line to fold in on itself, allowing Jensen, who was chasing the Aatrox, to come over, and they had just enough damage with Whippo's ultimate getting him low enough.
I didn't think any human would do that. That didn't register because that didn't strike my brain as an actual option.
Not very happy with it. And of course, I think for Rich, really getting tired.
Screw you and your dragon. I'm going to go lick this Tristana. Well, those Yord holes are tasty, you know. There's nothing quite as seductive as a Yord hole to lick.
Or is it, as he's able to dive out and flash away, does survive on both sides. No one loses anybody, but yeah, back to that previous fight. I mean, the buster shot on Rich as he was trying to E in onto Jensen. Also, as he goes for the Q flash onto Busio, he was able to portal to safety. They're just narrowly missing those kills that would have been resets for the World Ender.
Yeah.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, Rich was so close to being able to kind of snowball there, but now they're living in a game where they've completely lost their gold lead to FlyQuest, and FlyQuest got the dragon on top of it. So they're the ones stacking now, and you're facing this double 80 carry scaling composition where Jensen, who you mentioned in Champion Select, had put his time learning the Tristana in while he was on Dignitas, and now is using it against them.
Oh, the deep water dive not quite in time to knock Masu out there.
XJ9 fan. there's a throwback reference.
Scary. Yeah, Whippo should be able to walk this one out. XU is here. The body slam misses. Dove still holding that ulti though, and there's a flash in from XU with the stun. The Heartbreaker comes in. The heal from the passive not enough to keep Whippo alive. As he's gonna go down, Dignitas finding another kill there. Whippo felt confident they could have just walked that one out, but
Such a tight game here.
and this is something I'll give XU a lot of credit for. You know, even in the
It's actually hilarious that this game is only 100 gold difference.
well for him, he's not shied away from making plays, right? He is determined to be continuing to play.
Well, at least Aphelios has a gazillion gold right now. Like, Dignitas has really failed to snowball this. Like, they couldn't just hold the W on the mid lane. I still think, regardless, that dragon was not smart to go for, by the way, guys. That dragon was, you know, when Rich is dead and they still have Bard and Maokai ults up, you just don't go for that Drake. But then they also did play the Drake horribly. So there's that factor as well.
The items are basically even here. Items tell you that too. Yeah, items are going to tell you that even better. I guess one of the interesting things is
because that Frozen Heart is so cheap that you're seeing things where like Whippo has a completed 10-stack Rod of Ages in addition to his Frozen Heart, so they've got double Frozen Hearts for big AoE for the coverage, of that aura, and you get the extra level and the full scaling of the Rod of Ages start for him.
I will say also a little bit surprised by the Mikhail's Rush here from Lucio. I think that Mikhail's Rush is really strong on this patch and this season in general against a lot of champions, but I don't see a lot of those champions that I would think Mikhail's Rush, over on the other side. There's Scatter of the Weak, you can Mikhail's, a center route, a Tom Kench stun on the Q if you get the stacks and then stun, but there's not really amazing things to Mikhail's.
Well, XU engage too, his stun. But yeah, I agree. It doesn't seem like it's super high value.
Killing them, like those two champions, trying to save Masu's life most probably, as he is the one that's going to have to be most worried about his positioning.
Yeah, looking for the fight here. The ulti comes in, but it's a bit of a missed timing there, as there's not going to be a follow-up binding. Isles potentially can just walk this out, but there's the ulti from Inspire, going to connect onto XU. XU, though, gets gobbled up by Isles, and Isles is on the run. Now the TP coming in here from Whippo as he's going to join the team. The World Ender has already been popped by Rich, but it will expire now.
It's a good fight for FlyQuest.
I think have gotten themselves into a pretty decent spot here, but with Dove arriving as well, we'll see how they want to fight this one out. XU moving up. Lucio trying to find an angle on the side here, but with no Bard ultimate, it could be tough.
Yeah, look at Whippo then, because Whippo's ultimate is ready. He's got flash ready on the Gragas. This is like dream playmaking opportunity, and they go top.
Yeah, Jensen's going in onto Rich. Not going to be able to get the reset, but they do force the flash.
Blip over the wall. Yes! Yes! Blip over the wall. Yes! That's so good.
He's got flash ready on the
Look at this. This is actually really well played. Let's talk about this. So remember again, a lot of this is, can Syndra, with Syndra constantly split pushing versus Gragas, you don't have the setup for these plays. Because Dignitas, ideally, I think the ideal sequence that you want if you're Dignitas's composition is this guy should be flanking. And then you want Syndra scatter into Viego stun, right? And then you ult. And then you Syndra ult. And maybe you Senna ult over the top of it. So it's actually very awkward to have Syndra side laning. Because you need the Syndra upfront CC to start the Viego resets. Like you have to play Syndra and Viego are the fulcrum around which this, upon which this composition operates. And so when the Syndra's in the side lane, you can't do that unless you're playing Viego into the Syndra side lane, right? And trying to get picks. So it ends up just being really awkward a lot of the times that they're fighting. And anytime you can deal a bunch of damage to XU, it limits their ability to play this composition the way they want to play it. And they have to use Devour early. They have to use Senna ult early. So even though you pull out the Maokai ult and you pull out the Bard ult, you've gotten enough chunk down that you're feeling pretty good. And you know that Rich is also going to want to be on the flank. And so Whippo is marking Rich on the flank, and Jensen can actually just W over and make this, turn this into a 2v1, right? So he's gone. And this means that Whippo, who's their last form of engage, because he still has the ult up, Dove tries to come in and kill Masu, but he can't actually get the final damage down. And Whippo's already in the back line, and now he can have, he has like a mega cask, right? It's like a mega pint, but even better. So I think you really need the Syndra there, otherwise you can't play Dignitas's composition. Watch Masu spacing this fight. Yeah, I mean, Yeah, he's just staying right out of range, right? So he gets hit by the Mikhails. You know, the using green gun. Nice job.
Korean imports are overrated and overused this split, and he's 6-0, so I guess you can't say anything.
That quote tasted pretty good.
Did make Jensen, because the Tristana's doing a lot of damage, and then he rocket jumps just out as Rich comes over, and XU tries to...
I really like the way FlyQuest plays this sequence. Thank you, T-Merc, for your Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate it. I really like how they play this sequence. I think the marking on the flanks is really good. You know, they use the Drake more or less as a bait. Like, they don't actually care about getting this, but they do just punish the overextension. You know, Flash coming in, try to kill Masu. He gets Mikhails. Actually, it looks like he dodged a lot. Did get stunned by the Viego, but Vucio's there. Able to help him kite it out. There's voice comms at the end of the VOD for the sequence. Okay, cool. Thanks. I'll listen to those. Great timing on the Maokai ultimate, so it forces Isles to devour Dove. This game's over, though. Dig just didn't play their win condition. You just can't have... You can't have the Syndra at the side. It makes your comp, like, actually not work, I think. J Wings, thanks for your Twitch Prime sub.
Ballooned here. So from the point of proactive, full items, up to them to try to problem solve, but really, you either have to hard engage right now, or you have to go defend your next ulti. They're fighting on the turret, which might give them an opportunity. The deep water dive does connect on Masu, but it doesn't even matter. He ignores the Tom catch. He flashes in on the carries, and Masu will end super weak in sole possession of first place.
Actually, fun game. You know, despite the mistakes early on in the laning phase, I think that FlyQuest played their win conditions really well, and they recognized the openings that were given to them. All right, guys, that is going to be it for this week. We will do Summoning Insight tomorrow, and I think I'm going to do Power Rankings this week. I'm going to do Power Rankings this week for Global. I got to get through some more of these LPL games, but with the break that's happening in LCK and LPL, feels like a really good time to get that done, which will be fun. So thank you very much, guys, for watching. I'll see you tomorrow. We will do JDG versus LNG tomorrow, and we'll get into some of the LEC matches as well, because I think we're done with LCS for the time being. So till then, thank you very much for watching.